Alright, hopefully it's back. Let me just reboot some stuff. Joys of 4G, chat. When you live rural in the fucking Highlands, it doesn't go your way. Let me just reboot some stuff. Does it get MS Paint out? I think that would be a lie. Alright. Hopefully the internet will stay, chat. Let me have a look. Fucking bored, chat. I tell you. They've obviously come over from America to stop my 4G. They're shooting at the... They're eating the... shooting. The fucking American boars are shooting up my goddamn internet. Let me... Give me a sec. Back it up. Goddamn American boars. I could get Starlink. The thing is, though, is that we're getting 5G in the area. And I just don't want to subscribe to Starlink when there's you know what I mean? Alright. Let's put this back up. Oh, fun and games, chat. Fun and games. Let's continue on. Anyway, I was talking about where CIG could just change some of the guns and all that jazz. We don't need to go back into it. Ugh.
Now, for a layman's terms, is
Poor
if I'm in
Harvard
space,
incoming,
I
yeah,
can
yeah.
move anywhere I want to go, right? And so if I catch the merge, like Virgil was saying, if I
Yeah,
match
hopefully
your
it works
speed
out that
and I
way.
get up to you, I can go in front of you, behind you, above you, below you. I can go anywhere I want to go around you. So while we're tumbling through space, we're spinning around, right? I can't do that in master modes. I get forced into a cone and then I have to pull, and I can only move like this as I chase you. Because if I try to move around you, if I try to go under you, if I try to lead turn you and cut around, I hit a speed wall.
Disable
Or
the
if I
line
change
like
the
a
nose
boar
direction of my
horror
ship because we're now flying in an egg, I'm now forced to slow down because I'm now sliding on my side. So if I try to get around you and get an angle, it's not going to happen, right?
Yeah, and the issue was the tumbling in space part for me.
Right.
That was the problem. Was how fast we were tumbling was a speed that was. It just made everything so like I did not want to engage in dogfighting. I hated it. It was the worst experience ever. So now it's about
life
making
sucks.
the experience of tumbling slower interesting, right? That's the issue that we have here.
Right. Well, look, you cannot have a space 6 degrees of freedom dogfighting game without doing some tumbling.
I like
mean,
Moose.
you
Moose are
still
fucking
tumble
cool.
in master modes
slower. Technically,
to some degree, right?
Yeah.
So let me give you this ratio, right, to touch on the gunner thing, and we'll talk about
Orcas
how
are
it
natural
affects the
predators of
tumbling
the
and all that
moose.
stuff.
Damn right.
Just because I want to talk, because I'm talking directly at Mike in this sense, because I want to explain this to Mike, because Mike represents a large portion of the player base that I understand. I hear you. It's like
into it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're a new player in the sense. Right. So let me explain the ratio here, and you could tell me whether you think this would be easy or not. Do you remember the Tachyon cannons the Band of Defender came out with when it first came out? What were they?
How did I forget? I came in second in fight or flight because of those stupid cannons.
What were they?
They were hit scan.
What is hit scan?
Where your pip is, it automatically hits.
Right. Is there any?
Second you click your mouse.
Okay. What was the range? That was like 2,000 meters or whatever, right? Did you ever miss a shot when you were gimbling?
No, of course not. Yeah.
How difficult was it to hit the target for you?
Super easy, obviously. Okay.
Do you feel like that was fun gameplay? Were you excited about that for a long time?
Absolutely not. It was the dumbest idea of all time.
Why was it dumb?
Because there was.
I like A1's jacket.
Even though they were low damage, well, at the time they were actually pretty high damage. I think when they first
pretty
came
cool.
in, but
yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty nasty. But yeah,
again, it's something
totally
I would wear up here in the Highlands.
And took what was
leather's good for keeping warm. Also, leather's good for going through gorse. Spiky
It was
bushes,
not
so
enjoyable whatsoever.
Yeah, you brought a gun to an archery competition.
Yeah, or a sniper rifle. You know,
Yeah.
just
to be fair, there's a lot of archers in our real life right now that would slap you before you could even pull the trigger of your gun. Just wanting to point that out. There are some very, very scary archers these days that will fucking fill you with arrows before you even fire a round at them. So,
like super.
So
high
let me give you an example here. We have what speeds in master modes right now, roughly?
In master modes, what, 300 meters per second?
Average speeds about.
dude, I hated that fight or flight event. Like, the moment. So, hear me out, Zero State. My first matchup was with Burks. And as me and Fresh are flying around, he was in the Gladius, I was in the Hornet. My Hornet turned off because the power plant that they put in their build couldn't handle all the shit they put in. So I'm literally drifting out into fucking nowhere in the ship when our match is about to start. And at that stage, I was pretty pissed off, right? This is what you didn't see on stream, but we've got the VOD of it on YouTube. Or, yeah, we do have the VOD of it. And it was flying away. And then literally, as I landed in the place before we fought Burks, an NPC spawned and started to kill my Hornet. And they were shouting at me saying, stay still, security will kill it. And I'm dying. I'm taking fucking damage. And I'm sitting still. And they're like, stay still, we'll deal with it. 2 minutes later, I'm fucking hyper kiting around, gunning this NPC down because security didn't turn up to fucking kill this thing. At that stage, I had given up the fight or flight. And then, to make it worse, fucking the matchup with you was within a defender that did no fucking damage. And it was you and Fresh in a 1v1. Fresh had never flown a fucking Hornet before in atmosphere. You killed Fresh, and then I'm like shooting at you going, wow, this is a lot of damage. And then, no joke, chat, we have it on the VOD. Zero State had the shield bug where he had no shields, and I'm doing shots to him, and his shields went back up to full health, and I'm like that. How am I meant to take on 2 people with a ship that does barely any damage, and Zero State just got his shields instantly back up? And I'm fucking flying around trying to figure out what the fuck to do at this space, and I was done. I was so fucking done with that whole event. And yeah, we worked with PvP orgs for ship loadouts, and I'm like, what fucking PvP orgs? Oh, it was so yeah, but it wasn't you. It's not you toggling on. It was the bug where when people's shields would just instantly regen all the way back up to full in combat, and it was just one of these things where it's like, I've lost my wingman that does any damage. I'm in a 2v1 situation, and the person that could have died has now got full shields on again. And I'm like, well, I'll just take them for a little bit of low flight, make it pan out a little bit more, and then I'll just die, you know? I was so done with that event. And the worst thing is, if we had beaten you and fucking got to where it was like against Burks again, I would have been in the fucking defender all over again. It would have been in the Hornet like 3 times, and then the defender 2 times with their matchup. And I was like, I'm so glad I got to fucking leave. It was crazy. Esport Gaming, yeah. It was horrible, man. Luckily, like, it should be good this year round, and last year was really good at CitizenCon. Well, what I saw of it. But fuck me, man. Whew. The first fight or flight was hard. It was very difficult. So much broken shit. If they had just stuck to 2 arrows flying, it would have been fine. Yeah, hopefully, because we get private lobbies in free 23. Anyway, guys, let's continue on.
300, right?
Yeah.
In terms of you add the boost speed, you know, you could argue, oh, boost speeds go up, but you're not staying there consistently for whatever, right? So usually around 300. Okay, now what speeds do we have in live? 1200 something with
Yeah.
1400 meter per second guns.
It's
So we only had about 20%
esports
faster
that do like
guns in
demo
terms of
rally
the
and
relative
stuff.
speeds. In master modes, we
It's
have
a really good
10
event. It was
times
just
the
the
velocity
first
of the
one
weapon
was
relative
really
to the
badly
speed.
set
So,
up.
you
Like
can
nobody
have
had a clue what they were doing.
2000 meter per
I
second
felt.
weapons like in master modes at 200 meters per second is the same as if you had live model with 1200 meters per second with
I'm gonna quickly
10,000
get a
meter
drink
per
and let
second
this run,
weapons,
chat.
which is basically hit scan.
I can
So-
hear it.
We have basically gone into a hit scan model relative to the ratio between the movement capability of the fighter and the hit ratio. That's why people are hitting so much more. Is because, yes, there is still pip deflection, but the speed at which the ship can maneuver itself away from that deflection is basically it's basically not there. You know, yes, some of the better pilots can avoid a little bit of damage, and to a rookie pilot, they're not going to hit shit no matter what. I mean, you could literally lead them to it. They're not going to hit stuff. That is a skill that has to get developed. Obviously, from my point of view, being 10 years on the game, playing the game for a long time, my skill has been developed to a point where it's
I see
become
that,
second
Mums.
nature to me. I don't even think
Also,
about
I
it.
can
just
hear it. I'm
happens,
wireless, dude.
right? I realize that it's going to be a lot easier for me to pick up the system because I was at this little skill ceiling and now they've dropped it. So I'm going to be at the max of whatever that new skill ceiling is.
Pineapple squash.
And I'm going to be like, it's always going to feel like I'm taking a loss. My personal feelings have nothing to do with this, right? What's healthy for the game is what matters. I'm totally fine with taking a skill loss, right? You know, and people try to put me in this pigeonhole all the time and say, oh, you just want to keep your advantage and this and that.
Yeah, I've seen that comment a lot.
It's not true. Like that is such an ignorant, arrogant thing to say. It's like, you know, it's so devoid of nuance and devoid of the truth.
You're not going to have a
it's
game
disgusting.
if that's the case anyway. Like, well, guys, you fight the same 50 people for the last 10 years. It's not
boring.
going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, and I don't want that.
Like, you guys both run organizations. Tell me
Yes.
that you guys have not created drama with each other just to get fights. Like, that is the PvP community as in a nutshell. Like,
Yes.
manufacturing drama just to fight each other because there's nobody to fight.
Yeah, I think Virgil's doing a good
from
job,
the
yeah.
outside, that's what it looks like. It's crazy. To think that you guys would want to have the skill ceiling so high that nobody could participate is the dumbest thing possible.
Is it, Mike? You look at any video game, any big group that wants to stay at the top always wants to have the biggest advantage in some way. There's generally not many legit games where WoW, EVE Online, all these sort of things, where there's not some form of fucking cheating and shit like that. So I would disagree with that, where anybody that wants to remain at the top will do a lot of things to direct the narrative towards that.
Because you won't have a game, period.
I won't have a game. And again, I love this game. I genuinely love this game. It's unlike any experience I've ever played. And you know me, Mike, I've played EVE. I've played all these other games. Like I've played Squadrons and blah, 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 whatever. I love this game. And I love what it can be. I love its potential. I love, you know, the fact that the devs are willing to listen, you know, for the most part. Maybe not so much on that one. But the point is, you know, if we want the game that is mass accessible to people, right? There is a way for us to have it without, how do I say it this way? Gutting what's really great about the experience.
What's
you know,
great?
So in my opinion, what's great about the experience is the fact that you do have full control of your ship. It is a 6 degrees of freedom game. Space fighting is fighting in space.
Live
unlike
is
a lot
not
of other
60
experiences.
OF,
Now,
guys.
obviously,
Hate
it's
to
not
tell you
super
that.
realistic, but
Live is not 60 OF. Your ship does not move in 60 OF. It does to a certain degree, but when you're moving in 60 OF, you would be moving at the same speed no matter what you gun. But CIG have it dampened in areas. Forward, up, down, left, right are all completely different. That's not 60 OF.
it's believable enough that you really feel like, yeah, this could, you know, if you were to imagine like, yeah, fighters fighting in space, like, yeah, it kind of probably would look like that. It's that Battlestar Galactica kind of sliding through space, engaging because you're in space, you know? In the live model, that was the experience. And in my opinion, it's like, so let's take what worked in the live model, what felt good, and let's bring it down on the speed spectrum. Because it's funny,
Yeah,
I was
I would
arguing
agree
for
with that,
lower
Ninja.
speeds in live all the time. I'm like, give us 500 meters of speed in live, and now I'm arguing for higher speeds in master modes. But it's I want to be very specific when I say this. In SCM, you don't have enough speed and deflection to make any meaningful movements to avoid fire because the guns are just oppressively fast, and it doesn't work, right? It's all aim, and the movement is basically like it's a joke. Like nothing's getting away from fire.
I would
So
agree with
now
that
it
in
becomes a
master modes,
game of,
but
on paper,
again,
I do
I'm
this
willing
much
to
DPS, I
see
do this. That's
next
EVE
step.
Online. That's what it is. It's like my Drake does 1200 DPS with kinetic weapons. Okay, this guy's going to come in. His Vanguard's going to do this. And so we're going to kill him in 5.3 seconds. And boom, let's primary this guy. And it's just going to go from one guy to the next.
I think that example's so extreme, but I do understand what you're saying. Because you still
I
have to hit. But
yeah.
Yes. Because
but I mean, let's be honest.
EVE the fighting is automatic, right? Like you're not actually aiming.
That's
so
no, that's where people don't understand EVE at all. It's not just click somebody and fucking shoot the guns. You actually have to move your ship in EVE in a certain direction so that if they are moving at a certain angle and speed, that your bullets don't bounce off them. People don't understand EVE at all unless you play it. It is not just click a target and press a fucking button and start shooting. You can actually make bullets deflect off your ship in EVE Online, doing certain speeds, certain angles, and stuff like that.
Take that example and are like, okay, he's limiting the experience down so much that they get worked up by that, by
double
calling
click
it
XL
2.0 or whatever.
Right. And again, I don't want to sound like a prick here, but it's, if you have an absolute rookie player, he's going to come in, he's not going to hit 100% of his shots. And so people say, well, that's not entirely true. Yeah, but here's the thing, guys. And this is always going to be the case. We just tested 400 person servers on a single shard? Okay, with higher people, do you think there's going to be more or less instances of piracy in PvP?
Obviously more.
I would have loved that in Star Citizen.
If the server tick rates start going up and there's stuff to fight over like player bases, is there going to be higher or lower instances of PvP?
Ondo says low skill floor makes it worth to start, low skill ceiling makes it not worth to continue. But the question is, is it low skill ceiling? We don't know enough to be able to say if that's the case yet, Ondo. Because there's still so many variables that CIG have to do, right? Like low skill floor makes it fantastic, but you know what I mean? Like, is it too early to say that there's going to be low skill ceiling? Not that you're saying that, but I know what you're meaning, you know? And I would agree with you. If there is a low skill ceiling, it's not worth playing the game at that point. But I kind of feel like it's way too early for the community to say there's a low skill ceiling. Exactly, Zero States. This is where, like, again, sometimes the feedback that's coming out is melodramatic to me. Or overdramatic, whatever you call it, right? Where CIG are trying to get more players like me to PvP. I've been having a blast in Arena Commander for 4 weeks now. It's great fun. I never wanted to be in there beforehand. Now I am. Having a blast. I agree, there should be a skill ceiling, but also if you make it something that requires you to spend 6 months of your gaming time, 12 hours a day to get to that level, you'll also get nobody playing the game. Because they'll be like, it's too long for me to do that. And if I'm a working person and I only have an hour to spend each day to play the video game that I'm enjoying, they'll never get to that level, so that level is irrelevant. Only the complete sweat degenerate who has no life, as a joke, would be able to achieve that. Basement dwelling, 7th grade, Chuck E. Cheese fucking chaser, blonde bang wannabes, right? It's gonna be... That's where it's too high. And I think live is at that stage where it's too high. So yeah, we do need a skill ceiling that lowers down a little bit, but just a little bit. I don't want to strike the topic, but I thought 60 OF was long. That's what it is. But as who brought up is we don't have the F. We don't have the freedom. Hyper Light Drifter. That's what I mean. When you say, oh, Star Citizen is a 6 DOF game, it's not. It's a 6 DO game. But we don't get the freedom. You get governed by a system. There is no freedom of that movement. And that's where sometimes I kind of feel like CIG should have fucking put down it to be like maybe 4 or 5 DOF or something like that, you know. 6 degrees of flight isn't quite the same as 6 DO freedom. Yeah. So I always feel like we're missing the F part of 6 DOF. Yes, you can go in 6 degrees and you know all that stuff, but it's 6 DOD, degree of dictatorship. Yeah. 6 degrees of get fucked. Yeah, there is no freedom. So it shouldn't be called 6 degrees. Shouldn't it be called 6 degrees of movement? I would be fine with that then. Sideways. But you know what I mean? When people are trying to advertise this game as a 6 DOF game, I don't feel it's a 6 DOF game. You can say it's a 6 DOF game, but there is no freedom over your movement. You're governed by the way that CIG artificially make the thrusters work. Like, for example, with master modes, you now just magically slow down, going in a straight line. That doesn't happen in space, just wanting to point that out. And when you strafe up in space, you don't just suddenly slow down and come to a halt, you know? And that's in Decoupled, by the way. So there's rules over that freedom in the game. And you can move in 6 directions, but I'm missing the freedom. So I would never say 6 DOF. I would say 6 DO or DOD. I like that one, DOD.
Obviously,
yeah, it would require
that's
Newton's
like
physics,
dream
yeah.
Here.
Right.
Newtonian physics, sorry.
So if we're playing a multiplayer game, we need a system that caters to the multiplayer experience in a multiplayer game.
Yeah.
Would you not agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. So if we're going to make combat exciting and engaging and close range, well, then let's make it that way and not increase weapon speeds and velocities so high that
I would
it
agree
has
with
the
this with
opposite
Avenger.
effect.
I don't get it.
People from the low skill ceiling that
the first thing I said when Master Modes came out is I don't know why CIG just didn't have our live system take away the tricord, because they don't like it, and add in SEM to nav switch mode. I don't understand why CIG didn't run with that to begin with. Take away tricord and leave the live tuning, but with SEM and nav, and see how we felt about it. Because I personally feel that that's all that needed to be done. And I would imagine most PvPers would have agreed with that as well. Maybe even Ondo and myself would agree on that. That if you kept all the flight as it was, you toned down the tricording so that people couldn't just instantly get away and stuff, and then bring in the SEM nav switch, I think that would have been a good solution. But they've slowed us down, they've taken away tricording, they've taken away a lot of freedom of the flight in the 6 DOF game. They've added in triple the amount of gun ranges for some weird reason. And they've added in so much aim assist as well. And it's for me, it's just like they go from one scale to another scale. So I do agree with Avenger 1 on these points.
The entry level to a place where they can effectively engage and, and actually put damage on target.
Well, let me
that's
jump
my
in
theory,
here,
Marcus,
if you don't mind,
yeah.
to try to get Virgil involved a little bit more, just for a moment. I think what I'm hearing is a lot about the guns.
Yeah.
So but we know from watching
again, it's a weird one for me, Zero State, because sometimes CIG just over tune things.
Are also important
when
to
sometimes
well,
it's just
the
smallest things that need to be tuned to make it correct.
Would make it more interesting. But is there a way? Is there a world in which this works if they just fix the issues with the guns? And could that still? Will it be more interesting? Will it improve on the problems that you guys have?
I think it would definitely improve on gameplay.
Did that on its own and left the speeds as it is. I was very adamant about when people started losing their minds about the 500 meters per second comment that you made in your videos. That why not just try it? Just try some things. It doesn't hurt. And like there were
Because again, the
developers in the chat that
developers
said we did try it
explained why they
internally, and
didn't
I'm like,
want to
okay,
do
but
that. Because
you're
they try
you and we're
things
us, and I think
before we get it and they don't like it. It doesn't go towards the goal. So who's to say that they've not tried Avengers settings? They didn't like it. Chris Roberts didn't like it, and they don't want to go ahead with it. This is what we have to understand, Mike, Avenger, Virgil. That is that CIG are dictating the way this game goes, and there's a huge chance that they test everything that we put down, but there's no point putting it out to the public if the main people don't like it.
Community is very good at finding all the issues with everything, a lot better than their internal testing, even though they have very good pilots in their internal tests as well, right? So Virgil, like, just to have you jump in and then Avenger obviously respond to it, because
ESP
I
is a
cut you off
pain in the
middle.
ass. Yeah.
Is it possible to just fix the issue with the guns and have that experience that is interesting positionally, or does something still need to be changed speed wise or acceleration wise or whatever the term is?
Too much information
make
is
the
also a
flight
thing. Exactly.
skill ceiling where it needs to be for you guys?
Yeah. So like the answer for me for that is like I think that and this is probably where me and Avenger disagree. I think that the
That's why I think
gunnery
he'll be
system
able
in
to
this
respond.
game needs to like bow to flight, right? Like I don't think that we should be you know, designing flight based off of weapons. I think we should be
The other way around.
you know, designing
Yeah,
weapons
I would agree on
based
that.
off of flight,
Massively
right?
agree on
And that's
that.
the problem. And I think Avengers' frustration with this too, and you know, a lot of the sweaty, high ceiling pushing community, you know, has their frustrations. Is
See, for me,
the
I bought into a dogfighting video game. Not necessarily that the whole game is dogfighting, but the idea of the dogfight, right, is not about the pulling of the trigger. It's about outflying your opponent, and the trigger is the final step of it. Firing your missiles beyond visual range, making sure that as you're doing that, you're also going cold, all these things that you do in modern day fights. Star Citizen doesn't have. Star Citizen is like the Division. It's basically fucking meat shields and beaming weapons and all that, you know? There is no flight to it. It's just basically a few things that you can do to sort of dodge around it, but shooting should be the last part about it. And sadly, CIG keep focusing on making it where the aiming is the most important part. Yeah, exactly, F14B. I would love it to be that way. And that makes sense to me in a dogfight. A dogfight is not about who pulls the trigger. It's about who maneuvers themselves into safety first before they can kill their opponent or take out their opponent. You prioritize your safety over it, right? And Star Citizen's the other way around, where you just go start fucking gun-ho FPS shooting each other. And I just don't understand it. Especially as a lot of the developers like Yogi are DCS players. So who's stopping it, you know?
the insane ease of the weaponry has created really lazy flight. Is like a good way to explain it, right? It's like you can
to be
fly-
honest, Sinkhole, when you say I think we should be rarely be using guns, I think guns in now, like when you come into SCM, I think missiles shouldn't be allowed to be used unless you're in nav mode. That's just me. I think it should be where missiles are always used for beyond visual range, like the moment that you're over like 2K or something like that, and guns are just basically close range. And then turrets are a different breed altogether to defend against missiles and approaching hostiles.
I really lazily without a lot of effort because the guns gap the distance you need anyway, right? So like in live where you would have needed to fly up to your target, now you don't. You can just shoot at range, you know, and stuff like this. So I think that if they do reduce the gunnery, finally it gives the flight
Yeah,
some
I would
room
agree
to
on that.
flourish
From
and actually
Virgil?
grow.
again,
and
just
for us to see its potential.
I wouldn't do
right? Like,
anything with the
when
flight
you
right now.
look
I
at
would
this
just
flight
sort
model,
of
it's important to
finish
say
off
that,
where you
like,
want to go with the
everybody
flight
preaches,
and nerf
you
the
know, you
weapons
and me have
down to
been
short range
in,
to
gosh,
and
you
then
know, probably
push it up again if
more
need
than
be.
5 podcasts talking about this, Mike, where everybody talks about wanting the 2.6 days. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the 2.6 days, they had, you know, stronger lateral strafes. They had closer to 6 DOF movement and stuff. And it's important to note that we didn't have as much 6 DOF in live. You know, it was heavy forward thrust centric and stuff.
Virgil
like
picks
this.
up perfectly.
They had slower.
Even
you know,
though
back-
CIG advertises 6 DOF, it isn't 6 DOF. It's missing the F. And back in 263, we had the F. You could go in every direction at the same speed at the same time, and that is what 6 DOF is. But CIG over the years have tweaked it now where it's going more World War II. And at that point, it's like, why not just get rid of it and make it 5 DOF? Make it where you can't go backwards and you can only do the other ones, right? Maybe they should call it 6 do movement. 6 degrees of movement. I mean, again, you could rechange it, but I don't know why they just don't make it more like 5 DOF, space game or something. Because it doesn't have Newtonian in it. It doesn't have Newtonian in it. God, why can't I say that? Doesn't have Newtonian in it. There we go. English is hard for Scottish. He got the F out of here.
strafes, etc. Now, if we are to try and even capture
Less
that
than 1K, I
experience
think
again,
so.
which
I
is
think a lot of the
entire goal
PvPers
of
would agree with that,
master modes, right,
Cinco.
is to
It would be
bring back
awesome.
flight
Too close for missile
maneuverability.
switching to guns.
Then, yeah, like the guns need to be brought into line. And I worry.
And again,
that,
this
like,
is only
you know,
on
what-
pilots.
what's the
Turrets could
reasoning
still
for these
be,
huge
oh, this
weapon
motherfucker
ranges? Was
ain't
it
close.
Like, is it some?
I'm still hitting him.
You know, mission in Squadron 42.
100%.
Was it some guys? Yeah, was it some guys?
Funny thing is,
pitch
Master Mode
for,
will make a life a lot
precision
harder for
mode
PvE
or
focused
something?
community
Like, what?
and
Why are
easier
they
for criminals
attached
to
the
do criminal
speeds?
things.
I'm very confused about. Sorry, the weapon.
It doesn't matter what
ranges,
happens
I'm
in the
very
game,
confused
Dealer6,
about
that's
that.
always going to
And
be
I just
the
want to play a
case.
little devil advocate for
If
the,
you have the ability to PvP
weapon
in a game
speeds,
that
just
allows
keep in
PvP
mind
at
that
any
the
time,
more you move
anywhere, the
that
PvE
dial,
community
the
who
more
like to roleplay are always going to struggle. That's a given. That happens in every single game. The difference is that you can do things to avoid PvP. And that's what Eve did. It taught you to do longer routes to be safer. Because the pirates would always catch people on the short routes because they couldn't be bothered to do safe route journeys and stuff. Elite Dangerous does the same thing. You know what I mean? So there's always going to be a way for the PvE community to avoid PvPers. They just have to be smarter. But most of them, no offense to anyone in chat who behaves like this, but generally what they do is they pick up their fucking keyboard. I'm going to use my rubber mat that is attached to my keyboard, and this is how they fucking play Star Citizen. Oh yeah, this is great fucking video game. Hey guy? Video game, oh yeah. That's what they fucking do. So, it doesn't matter what CIG does, they will always be rolling their face across a keyboard. But if they are paying attention and they master the ability to avoid PvPers, they'll never get hit. Dude, I could play EVE Online and never once get PvP'd because I would just be planning my route, watching where the hostiles were, and stuff like that. And in Star Citizen, I could go and do things as a criminal and never be caught because I would just plan my routes, watch the radar, watch situation on this stuff, and blah, blah, blah. The problem is, it's just a lot of people are lazy gamers. And that's not a bad thing, like if you're just wanting to chill and hang out, but you have to understand when you play a sandbox game, there are no rules that if a player wants to attack you, that is PvP. A lot of people in the Star Citizen community that don't get involved in PvP seem to face that PvP is going to the fucking Oakenfold at dawn with a white glove, slapping across your opponent's face, walking 10 paces back with musket, turning and firing, and that's your honorable PvP. Well, I hate to tell you, but PvP can also be where I just fucking pin you down and take a paddle and start slapping your backside. That's player on player action, boys, right? You might not like it, you might not consent to it, but you might enjoy it. Maybe. There's a chance. And that's what PvP can be in these type of games. It can happen anytime, anywhere. CIG advertised this, and you don't have to get good at PvP, but you can also get good at situational awareness. And that's sometimes all that industrials need, you know? Oh, dude, you have no idea where my fucking kinks go. My safe word is more.
A direct response of that, or the counterweight to that, is an increase in things like wiggling.
Well, but
hit
PvP doesn't need to be
registration,
honorable.
net.
Go and play for honor if you want that shit. You know what I mean? Player versus player is I'm gonna tickle your ear and whisper secret things into your secret thoughts into your ear. That's PvP. I don't need to go, surprise! I'm about to PvP! Would you like to consent to PvP? Here's a form to fill out. I hope you do. It's going to be a lot of fun. You might enjoy it. Nah, I'm a role player, but my role player instinct says that I need to roll the dice to 20 to PvP. No, that doesn't happen in a game like Star Citizen. You either get on with it or you bite down the rope, lather up, and prepare to receive. That's just PvP. And it's not griefing. It's player versus player. If you don't want to fight back, that's up to you. But the player shooting at you doesn't need to stop. Even if you say stop. You've got to remember the safe word. 50 Shades of Grey Law. Yeah. But that's the point being is, right? But there's a lot of things you can do to avoid PvP. Watching your radar. Watching for reds on the screen. You know what I mean? Pressing the buttons to do things. Communicating with other folk. Not going, is Jump Town safe? And then you fucking pick up your keyboard and undock and roll a fucking cross the universe and hope for the fucking best. That ain't gonna work in a game like Star Citizen. So there's, to a certain degree, even if you don't like PvP, you also have to take the understanding of it and avoid it. It can't just be avoided because you wish it to be avoided. You have to do the work.
Working, stuff like that. So just keep in mind, like, the high weapon speeds.
Can you
go ahead.
Go into that a little bit more? Because I watched a wiggle on Virgil's one of Virgil's videos. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I never. It's been a long time since I've seen a pip that hard to hit. So can you explain to people who don't know what you're talking about here and bring it down to my level a little bit?
Yeah, so like the weapon speeds and the guttering system. So in Avengers Defense, it's not just the weapon speeds, right? It comes.
I
down
heard
to
it isn't
ESP,
unconsensual PvP
pitch
if you yell
versus
surprise
turn
first.
rate,
Yeah,
stuff
exactly.
Like this. But
if you shout surprise
there's
first,
a
guys,
huge issue
it
with
clears
this
all
game,
the
in case anyone
consensual
hasn't noticed,
of
where,
PvP.
you know, if you want to give ships the ability to thrust and have acceleration and maneuver around in Sixtoff, then people can weaponize that and wiggle their ship, you know, left and right. They can fly without purpose besides just trying to annoy you and be hard to hit at.
Okay.
And if you don't react fast enough, that's a skill check for,
I've seen
say,
Avenger,
industrial
like, throw
players,
his
right?
camera away because he's run into people doing that. And I tell you what, I sure as hell have done that too.
You want to wiggle?
So
That's a wiggle.
I can relate. I can relate. You know, in fact, I'm very sure that me and Avenger have gotten into an argument. In DMs
That's a good
about
way
each
of
other
looking at it,
wiggling,
Infinity
okay?
Smile,
So,
yeah.
like, it's a
I
They
know,
give
yeah.
consent as soon as they install the
Well,
game.
fuck you, stop wiggling at me.
You want to wiggle? I'll show you wiggle. But the point being, right, is a lot of the weaponry and the gunnery changes have the capability to hide the ugly aspect of playing an MMO, right? Like, so wiggling, bad network.
Funnily enough, mums, the rule in EVE Online, right? So EVE Online, you can be attacked anywhere, anytime. If you're in high sec, the NPCs will fucking insta-gib you because they've got god aim and 99% stats and stuff like that. But that's your choice. However, when you go into like the no man's land, what CCP did is the moment you undock in EVE Online, you have to consider that your ship is lost in the void and you're about to lose it. Because they give you 30 seconds to choose to redock and you're invulnerable. And if you fail that time, people can kill you. In Star Citizen, it's a little bit different, where I would agree with you, mums. The moment you leave your hab, you've consented to a rubbing. Or something like that.
Hit registration, stuff like that can be disguised
Can I
with
send a clip
good gunnery.
of you?
And then the problem is it's a
Yeah,
ratio,
yeah.
right? Like if the gunnery is too good, then it also suffocates good gameplay.
But that's
So
fine,
my
Simple.
only-
That's cool.
Just being the devil's advocate on that
Thank you,
debate,
Sideways.
Avenger was just be careful of how far we slow down these weapons, because it makes hit registration more prevalent. It makes hitting someone's pip less reliable. It makes networking more.
I
of an
hope
issue,
the
stuff
Legionnaire
like
is a
that.
good
So
ship.
then-
I think it's like one of
Go
these
ahead.
things I'm
So
very
then we
excited for.
reduce
About
the
like,
range.
Yes,
because-
if
obvious
we're
one.
closer, then
Yeah.
your ships hit more often,
Yeah.
right? I mean, and
Yeah.
where are you guys engaging in live? I'm pretty sure it's in like the
so they're still
500,
talking about the gun
800
ranges
meter
and stuff,
range.
Christian.
Yeah.
I completely
Right.
agree. Like the
Closer.
gun ranges need to be
Yeah.
nerfed down.
Yeah,
for pilots.
live.
Like-
yeah.
It's like
But yeah, the
500
Legionnaire
if they're
literally brings
moving
hacking, and I'm
around,
very
like,
excited to see
1,000
how
if
that
they're
goes.
going in a straight line. But yeah,
Yeah.
like you'd be rarely would you be shooting outside of 500. But in master modes, gosh, it could be if it's a big target. So like, to credit Avengers point, if you and 5 friends are shooting at a hammerhead, you could do it at 4K and you're not missing a single
Yeah,
bullet.
but
Because that cone of fire is going to
the
hit
thing with that
every-
shop steal
every
is
shot of that cone of fire is going to hit the hammerhead because it's so big, it's soaking all of the.
even with the Vanguard and Master modes with 2 sides, 2 shields, it drops pretty fast, dude. So a Zeus with 3 or 4 shields and the size of it, I mean, it's a giant fucking pancake for a start. You know what I mean? You might find that those shields ain't gonna last that long anyway.
The rounds.
Hey,
So
good. How you doing?
yeah, like I think the gunnery is a massive issue. I think it needs to be brought into line. I'm not
Yep.
sure why it is where it's at. But I also
It makes no sense to
can
me.
relate to new players wanting to get in the master modes and have a gunnery that makes sense and it includes them. It doesn't frustrate them. So it's a careful balance between, we want the ceiling to be high. We don't want the gunnery to suffocate and snuff out flight. We don't want it to create lazy flight. We want to see the fact that we have increased speeds and accelerations on laterals and more maneuverability than we've had since 2.6. But we can't see that because the gunnery just shortcuts it anyways.
Yeah.
So
and
yeah, I think like to
See,
judge
the biggest issue here, right? Come closer, chat. Avenger 1 hates 263, right? He scuttled off at that point to go and play Star Wars Squadron Battle at that stage because he doesn't like it, right? But the crazy thing is, everyone loved it. Everyone loved 263 who are around. It was a lot of fun. It gave you way more movement, good gun aiming. You could positionally put yourself out of fire. You could, if you were getting 2 or 3 people on you, you could navigate and like dodge in between them all. It was amazing fun. CIG obviously shit canned it for whatever fucking reason, which was a very upsetting thing. But I can feel the tension in Avenger 1 right now when Virgil's like, yeah, we would like it this way, a bit more like 263, and he's just like, it does not look happy, chat.
master mode's flight, we must first nerf the weaponry, and then we're going to actually see people flying for the first time, and then I think we can start talking about what do the speeds look like.
I think that's
Where
a
does
good
this need to
take
change,
from
stuff
Virgil.
like that.
I think CIG should
Avenger, I
nerf
can
the
hear you
guns and
coming.
let's see how
Well,
it goes
let
before
me
we do
jump
any
in
more
on one
changes.
Gonna
second.
blow.
Yeah, let me jump in
Go for it.
1 second though, because the hammerhead example I'm struggling with just a tiny bit. There was a developer response on Spectrum. I don't know if you guys saw it, and it was around specifically to your video.
Yep, here we
Avenger,
go.
And it was about Maelstrom.
Armor will fix it, right?
Maelstrom will fix it. So
Yeah,
that's
fucking
one of those,
bullshit.
Well,
Uh-oh. Is this the ZZ Top part? Are we going to be rocking all over the world? Like, see, this is the biggest thing, right? You can't say it's bullshit until it's actually in the game. He's not right, though, about Maelstrom, Gillian. Before I even hear it, because you can't go off on one until you've actually played it. It's the same as people arguing about precision mode. You can't go off on it until you've played it. It's like me going in up to a chef that's cooking my food and they're halfway through it and I go, nah, I don't like it, before they even turn it over and cook it. That's the example. But Maelstrom won't change the fact that one guy can shoot and the other can't. Well, again, Avenger made this video on the Hammerhead dude, and literally 3 days before Inside Star Citizen, Yogi said we're getting fucking gimbal system for the turrets, which will come in 323. You know what I mean? You can't do a Hammerhead video like Avenger 1 did, knowing that literally in the next patch the problem is corrected, or CIG are addressing the problem already, you know? Hammerhead video was about Bucks being able to outrange the Hammerhead. Yes, but again, we don't have the full turret system in. Plus, the turret system is actually broken. People like Fresh and Co., I can't remember the full detail of it, were finding out there were issues with the turrets. Oh yeah, that's a different topic though, Gillian, right? But we're talking about the Hammerhead. Still, Starfield had precision mode, hated it. Well, what they did in Starfield might not be the same in Star Citizen. You know what I mean? Like, this is where you can't hate on something until you actually try it. It's like when you say, I don't like to be pegged. How do you know until you've been pegged? Right? You might enjoy it. You might not. But then once you've tried it, you will know.
Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to say. Well, we don't know. And
Well, let me explain it to you.
Okay.
I'm going to stop this because this makes me genuinely upset.
go for it.
Because it's such fucking malarkey, right? And I hear this
Okay.
whole, Maelstrom will fix it, Maelstrom will fix it. If I can hit you and you cannot hit me, who's going to win that fight?
Well, what if it doesn't do damage, or if it does such little
Okay,
damage, it would
all
take
right,
30
all
minutes,
right,
40,
okay,
an hour,
Brainiac.
or whatever.
Okay.
Jeez, man. Like, you're on somebody's show, at least composure a little bit. Like, Jesus Christ.
Okay. Use your Omega brain here and figure this.
See, this is where Avenger 1 has a problem, right? Because it's not going his way, he's now freaking out. And he previously, in the hour we've watched out the 3 hours, he was saying, I don't articulate correctly, and I don't come across. But this is not how you talk to people, right? Even the host of the show. And to be fair, I'm gonna give props for fucking Mike for being cool like he is just now, because I would have fucking shit-canned Avenger 1 off this show if he had talked to me like this.
one out.
I don't have
You have
one.
you have an Ares Ion, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Is the Ares Ion going to kill with a size 7 gun?
of course.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I can hit you and you can't hit
Sorry. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this in the corner on the screen? What the fucking lol. I didn't even know that you had those turned on. Man, I need to watch more of fucking Mike's streams. That is amazing, man. Whoever did that, I need to go through the VOD and find this one. Let's see if we can. Oh no, it's on YouTube. It won't show you the chat, will you? Right. Fucking whoever did that. Fucking props, man. Fucking props.
hit me and I have an Ares Ion, am I going to win that fight?
Oh
Could
god,
they
that's
tune
so
that
good.
ship then later to
Oh
be-
my god.
I know
Okay.
it's kind of insane, but
So,
like,
do size 5s have a chance to kill a hammerhead? Do size 4s have a chance to kill a hammer? Guess what?
Yeah,
has
that
size
was
4s? 2
some
talons, right?
serious
So
chat
can you hit
game
a talon?
there.
Is the talon smaller than a hammerhead?
All right, let's go back.
but
So if
I'll
I
try
can
and
hit you
avoid
and you
that.
can't hit me and I have an Ares Ion, am I going to win that fight?
could they tune that ship then later to be? I know
Okay.
it's kind of insane, but
So
like,
do
that
size
ship-
5s have a chance to kill a hammerhead? Do size 4s have a chance to kill a hammer? Guess what has size 4s? 2 talons, right? So can you hit a talon? Is the talon smaller than a hammerhead?
Could they tune those ships to make it so they have to be closer to
You
the ship?
cannot tune geometry.
You can in a video game.
I am physically smaller than you. The only option you have is to reduce my range. Because if I'm at long range and I'm shooting, you cannot hit me and I can hit you. If I'm at 2,000 meters and I'm making movements and you're
Yeah, exactly, Kicks. You can tune anything in a virtual world. It's not real life. You know? Yes, we have physics in the game. Mike is it. I've got a lot of respect for Mike. Like Mike and Burks, and I'll probably add Zero State because he's lurking the channel. We usually shit talk Zero State here. Like Mike and Burks are probably one of my favorite fucking content creators. You know? Just in what they do, right? He's an asshole, don't listen to CDL. But I always complain this to Zero State chat. I love watching Zero State shows, but they're so fucking late. Like I have to stay up like 1 or 2 a.m. to fucking see them and shit like that. We need to get Zero State to stream in Burks' old time. Zero as a face, only a chainsaw would love.
velocity on projectiles is the same as mine. That
Can't stand
ratio
Mike?
means I'm gonna exist in a zone
Again, everyone loves different
where
flavors.
I'm always unhittable. That is
So. Man, whoever is working the fucking TV, bravo, man. Burks is he's got another job, Jaggle. So he's doing some more stuff away from streaming, having the time off. But I was speaking to him to last night. He's wanting to get a regular schedule made up soon, which will be like 4 or 5 hours, maybe 5 days a week in the evening or something like that. So he's just trying to sort out his life, like everyone has to do in RL. Don't know what he's doing, don't care, as long as he's happy and safe. And then he wants to come back and do some sort of like part-time streaming and stuff, which is awesome. Again, it's very difficult to go from one job to another and try and balance the both at the same time. You need to go and do the next job, get used to the next job. Takes roughly about 6 months to sort of get in the routine, and then you can start working on things. Nixie's arrived, chat. He's come to say hello to you. Isn't that right, Nixie? Have you come to say hello? He's snaking around.
a geometrical issue.
I understand.
Armor will not fix that. And we have always like this.
Yeah, you're right. You guys are right. Let me move to this scene. Sorry, I'm gonna move myself here. They have both arrived, chat. Here they are. Let's quickly have a little timeout, a little break to enjoy some music and some snacks. Meet the puppers. Yeah, exactly. Burks will find a schedule and it worked really well for him. Here, Novi. There you go. So we've got Nova and Nixie here. Nova at the back. Mr. Scary Face. And Nix is the white one. Nom 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 nom. Sweet pups. These are community snacks as well, chat. You want a little crumb? Since he broke off. Monday snacks, let's go. Look at TDL's. Yeah, that's. See, this is what happens when I walk out in the sun. See this camera? The small camera is actually fake. When I walk around in real life, this is what happens. That's why I was named Michael. And all that jazz. There we go. Right, now I need to figure out which fucking view to get back to this one, because obviously we don't do it this way. There we go. And then we need to move back to here so you guys are up. There we go. All right. That was the little break, chat.
This whole this debate here is the gunnery has to get to a point where I cannot exploit that geometry to the point where I can just stay at range and be like, look at this hammerhead. You can't do nothing. There could be 20 or 100 people on your ship. It doesn't matter. And the bigger the ship, the longer I can stay at range because you're not going to hit me.
Just to intercept here real quick.
Go for it, and then I'll jump in.
Just to
Virgil
help the
does stream,
viewers
dude.
out,
What are you talking about?
Maelstrom, you're
You know the funny thing, chat? once you get back in here, it actually isn't my, it's not me at fault this time. It's actually Twitch. The first time was my internet went down. This time, it's Twitch. Because my internet didn't go down there at all. It's just fucking Twitch, man. Like, oh god. Just one of these days, chat. One of these fucking days. Anyway. Sorry about that.
This isn't
This
my
time it wasn't my
opinion
fault.
either. It kind of is, actually. I think in some cases,
I don't
we
know.
unfortunately
Twitch
have to
problems.
let these guys cook, because I think what Virgil was saying is I don't understand
Twitch is working
why
with the
they're
boars?
doing
Yeah,
these,
completely agree.
weapon ranges, and I think it's very obvious that we're getting the Squadron 42 flight model for
Fucking
now,
boars.
and they're going to have to build, unfortunately, the PU
Yeah, it
flight
wasn't
model
my
for us
internet this
as
time.
we go, based off of the feedback that you guys are giving, right? So this is very valid feedback that Avenger is giving.
Makes
I'm not
sense. The first
devaluing it,
mechanized boar would
because
land
there's
across
something
the
in the
London
future
skull.
that
It's
should
called
resolve
fucking
that stuff.
EMP.
The other
It's like in Pacific Rim. You know when they're fighting and the fucking one comes out of the water and it's got an EMP? The fucking boars have come out of the water and they're EMPing my goddamn 4G. Goddamn boars.
Star Citizen developer responses that they've talked about in master modes very, very briefly, and chat, or you guys can please correct me if I'm wrong, but they talked about wanting the ability to, even though there's a size 5 weapon on a certain ship or a certain turret or something like that, that they can adjust those based off of the ship to make the...
Yeah, because they were talking, what Mike is talking about here is that CIG are now bringing in the idea of, and quote me, might not be right with this, if there's any CIG developer lurking, they want to do anti-material weapons or something like that, where you could have like the Ion as an anti-material weapon platform. So when you have like size 1 to 9 laser, even though it's a size 7 laser cannon, it could be classed as an anti-material weapon that does more damage to certain ships and stuff. I think that's the way CIG were talking about it. I could be completely wrong. I like the idea personally, but I think that's like how they will sort of like balance things out a little bit, where it's obviously some weapons will do more things to more ships over time.
The archetype fit the roles that they wanted them to. So that was like the only thing I was going to say about that, about the size 7.
I don't understand why Avengers getting angry. Like, I really don't understand why this stuff is like, how this comes across to me, chat, right? And this is not to shit on Avenger 1. This is just literally watching this. It comes across that you know better than CIG. Then fucking become a developer and build your own game. He gets so triggered for some reason.
Size 5 example.
Like huffing and snorting like a boar. Chat, it's the boar leader. Avenger 1 might be the boar leader. He's huffing and snorting,
To
listen.
make the archetype fit the roles that they wanted them to. So that was like the only thing I was going to say about that, about the size 7.
Assemble the boar. The leader. It's the leader boar. It's the leader. It's the leader boar. Oh my god. Again, this is towards Avenger. You gotta chill, dude. It's just a game. Relax.
7 or size 5 example. And I'm only asking if you think that that can work. I'm not asking it. I'm not saying that's the right solution or anything.
But that is, they're going to change the archetype, and they're going to do one of two things. They're going to reduce the range because it becomes an issue with the range control. Look, we have to get to a point where forever kiting is a thing of the past. And in order to do that, gunnery must change. Now, if we continue with the same gunnery system where we have PIP systems, which personally for me, I think we should consider. Let's run this thought experiment for a second. Right? Okay.
Man, I love Virgil. Virgil's so funny. He's like, oh, for fuck's sake, I want to go get my McDonald's.
I don't know what's happening, so Virgil seems to know.
Careful on the time. Careful on the clock. Okay, just make sure we keep looking at the clock. Okay.
No.
I'll cut him off if if,
No, we're good,
if it
we're
goes
good,
too
we're
long.
good.
Okay.
I know where
you
he's
guys,
go-
Okay,
I
so
wanna keep the
we're
conversation
we're
going.
pushing to a more arcadey style of game. Is that correct?
in
Oh,
in some
yeah.
ways, yes, yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
But
So let's.
I would debate that arcadey means it makes sense. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
see, I would actually agree with Virgil on this. Arcade is not actually bad. Like, I don't understand why a lot of people, and I'm not saying Avenger 1 is saying this, but there are a lot of people that keep saying, oh, we don't want an arcade video game. We want Star Citizen to be a simulator, but Star Citizen has never been a simulator. And to be honest, Arcadey 60 yeah. Arcadey allows us to have fun in a video game, and isn't that the important part about games sometimes? Is just where the massive amount of community has fun, you know? Perhaps engaging better word. Yeah, exactly. I think that would definitely be a better word because arcade games, 6 degrees of bore, yeah. But I have so many ideas for merchandise now. You have no idea. There's going to be some special stuff added to the website that is board related for sure. But yeah, engaging would definitely be a better thing because I enjoy arcade games. I enjoy simulator games. It just depends on what your community wants, right? But the thing is, you can't play DCS World, Juggle. Every time I hear about them playing DCS, Puppeteer goes onto the server and fucking kills them all. Puppeteer, who's probably still lurking in chat. That dude has got fucking screenshots of killing all the Avengers Squadron guys in fucking DCS World. He fucking BBRs them so much. It's
I
funny.
would debate that.
I think
that's
people
what they
use
would
Arcadia
call
as a negative always,
Okay, let me-
and it
okay.
maybe isn't always negative, right?
Okay, that's fair.
You ever
That's fair.
tried? Yeah,
But can
yeah.
we agree on CIG wants a closer range game, correct?
Yeah, because they
Yeah,
want us
for
to see
sure.
their pretty ships, I think, more
Right.
than anything.
Okay. Okay, so there's lots of ways that we
Is
can
there
do
a
that.
video
Are
of
we
this?
allowed
I
to
think
use
it's just
examples
screenshots,
where
yeah.
this ratio has already been done and the close ranges are already done? Can I show an example of that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me show you something here.
Just
Oh,
be
God.
careful not to.
Is he
go
doing an
down this
MS
route for an
Paint?
hour.
No,
No, I
no,
won't
no.
let it.
So-
That's why I'm
so-
here. I'm here
so-
to have you
so
guys
do
talk
you
to each
see-
other. But
Do you see what I
What's
see?
the fucking honky doodah is now
Here on
going
the
on?
screen here?
yes,
Oh,
yes.
shit.
But the thing is, though, this is not a 6DOF video game. Star Wars Squadron Battle, yeah, but this isn't 6DOF.
Okay, so this is an example of a game called Star Wars Squadrons, which again, the distances here 700 meters. You look, there are no lag or lead pips. Okay,
That's because the weapons are sort of like hit scanner, are they not?
it's a true
It
aim
just-
gunnery system. Hold.
Wait, anyone played this game? Because that looks awfully like hit scan to me. The moment that you get on target, you hit. Yeah, so wasn't he complaining about hit scan weapons just a mere fucking like 30 minutes ago? Right, let's continue on, right?
Right. I'm not saying we go Star Wars Squadrons. What I'm saying is look at the way that they've done their gunnery system. Look at they have
Which is
fixed
hit
assist
scan.
working. Look at
Right.
the bullets will bend like he targets, and his bullets will kind of bend towards the target a little bit. So the pixels that he has, and again,
Yeah, that's hit scan right there. Like you get the animation,
this
but
is
it's
played
landing.
with controller, mouse, keyboard, joystick, you name it, right? So
Because if you don't have a pip and you don't have a funnel and stuff like that, you're using a hit scan weapon.
once he gets his little crosshair in the box, the relative
And aim
difference
is-
between weapon
And
velocity.
aim ass is huge. Aim ass? What the fuck is aim ass? Is that a boar term? Are you a boar? Aim ass is huge. Are you talking about assist? Aim assist? Boris. I think my fucking internet's about to go again, guys. And it's not me, it's Twitch's end, because I'm getting fucking chat checks now. Assistance,
and
right.
Ship speeds is around the same. We have kind of
There's no fucking way I could play this game with Darth Vader fucking poking his hand at me whilst I'm PvPing. Like, how can anybody fucking enjoy that? Darth Vader is like this in the corner, fucking attack him! Attack him! You know what I mean?
in master modes where we have really high weapon velocity to the speed
Use
of
the
ships,
force!
Okay.
Use the force!
But because we don't have a lag or a lead pip, he's at 900 meters there. He's not shooting. Because if he starts shooting at that range, he doesn't have a pip, so he's got to use his eyeball.
Well, he's also behind an asteroid. Hey, he's
Okay.
behind an asteroid.
But because we don't have a lag or a lead pip, he's at 900 meters there.
Yeah, he's behind an asteroid.
He's not shooting.
Because he's behind an asteroid.
Because if he starts shooting at that range, he doesn't have a pip, so he's got to use his eyeballs and get close enough to actually score a kill. So he's at 400 meters there when he got that kill. Because he's actually physically seeing the target and looking at it and going, okay, I need to aim here to hit the target.
I'm struggling to follow this one, chat. Yo, Marco, thank you very much for the 2 months. Wait. But isn't that what we're doing in Star Citizen as well, using our eyeballs? Who the fuck is Boar in the chat? I bet you guys, you mechanical boars with your fucking targeting systems. What has this got any difference to do with Star Citizen?
Right? And he doesn't have to lead, like he doesn't have to make a massive lead angle here.
He's got a hit scan weapon, so when you get it over the target, it fucking hits.
He just has to lead it just enough to actually get on target. And I think if we had a better gunnery system, like, look, all the things that they're wanting in master modes are being expressed in this. You want the chase dog fighting here. Look, without boosting.
I would agree with, yeah, but this is, again, I would love this type of flying, right? Because it's basically like 4 or 5 DOF, right? You're not really going backwards. I don't know, can you strafe up and down in this, or is it just purely 4? There's a ton of auto aim in that. Yeah, well, there's a ton of auto aim in Star Citizen, right?
My ship is able to actually get into a bit of a turn here.
Yeah, this is an arcade game. Like, this is what I'm struggling to understand with his comparison. Star Wars Squadron Battle is so fucking arcadey because it's got hit scan weapons, auto targeting. You've got Darth Vader in the fucking bottom left of your TIE fighter screaming at you, you know? Like, if you think this is more simulator than Star Citizen, you know.
He's avoiding a bit of fire. Like, these are all great examples of a gunnery system that's not utilizing the lag lead pip system. That
would be fine. But again, you complained, Avenger, you complained about hit scan. These are hit scan weapons. The flying, I would agree with. I like the way you're chasing after people. That's fucking solid. But this is an arcade shooter. This is not a simulator. So the whole topic before this was about Star Citizen being an arcadey game. Like, Star Wars Squadron Battle is an arcadey game.
Go ahead,
he's Virgil.
Just pause it real quick. So he's referring, go back to it if you could. He's referring to, like, there's no pip in this, you know, which means that
DCS is a better example, in my opinion.
Target, you know, like,
true, but
start measuring.
DCS
okay,
World
now I
is
need to leave a
really,
bit more, I
really
need to leave a little bit
simulator. You know
less.
what I mean?
Mhm.
So, like, my only issue.
You could base it maybe like on Arma, which is like a soft simulator. Comparing Star Citizen or like wanting simulator to be like DCS World is really, really, you know what I mean? It's PvP in DCS World is a lot of fun, Gillian. Shut up. All right? Just because you can't fly a fucking plane, it's really good fun. But it's a different from just looking at each other and fucking pulling a trigger, all right? Motherfucker probably can't lift up the gears. I get what you're meaning, right? But again, DCS is about dogfighting and stuff like that. It's not about pulling the trigger. It's about doing things beforehand. Yeah, Gillian is boring, chat. He is boring. He's part of the bore. Arma still has pips. Yeah, that's why I call it like a soft simulator. Arma is quite lenient. And I get what Gillian is meaning with boring, but for me, I like the idea that you can kill somebody before they even do anything. To call call Arma a realistic simulator, I'm not sure about that. If you highly mod it, yes. But let's look at just base game, right? Arma is a soft simulator at best. Yeah, but that's your personal opinion, Gillian, right? It's the same as, like, if anyone thinks Squadron Battles looks fun and engaging, I think it looks shit and childish. Everyone's allowed to have different opinions on things. But, again, like, we're comparing simulator arcade and stuff.
With this is you're having to shoot your gun just to measure, okay, like, and you're hopefully not hitting something else, stuff like that. You're hopefully not engaging the station. It's fine. I'm not really left or right.
A Battlefield, yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Again, I like to call Arma, not to disrespect it, a soft simulator. It's not full-blown simulator where people have no idea what the fuck is going on, you know? But the thing is, are they hit scan weapons? I can't, like, for me, I stopped flying after PlanetSide 1, Zero State. So I've not really flown much in PlanetSide 2, but are they hit scan or are they fucking where you've got to lead the shots? Yeah, flight and that's where I go with it. Like, again, it's a good game. I'm not shitting on Arma. I'm just saying it's not a full-blown simulator. Arma yeah, I know with Arma, but Zero State is talking about PlanetSide has no pip. They have time travel and bullet drop beside the Vandal, fucking Spandex pricks. Alright.
The pip thing, like I understand the debate, and he's just asking you to, do you think this gunnery looks better? One thing I'll counter this with too. Avenger, would you say that this is the best flight game like you've played?
It's definitely up there with some of the best feeling games I've ever played. Yeah.
See, here we go, right? He says it's one of the best feeling games. Good feeling. That it feels good to him to play it. Well, guess what? A lot of people don't think live is good fun to play with, and they find master modes is fun. You know what I'm saying with this is a lot of people's opinions and feedback are going on personal take. That's fine. You're allowed that. But you can't be upset when CIG do something that doesn't appeal to your opinion on it. You know?
I used to play this in tournaments, and I mean, what we're seeing here is a pretty rookie pilot too. This guy's not really that good. Like, he's not drifting correctly. He's not lining himself up. He's totally unorientated. I mean, I should pull up some gameplay of me fighting in tournaments because it looks much different.
Dude, Darth Vader's in the fucking corner of your HUD. It ain't gonna look any more fucking different than that. You've got this fucking dude doing this throughout the whole fucking match, like, fucking join me in the bathroom simulator. You know what I mean?
Just
it
quickly,
looks
Mike,
very
do
goofy
you think
for
this
me.
looks fast enough?
Well, okay. I think speed is very much based off of the feeling. Okay. I feel fast as fuck Gravlev racing. I'm going 225 meters per second, right?
On
So
his
it's
HUD, though, it's
on
Yoda
the
pointing at the
screen.
enemy of the game. Is that true?
What's
That's
going
man.
on the pit it's arcade.
Can I have fucking Jar Jar Binks?
Maybe not.
You gotta fucking do something, sir.
Probably more.
It's insanely fun.
New player friendly to be like, just aim near this box, right? Versus hit this tiny circle. So I don't know.
What's important to know from this too is like these speeds are so low, right? Like, so this is like, it's also proof of concept that
exactly. This is really slow.
Speed is like completely relative, right? Like the fact he's like waving around the stations, dodging around terrain, losing his opponent by trying to get line of sight.
Look, see how you lead. So like just there,
low.
He was a little bit leading his target because he's looking at his shot. Like he's adjusting for it. Like I feel like it would add an element of skill to.
Also, like when you're targeting, there's this giant fuck off flashing arrow telling you where to go, man. Like it's it looks
gunnery
super
that would also be
arcadey to
rewarding,
me.
because if you actually did score
And that's
hits,
fine.
But,
But
it's
it's
also
like if you're
simple
wanting
enough
Star
that the
Citizen to
barrier
be
of
anything
entry seems
more,
quite low, right?
if
Yeah,
you call
man.
Star
And it's
Citizen
all and
arcadey,
again, look,
then you
in a
have to call
6
this
degrees of freedom
arcadey.
game, you're not going to have the same, and even the boost mechanic in Squadrons is similar to to Master
It
Modes.
is
Like
fairly
they
similar.
took a lot of, I bet you any money they took some inspiration from this game, but they've got the ratio all wrong, dude. Like they've got it all wrong. And because we have a pip system that adjusts for improper like shots, then like if this guy had
But then again, I want to point this out just so anyone joining the channel. Before we got to this point, Avenger 1 was complaining that Star Citizen hit scan weapons sucked, right? And also saying that Star Citizen is arcadey. However, Squadron Battles, this game that we're looking at, has hit scan weapons and looks very arcadey.
pips, like he'd be shooting at 1,000, like he'd be shooting at longer ranges, because like he'd just be looking at the little box, and like he's not looking at his target. Like there's no actual gunnery being done. You're just looking at the pip and pulling it when the box turns green. Oh, monkey pull stick, fire trigger. You know, it's just you want this.
But that's what this is. You put your crosshair over the box and you pull the trigger and the game does the rest for you.
It's like what's happening right now. You want to chase. You know, you want like actual.
Yeah, this has aim assist, it has fix assist, it has everything. You can see it, the weapon's bending. You're putting your crosshair over a box, monkey pull trigger. Like, you know what I mean? This is where I just can't ever take Avenger 1 seriously, because he complains about Star Citizen, yet in this video is the same fucking thing.
Proper gunnery that feels good.
Hey, Sound Whippins, how you
And
doing,
in my
bud?
opinion,
Welcome in.
it'll force, like if again his range is about 1,000 meters. Like he can't shoot past 1,000.
Now, I have to give that. That's fucking sick. The fucking speed here. Darth Vader's even fucking blinking out.
1,000 meters.
That's cool.
You know,
and
it
then it
forces
slows
fights
down.
to get
I like
closer.
that.
Mechanic a little bit there.
Yeah, exactly like how you'd expect in master modes, right? So to me, it's, you know, and like they've even given us a asymmetrical flight cone so that they can, you know, oh, if we're gonna make fights this way, then we can get more. It's just,
Ah, wow, look at that.
you know, if this is what they're going for, closer range fights, well, then we have to really like be serious about how gunnery affects the ratio between when I'm shooting, when I'm getting hits on target.
It does, Gillian. With hit scan weapons and auto assist. So again, this is where I struggle, and it's not to shit on Avenger 1. I struggle to try and take him seriously when he says he doesn't like hit scanning in Star Citizen, but there's hit scan in Squadron Battles. He doesn't like when you're shooting at a box in Star Citizen, monkey pull trigger, but it's the same thing in Squadron. He doesn't like Star Citizen because it's arcadey, or I shouldn't say doesn't like Star Citizen, doesn't like the current state of it because it feels arcadey, but it looks exactly like Squadron to me. And this is where it's very difficult to take anything that he says seriously, because they are looking very, very similar. You know? Yes, I agree with both the guys in this video that the gun ranges are stupid. I will always, you know, put on that point. But they're very similar looking fucking games. He's seen either 1 pips with slower projector or 2 no pips with high. Again, there's a lot of things going on, Hawk, but I'm going with the 3 basics of does not like hit scan, doesn't like the fucking shooting at the box, doesn't like Star Citizen turning arcadey. Yet the comparison that he's showing you has all 3 of those things in it, regardless of the pip and stuff like that. That's a sub part of what he's talking about.
All that stuff. Because if you can't see your target, why am I going to shoot on it? If you take the pip away, like I did this experiment on stream in Master
wouldn't
Modes.
say that has
I
anything
turned
to
off
do
my
with it.
targeting and I was just looking at my target, and I didn't start pulling my trigger until around 600 meters at a long range shot, because I was like looking at the movement. I was like, okay, where do I aim here? But when I turn my targeting on, I'm at 1,200 meters and I'm seeing the pip. I'm just like, oh, I'm just going to pull onto it. And
Yeah. See,
I'll
I
give
agree
an
with
even
him on this
funnier
point.
example. When I've watched people, and I've done this myself included, because you get so laser focused on the pip.
Yeah, I hate the pip. I tell you one thing, chat. In Arena Commander right now, lag pip doesn't work very well, or doesn't work sometimes. but I've been having a lot of fun with lag pip in master modes when it does work. Last night, I was like nearly at the top of the leaderboard with 0 deaths in a fucking Gladius, and it felt really fucking good. It didn't feel like I was chasing a pip. It felt like I was getting into an angle and beamer and stuff like that. But sometimes lag doesn't work, and that sort of, you go back to lead pip and stuff. So there's a lot of things that need to be dialed in, you know? Wouldn't
I've
say
watched
they're
people
bad or good.
start
It's just
shooting at like
doesn't
4 or
work
5,000
all the
meters
time.
on live because you see the pip and the pip turns green, and or whatever, and you don't even realize that they're not in range, right? Because the pip is always there. So
I wonder what the game, right, before anyone goes, oh no, I must have my my lead pip. I wonder what this game would be like if you didn't have lead or lag. You just had the lag system or a funnel system, basically. Not that you could really do a funnel system in space, but you know what I mean. If it was just everyone had lag. I wonder how people would fly when they're not just chasing a pip around at that point, you know? Have fade in pip like in War Thunder Arcade? That would actually be pretty good. You know what I mean? Like you only get the pip when you're actually going to be able to land a shot. That actually, I quite like that if that's what you're going with. So you don't see the pip until you're on target. So you have to lead in front of the person beforehand, and then it comes up when you're able to shoot. That would actually be quite interesting. Yeah, but again, Hawk, he's comparing a game that has hit scan weapons. When you pull the trigger over the box, the person is taking damage instantly. You can see it on the MFDs flashing. It has hit scan. So I know he's trying to talk about different ways of doing it, but I'm bringing up the 3 pointers that you can't call Star Citizen arcadey when Squadron Battles is arcadey. You can't call shooting at a box bad in Star Citizen when you're shooting at a box in Star Wars Squadron. And you can't fucking moan about hit scan in Star Citizen when hit scan is in Squadron Battle. That's the points I'm making. And it's very difficult to take any feedback or anything seriously after that when you're gone, you know? And I'm fine with arcadey. I'm fine with hit scan if everyone has hit scan or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, I'm down for anything. But this is where you can't complain about something and then showcase something that showcases everything you moaned about.
it's definitely an interesting thought experiment. That's for damn sure. Because
and there's a lot of stuff they could do with the pip stuff. I'm not against that, Hawk.
And I don't mean it in a bad way at all.
I wouldn't mind no pips.
It was fun.
Like crosshair over the body or something like that, leading the shots. So more damage from the shots, more shots, but you have no crosshair. So you have to shoot in front, basically. I would be fine with that for testing out. Totally down for that.
Engaging for people. Now, there's the other side of that argument of you're in a bit more of a box. How does that work in
A1 Flex,
the situations with
he
in the PU,
likes to fight guys stronger than him. Yeah, he prays on streams and
regular.
Hold up. When you say how does it work in the PU? Like unpack that for me, because in my opinion,
I was about to. You're good. We're in agreement.
I think he's saying he doesn't want excessive arcade and flight model. He likes 60 OF, but he wants to use my skill ceiling. I know. I agree with that, Hawk. Right, but you can't use what we saw as an example when it literally covers the same things in Star Citizen. That's what I'm getting at, dude. It's a bad example, and this is where you lose people in the midst of it. You can't complain about one thing and showcase another that does the same thing of the thing that you moaned about and say this one works, this one doesn't, when it's the same fucking thing. You know? He doesn't want excessive arcadey, but shows a massively arcadey video game. That's why nobody took Star Wars Squadron Battle seriously in the esport world, going back to what I said with Ondo earlier on, because it looks a fucking joke. I'm not talking about fly model, dude. He's saying one works better. But again, if you complain about hit scan but play a game that has hit scan, how does that one work better than the previous one? Basteroid, right? Oh, does it have VR? Yeah, that would be actually pretty sick in VR. Hunternet Starfire would be a better comparison? I would probably say so, yeah. Or the other one that's out, right?
choice. So when
And I'm
fights
agreeing
start,
with a lot of the stuff
they-
he's saying,
they
but this is where,
continue. It's
again,
not
you
like
have to
this
watch with
situation
what you say. You can't complain about one thing and then showcase another and say that this would work when it's the same fucking thing.
where the space is so big, I'm running all over the place and I'm so far away from you. Like I actually don't consider it problematic.
Yeah, I would definitely
I
say
think
if you're wanting to do Star Citizen, you have to compare Hunternet with how you're wanting the weapons and stuff like that, not Star Wars Squadron Battle.
with the idea of that we're in these two different modes that we might be.
You want to up the skill ceiling? Hunternet, right? And I'm all for that. If they went Hunternet, chat, awesome. Fucking roll it, right? The question is, would people in this chat that maybe are not into a game like Hunternet want to play Star Citizen if it was like Hunternet, right? That's a big thing that we would have to weigh up, and that's another discussion, right? We want Star Citizen to be fucking hardcore, not noob friendly. What? Nobody wants that glowing finger, right? You wouldn't be able to handle hardcore if it went hardcore. It just needs, like, again, it needs to be fun or no one plays it. Yeah, completely agree. And they have to find a balance of where you go with a fucking thing. If you make this game full hardcore, nobody's playing it, dude. Because the moment that you die in your character, that's it. You gotta go and buy another fucking account. Alright? Build another character. Nobody wants that, dude. Right, you buy a Legatus pack, hardcore game. Right, as soon as you die, you lose your Legatus pack. That's hardcore, dude. In hardcore, they don't use fingers, only fists. If you want a hardcore game, you dive into the fucking creek. Only creek veterans are allowed to be hardcore. Again, hardcore is not good for video games. You can build skill around things and stuff like that, you know? Hunternet don't look different to me. That different. If you play it, dude, it's completely different game. It's how Star Citizen used to be, Nero, back in 2.6.3. It's the same IFCS. Spill oil, yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
closer
Because
to
we're only
each
an
other
hour
and
in, chat.
fights
Fuck me, this
stay
is going to be such a
fights
long
and
day.
are not constantly people running and QTing away from each other and all this stuff that we currently have now, which would be the argument of, hey, things are different in the PU versus an arena commander
I
situation.
think this will be a
CIG could
two-parter,
have
by the
their
way,
cake
chat.
and eat it too if they change the gunnery system.
So I think this is really interesting because
They
thought
could
we were
have
gonna-
the high they could have the high speeds, they could have the low speeds on like high weapon velocities, so they could, you know, tone down the wiggling, all that stuff. They could have the low speeds so that they could keep fights closer, even though, you know,
See, this is a weird thing as well. He says you can't change I can't even say the word, geometry or wherever it is. Yeah, he's talking about constantly changing it.
that may not be the effect that it's having right now, but it, you know, they could have all that stuff if they take away
For fighters
the
and SC, ideally
very,
more
very-
accessibility.
It's
to
just
Hunter, but
such
some
a, you know, and then they
adaptive
want
mechanics, there's
gimbals
also
and this
more
and
good.
that, and I'm
Yeah,
just
dude,
like, take
I
gimbals
agree
off
with that,
fighters.
Hunter.
Like,
So
just get them
fuck.
off. They don't
Hawk.
like, there's no
Completely
reason to
did.
have gimbals on fighters. You get
Fighters
so-
based around Hunternet and bigger ships, more easier to get into, and you work with people. Yeah, I would be completely fine with that, dude. That would be sick. The problem is, though, and this is the thing, my opinion would say it's sick. The question is, does marketing say it's sick? Does the people of the future who are possibly going to buy Star Citizen say it's sick, right?
much bloody fixed assist anyway. It's pretty much gambling for you regardless.
Yeah, again,
So-
I'm hitting a lot more than I ever have, so that's a sign of when I'm hitting. When I'm
Yeah,
hitting
we're
my
not going
shots,
back to high
that's a sign
speeds.
that
People
there's-
need to let go of high speeds. It's gone. It's done. And I completely agree with Avenger 1 Virgil on the gunnery mechanics, bringing down the ranges and stuff like that. Yeah, completely on that. There's no need to slow us down and make it where everyone's got ridiculous gun range.
probably some tuning that needs to happen. And I'm not trying to put myself down, but it's definitely when I've seen flight models or I guess gunnery models that it doesn't, it feels too good. I know the first fighter flight
I'm
tournament
gonna
that I
piss
did
off
really well
A1
in,
and
I
run
did
every
really
time
well
and deny him the
because
kill.
we tuned my ESP.
It all depends
perfectly for
on
me.
what
And that
happens,
was it.
dude. If
That
it's
was the
just him by
difference.
himself, then
I
sure, yeah.
practiced
But
for 1 hour. All we
master
focused on
modes
was
in the
my
future of the
ESP
game
setting,
is
and I
more about
killed
team play
everybody,
than anything
right?
else.
That I was,
And
well, I
I'm
didn't
all
kill
for
everybody.
that.
Noodle did most of the work, but I did enough to do the job because ESP was doing it for me, right?
I would
You
agree
killed
on
you
that
killed
on
Bergs and
one
lost me
way,
all of my
Hawk.
channel points.
Like ships like Gladius, Saber, Hornet, for example, but ships like Aurora, Mustang, Avenger Titan, Nomad would be easy to get into, right? So I think like the full fucking military, souped up, you know, nosed out of their minds fighters, I would agree with you on that with a high skill ceiling. But I kind of feel like you need to sort of make like the starter ships, maybe the like Origin series and stuff like that, more sort of lore base, with the understanding that you're going up against a full fucking military fighter in your BMW with a gun strapped to it, right? Then I'm totally cool with that idea.
But it was it was because I was able to aim.
But there's a reason why they sold starter ships to begin with,
coming
right?
here, an Avenger was going to be like speed. But
And they're all
what we
sort of
mostly talked
fighters.
about was the guns, and that surprised me. And I think it was probably going to be refreshing to a lot of people.
Let's move on to the speeds because honestly,
They don't know where they're going to go with. They've got a general idea, Yama, on that one, but until we'll get 323 out, and it won't have anything like to slow people down. It'll stop you from warping away because we don't have the blind warping and stuff like that. But I think CIG are wanting to bring out 323 and see what the players do in the PU before deciding what to do with Q&D and snares and stuff like that. I know it pisses off pirates to begin with, but you have to understand that Master Modes is not just for combat, it's for general flying around. So we need to see what players will do as loopholes, and then maybe make the Mantis and Blue stop those loopholes, right? So I agree with how CIG are doing it, where they're just not 100% sure, because again, why bother making something for us players when we know we're gonna fucking misuse it to fuck, right? You know?
I don't really have a dog in this fight. Like, obviously, the ranges need to come down. Like, that's just the most obvious thing in the world, especially when it comes to the fighter gameplay. Like, they can.
But you can. Mantis can stop people warping. Oh, are you meaning as in a joke, Mordors? That you can't be bothered to wait? Because QED will stop people from warping away. The discussion would be is, what does QED stop people navving away? And that's what CIG haven't decided on, because we don't know, right? We don't know until we start firing weapons at each other in bigger ships and stuff to see if it's even worth doing something like that. It might be where you don't even need to stop people running away because you're killing them too easy. So I think that's what CIG are holding off on for, if that's the thing you're asking about. No, I mean, is that my direct gameplay because CIG haven't decided us pirates miss out? Dude. The game is not out yet. You know what I mean? If you're playing this game like it's a released game, that's on you. Alright? If you're... Look at all the people that want to do blockade running. All the people that want to do data running, hacking, boarding, Minesweeper, Star Death Destroyer, Outpost. You know what I mean? I'm going to say this in the nicest way. 323, fuck pirates, fuck racers, fuck PvPers. Let's just get the foundation of the game set up first, and then we'll get back to it. Alright? Fuck low flyers, that includes me. Just see how it works before people freak out. Because if you don't, we're always just going to go around in circles. Let CIG figure it out. Let's see what players do to figure it out, you know? But hear me out, QD and snare effect, a lot of master modes. How could it not even be done by now? How do you know it's not done by now? Again, you have QED that stops people warping, right? That's going to be in 323. The only thing that people are worried about is people running at high speed. Right? So use distortion. That's still going to do the same effect. You know what I mean? People can already run at high speed right now. He's talking about the navigation side of it, Mordors, not the warping. You still have the ability to stop people warping. You still have the ability to distort people in 323. The issue that they have is they don't know what to do with people going into nav mode. But in live right now, we have Carracks that can go at full speed anyway. What do you do to stop them? You shoot them at high speed and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. The difference is you're just not going to have that in 323. Yeah, exactly, Hawk. But again, it's not difficult to take one of their missiles and make it where it shuts down somebody's nav system, right? Very easy for CIG to cook it up. Yeah, again, we have to wait for CIG to figure out what they want to do with the mechanic. I really want to have missile gameplay to counter nav mode. I would like it as well, because it's like beyond visual range firing, you know, or killing. But you have to wait, guys. Again, 323 master modes, and I'm going to say this to everyone. 323, CIG have stated that it doesn't have the new quantum system in it. It doesn't have the new QED system in it. It doesn't have the new disruption system in it. It doesn't have the new hacking system in it. It doesn't have the new full UI system for it. It doesn't have the full control surfaces, aerodynamics, the tweaks and balancing that they want to do, the weapon balancing for finalized, the missile changes that they want to cook up. You know what I mean? It's not like Master Modes instantly stops this game from being shit, guys. Just an FYI. It's been shit for 6 years. It can be shit for another 3. You just gotta ride it out, sadly. Stop playing the game like it's a full game, right? Well, when you put it like that, I want a refund. Then go and try and get a refund then. Fuck off. Nobody here will give a shit if you leave. CIG won't give a shit if you leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you have to just sit in a corner and just fucking wait, guys.
Use the malform, the armor argument,
Maelstrom,
right?
yeah.
I forgot the name. Yeah, Maelstrom. They can use that, you know, but that's
when you
great
fly a
for
mantis, you
hammerhead,
care
but it
to know what the
doesn't
final
solve
state
the-
of this is? Again, there's no final state of the game full stop right now. So it's irrelevant. It's absolutely irrelevant. You don't want to play Star Citizen as a full game. If you play it as a full game, Blue Manx, that's on you. Nobody forces you to play it in that state. That's the biggest thing that people need to understand. So if CIG don't know what to do with it, right? Again, I'm answering it. When you fly a mantis, I'm not stating towards you exactly, Blue Manx. You asked, when you fly a mantis, you care to know what the final state of this is. I want to fly a Nidris, chat. No final state. I want to fly a Javelin. No final state. I want to fucking play ping pong with Peter Pan on a fucking outpost on the moon of fucking Novastrock or wherever the fuck. Sometimes you just have to wait for these things. I want to milk space cars. Yeah, exactly. That might not be out. Again, 323 CIG have been very open and said, this is what's going to be in, this is what's not going to be in. They answered questions and they're like, we don't really know because we need the fucking things to start going in. They said they need to pull back Legacy and start packing in the new stuff to be able to go, right, well, the old legacy system of disruption and fucking QED no longer works with the goal of Star Citizen. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to have a space egg for him. For sure. 100%. You've just got to give CIG a little bit more time to figure out where they're going. Again, they're massively changing the game. You can't keep looking at the old system and adding it to the new system. You have to let go, guys. It's so easy. Just let go and just watch it release. It's amazing.
The rest
Stop
of the
fucking,
issues, right? Anyway, so it's kind
what's
of
the word?
irrelevant to our point. You know, as for the pip, I kind of like the pip being there, but I don't like it being as important as it is. And I don't really have a dog in the fight when it comes to that. Like, I can play both sides, so it's not a big deal.
But that's the point, Infinity Splinter. That it's not a game. It's not a game. Star Citizen is a developing test bed until they figure out what the fuck to do with it. The problem is people keep treating it as a full-fledged game when it's not. Even though they state it as a live service or whatever the fuck people want to say, it's not a game. It's just something that we play right now. Pre-alpha, well, if you want to call it pre-alpha, that's on you. But I've never played a pre-alpha in this fucking state, guys. Just wanting to point that out. Everything has to, yeah, exactly. Everything has to be found out eventually. We can't just go, oh, this is going to work, 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 right? Go tell Rockstar what you want in Grand Theft Auto 6. That's actually a good comparison, right? You just got to sometimes wait, guys.
Worry about the idea of shooting your guns just to get a taste of the accuracy of it. You know, it's like, oh, you know, I'm going to try and get this guy in the head, but I'm going to shoot a couple rounds to make sure, you know, I'm aligned with the
I
head
remember
properly.
1.4. So do
I
I.
find that aspect of it a bit funny.
1.0.
Hold
It
up.
was
I just want to push back on that a little bit because
Sure.
I've used that gunnery system you saw in that for thousands of hours. And I can tell you right now, after you start getting good with that gunnery system, you know where that shot's going. Like, you know.
Yeah, because
right?
it's his scan.
Yeah, but
you know,
for me, it's just the act of like you need to shoot first to even measure.
But
adjust,
Virgil, that is
Yeah.
World War II gunnery. Like, we have been told so many times. Chris is like, I want that World War II dogfighter. I have all these books on dogfighting, this and that. Well, guess what? World War II dogfighters don't have a lag lead pip system. They don't have a computer system on board that extrapolates the advanced movement of ships in real time in 3D.
Actually, where's my glasses? Actually, a lot of World War II fighters had gimbal and assist because when they were shooting through the propeller, it would actually assist it down so it doesn't hit your propeller and stuff, you know? Actually, there was stuff on board to do certain things.
And then give you a solution. Like,
Yeah, they don't
World
have
War II
assist either,
dogfighters.
though.
Yeah, but it's just like, you know, like I said,
Also, World War II, they led the shot. In that video he showcased, you just put the crosshair over the fucking box and fire and it hits. You have a crosshair, you would lead the shot in front of the direction they're going, which would be technically an invisible pip if you think about it, and you would lead the shot in. But a lot of World War II fucking planes had assists and stuff like that. You had to. They're not computer assisted, but they were assisting the way that they fucking hold the gun and stuff because they were so rickety and shit. If that guy's in the middle, so mad, why does he play? Because they're changing the game that he enjoys, sounding with a pencil. And that's fine, you can be upset. The problem is he's not willing to listen to other people's opinions and then comes across as very arrogant. Also says things towards the host like Omega forehead or whatever the hell he actually said, right? We'll need to go back to see that point. And he's just getting himself wound up for no reason. Yes, exactly. That's yeah, there. Synced motor with guns. So basically, when you had your guns on the side of your plane, right? When the propeller turns, there's the guns were synced up, so when you pulled the trigger, there was something with the rotor that it would just stop to let the bullets go through the blades, right? So back in World War II, he should have maybe gone to World War One, but World War II, there was a lot of assist with the weapon systems.
We've walked away from realism. If we ships in real time,
So again, here,
World War II dogfighters don't have a lag lead pip system. They don't have a computer system on board that extrapolates the advanced movement of ships in real time in 3D and then give you a solution. Like
Yeah, they don't
World War
have
II
assist either,
dogfighters.
though.
Yeah, but it's just like, you know, like I said, we've walked away from realism. If we want,
they did that
you
in
know,
World War.
the problem I find is
my
that people
World
have
War
this
One,
concept. They're like, oh,
like,
if we're in the future,
plain
2900, surely we would have a HUD
sort of
system.
knowledge. Is
I mean, for
really
God's
shit,
sake, guys,
actually.
surely if we were in 2945, we'd have drones. Nobody would be in a fighter. Like,
Yeah.
so it's like, at what point are we going? We're going to sacrifice. I mean, they literally just talked about it on the last ISC.
About
The
the
FPS guy
Yeah.
is like, oh, why?
Yeah, exactly. Had gyro stuff like that. No, maximum speed. A lot of planes in World War II had assisted. He's talking about where you didn't have a visual heads-up display assist, but the weapon systems did have assist. Pretty sure. Hey Phil, how you doing? Pretty sure World War II gyro sites did that based on pilot. Yeah, exactly. So to say that this is where, again, I understand that he's saying there's no heads-up display because we don't have our F-35 fucking state-of-the-art American fucking helmets, or you know what I mean? But the weapon systems in World War II were assisted.
Do lasers have recoil? First of all, it's not a laser because it's hit scan. If it's a laser, there's no velocity. It's light,
Camel dropping
right? And
grenades.
second of all,
Well,
if
that
you're
was
using
World War
recoil,
One.
it's because
Yeah,
there's physical matter.
World War One had the camel, right? And you're dropping the fucking nades over the side and stuff, like little bombs and shit.
Fired from your weapon. So it's a plasma weapon. It's not a friggin' laser. Like, use your brain for 2 seconds. But people are complaining about, oh, why do laser guns not have recoil and stuff? And it's just like, look, because it feels better, because it's more fun, because that's how FPS games work.
But then, doesn't this contradict you, Avenger One, where when you say you're not having fun in the game, but other people are having fun, that's what CIG go for, right? So he's talking about having fun in video games where you don't need to make everything make sense and all that jazz, but it's like, it contradicts you massively. Because when you say it's boring and other people say it's fun, you know what I mean? Phil, bad Phil. You're not allowed to post links. Bad Phil. You've got to ask for permission. Oh my god, you signed these fucking rules and you didn't fucking keep them. Jesus. God damn these CIG employees. Let me. You fucking agreed. Wait. God damn it, CIG. There you go. You should now be able to link it. I'll put it through the instance. Right, give me a sec. Let me bounce here. Let's see what you're talking about. Oh my god, what
The
fucking...
predictor gun sight, designed to function at a fixed range, would require no more than that its sighting mark should become offset in proportion to the rate at which the gun is turned.
Right? Look at that, chat! Oh my god! World War II! Pip! It's a goddamn pip! Oh, no way! No way! World War II! I love when CIG get involved. Look at that. That's actually pretty fucking cool. I didn't even know about this.
The gyro gun sight, Mark 2D, has such a sighting mark in the
I love how it's a German as well. Fucking German engineering.
form of a movable reticule, the center of which is taken as the point for sighting.
Just play a lot of World War II. Oh, dude, I like playing IL too. Or did. Not played it in many, many years.
During straight flight, this reticule is kept concentric with this 4-degree fixed sight ring by the action of a gyro.
Right? Oh, chat, look.
When the aircraft is turned, however, the gyro causes the movable graticule to lag behind the fixed ring.
Chat. Oh, shit. Do you see that? A lag pip in World War II.
By the amount of the deflection angle.
Shit. Shit, chat. It's a lag pip in World War II. That's dope, man.
A higher rate of turn produces a corresponding.
I would like to have
greater
actually seen it like
displacement of the graticule.
in not a video kind of thing, but
When straight flying
like
is
in a
resumed,
cockpit.
the gyro returns the moving graticule to its central position in the sight. A gyro gun sight would be of little value if it functioned solely at a single range.
Pretty
To
sick.
function at a longer range, account must be taken of the longer time of bullet flight.
I love how fucking old
Consider the case
this
of target
is, chat.
B at twice the range of target A, and
All right, okay. So we've come to a conclusion that here
But people are complaining about, oh, why do laser guns not have recoil and stuff?
that
And it's
back
just
in
like,
World War
look, because it feels better, because it's
II,
more
we had
fun,
this.
because that's how FPS games work. So why are we arguing about this? Like, get over it. Like, lasers have recoil. I mean, you play Halo, those laser guns have recoil. Everyone likes Halo. So
yeah, I would agree with
in my
Major on this.
opinion, it's like, look, flight gunnery 3D shooters have been really great since the 90s. Why are we trying to reinvent the wheel with this weird ass pip system where it's like, you want to be DCS in space and have pips? Well, then be DCS in
Lasers
space
with
and
recoil
have
are
pips.
dumb. Again, it's a video game, guys. Right? It's a video game. It doesn't always have to make sense. Yes, it sometimes needs to make sense, but it's a video game. If I want to fucking run around with lasers, I'll just go outside and just fucking start lasering everything, right? Yeah, but the thing is though, Caveman, is you might not have lag in the future, dude, right? You might not have lag.
The reason pips work is because the ships fly in a predictable fashion that you can actually get a gunnery solution on. And every great pilot who can fly an F-15.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would say make plasma have recoil then and make lasers without. Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
In the DCS or any ships like that or planes like that, they're not actually looking at their pip that much. Like, they're using it as a guidance tool, but they're looking with their eyes to see if they can catch that target. But the distance and the velocity and the rate fight and how much ships can move around and create deflections in DCS are infinitely smaller than what you'd expect in the 60.
It doesn't make it hard for solo players, guys. You actually, what you don't understand is that the overall system of master modes, when we get the quantum stuff, Infinity, right, actually brings back the old system of blind warping. If anybody was around beforehand in this time, you could warp in any direction, anytime, long as you obviously weren't QED'd, which we didn't have back then, but you could warp in any direction, right? Now, this is coming out this year. It's not coming out in free 23, but when you talk about master modes, you have to state free 23 that it might be a problem for solo players, not the global master mode system, because blind warping is incredible at getting out of situations, and it makes the solo player a lot easier to get around things. So please, when you're saying it to people, make sure you're always talking about free 23 master modes, or what we have right now. Because if anybody reads it, they're like, oh my god, master modes is going to fucking ruin this game, I'm going to be fucked as a solo player. No, you're only going to be fucked for a little while.
6 degrees of freedom game. Because in 60UF, I can look at you and I can move based off your angle. I can't do that when I'm chasing in a 2-circle fight. Again, these concepts are a bit difficult for people who don't have flight experience. I think you've already tuned out at this point, right? But you got to understand, like, if you're playing a game that's a 3D shooter, you have to understand that stuff has been figured out in the past, and that is gunnery. Games like Free Space that were incredible because they didn't have pip systems. You know, games like X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, no pip systems. So there's a lot of stuff that works.
Have you noticed that every single game that is talked about is an arcade shooter? I've yet to hear anything about a simulator.
It's because the gunnery system works in tandem with the way that their ships are moving. If you want short range fights
Also from
that
the
are
90s,
up close
yeah.
and personal, you can't have pips because it's just too bloody easy to shoot out the little box that's
Well, War Thunder is difficult to go with, Caveman, because you have the full simulator mode, if I recall, and then you've got the arcade mode for other things. So you have to state which part of War Thunder you're wanting to go with. If you're going with the full simulator part, then yeah, okay, sure. But there is an arcade mode to it. Yeah, all 3 states. Yeah, very true. Yeah. I've not played enough to be able to judge on it, but when I did play it, like fucking, I don't know, I want to say 8 years ago or something like that, I had a lot of fun with it. I have no idea what it's like now.
moving around.
I never
So
thought
all
we
our
would go down this
suggestions-
route, but
I know Fresh
don't know.
plays a lot of it.
Like
I'm-
our suggestions, it's like, look, let's reduce weapon ranges because then at least it reduces.
See, the funny thing is, right? We have been on the same topic, what feels like nearly 40 minutes on this thing. And it's just going round in circles at this point. Everyone agrees on the ranges and stuff like that.
The
It's
pip
just-
error. You can actually
it definitely
be
needs a
accurate.
new
It's
fucking
not gonna be
question soon,
because you're
chat.
getting people shooting at 2,000, 3,000 meters, and
'Cause
it's
we're coming
just-
up
it's just
5 hours
oppressive,
and it's
you know, like, and
the
we have this
same
massive
shit.
cone, so you're just pissing into the wind and just hitting everything.
I see a thing in chat, and it makes me
I've had free
really
birthdays during the
interested. It's
stream.
it's
Nobody
very
forced you to
interesting.
fucking
They
watch
go,
it
so
then.
no pip to promote people to slow down and get closer. I think that would be automatically a
War Thunder is a fun comparison though. The players playing the arcadey version of War Thunder is 10 times the amount of realistic mode. Really? See, I don't know enough about War Thunder. Obviously, I think it's a fucking one of these sick ass games that offers so much. Because I think you can get boats now, don't you? You get the tanks and you get the helicopters, you get the fucking planes, you got the F-14s now, Apaches. It offers up everything for someone. But that's very interesting that more people prefer the arcade version of it than the realistic mode. Which is, again, when you look at DCS World, Gillian, you find DCS World very boring in the combat of it, yet a lot of people who are DCS enthusiasts love it. But that's where I feel that CIG are doing the right thing by looking towards the fun part of the arcadey bit instead of realistic. And War Thunder realism is also more popular than sim mode. Wait. So realism is not sim mode? What's sim mode then? Casual game modes appeal to casual gamers. More at 11. Exactly. So wait, you've got arcade mode, you've got realism mode, and then you've got sim mode. Combat is made for you, yeah. Not sure. Arcade. It's interesting there's not. So there's more people that, again, let's focus on the arcade point, right? That there's more people that enjoy the arcade version of War Thunder than the realistic and simulator version of the game, which is, I'm not shitting on. We're looking at the fact that there's more people playing that. Isn't that what CIG are also trying to focus on, where more people can have fun in the game and less fucking craziness?
result of it. Is it
Well, of course, because you have to see the target.
Exactly. No matter what, it forces you to be close. It's very interesting. I'll say the
Realism,
least.
you
end.
get
Yeah, I
realism
could agree to
sprinkled
that.
in,
Like,
right?
It's
like
very
UI
interesting.
gameplay, UI only gameplay is horrible, right? Like, so
And it's all
Yeah,
guys,
like, I can
as a
understand
noob,
that.
as somebody who doesn't do this like but second nature like you two do, I am
I do like the idea you
100%
guys were
focused
talking
on the
about
pip.
where in
And I
War
remember
Thunder the
I
pip
trained a little bit with
disappears.
Virgil a while back, and I don't know, Virgil.
I do
if you
like
think I
that.
got okay or not. He was talking me up, but I don't know if he was just talking.
So
me
going
up.
sim
Which is
realism
beating up.
way is proven to be less desirable. Yeah, this is the thing. This is the kind of information that Avenger 1 needs to listen to. Or anyone who is thinking that Star Citizen needs to be in these areas. It doesn't need to be in these areas because, funny enough, The community with DCS World is very small. The community with Arma, depending on what version of Arma and what game mode you're playing, is very small actually, if you think about it. Isle 2, very small, depending on it. War Thunder, obviously big, but if they're already in the arcade thing, it kind of shows you that CIG are on the right point. Make the game good enough for people to get into and add a little spice just a little bit above. Not too much, though.
Guys in LR, Avenger.
Was I?
He was. Yeah, really got that guy.
Yeah, but come on, he
You
just,
just had to get it in, eh?
Beating
Nice.
guys in LR, Avenger.
Was I?
He was. Yeah, really got that guy.
Yeah, but come on, he
You
was
just
a
had
new,
to get it in, eh?
It was a new player.
Hey,
To be real here,
He was
has
this-
CIG only just realized after 13 years of whatever the game? No, dude, 6 years ago the game was fun. But for the past 6 years, they've been trying to figure out other ways of doing the game in a different format, making more money, making the game a bigger experience, jump gates, all these things, all this tech that needs to be developed, waiting for server tech to catch up because it wasn't working. Everyone 6 years ago flying around in the PU with 15, 20 FPS. Not fun for anyone, and that's on fucking SLI titans out of their mind, right? That sometimes the scope of the game has to wait for other things to catch up with. So it's not that they've just only realized what the game is or meant to be fun, is they're still trying to figure out how to make everything fun for everyone. Not just a certain group of people, like racers or low flyers or PvPers, miners or anyone, but everyone that can do something. You have to give them time to cook that up. That doesn't come easy. Diablo 3, took 12 years to develop behind the doors, and then it took another 6 years for them to actually make it a decent game. And then what did they do with Diablo 4? They fucked it up. After all that shit of learning how to make Diablo 3 good, they fucked up Diablo 4. Sometimes people make mistakes. It's human.
This isn't fair. He was a new player that just started playing Star Citizen. This isn't fair. So the the guy had been training super hard. But the guy had been training super hard. So but I was getting like decent, but so Virgil was really focusing on how I was flying when we were training, and then I talked to somebody else and they were like, yo, just aim. And that's all and once I just aimed, I was starting to actually kill people. And that because like when all I did was focus on the pip.
That was funny.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, okay.
Can low barrier
that-
to entry
again,
exit with
I
high skill
find this
ceiling
to
and
be
PvP
so
seems like an
interesting 'cause
impossible
that was-
task? Can low barrier to entry exist with a high skill ceiling? See, here's the thing, Melkor, right? High skill ceiling is a placebo effect, right? It's if you have two of the sweatiest players in the same ship with the same loadout, it's a mirror matchup, right? And the high skill ceiling is the person that beats the other person. That's all skill is when it gets to that level. It's the journey in between there that is what's the most interesting part. Is it too fast to skill up, too easy, basically? You want to make it where it's good for people to enter, but the struggle is in between, and once you've mastered it, it's literally just who's better at the top, and that's it. So lowering the skill ceiling, when you talk about that, is the journey in between, how fast that will actually be. And that's something that none of us can actually predict right now because there's so many mechanics that still need to come with it. You just described Elite. Yeah, fair enough. So right now, when people talk about they're worried that the skill ceiling will be lowered, I'd say don't worry because the game ain't finished yet. You've got to give it a little bit more time, I feel. And that would be what I would suggest to people.
The old flight model, and
Don't
there's a
worry
lot of
about
issues
too
from
much
you guys
right now.
talking about how the guns are working, how fast they are, blah 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 blah. And I think it would be
Exactly, Gillian. But it can't be like what it was in life. That is too high of a skill ceiling. Because it's not so much of being a better player, it's about how fast you can learn the muscle memory of the cheese stuff like corkscrew, the back strafe, when to do that and stuff like that, you know? That necessarily is not skill to me. That's just how fast you can gain knowledge of something, right? And all that jazz. Looks like we're getting follow botted as well, chat. So, nothing I can do about that, sadly. Thank you for wasting your money, whoever it was, though. But it means nothing. I hate to tell you, follow bots don't do shit. Twitch don't give a shit about follow botting anymore. But congratulations. High skill does not equal power, yeah.
Very interesting if the pips went away, because I think
I
naturally...
bet it was the boars. Guys, I'm going to quickly pause this because Mums went out of his way and made this. 7 degrees of boar in Star Citizen using AI. So, chat, the fucking American boars that are plaguing America are now flying off the boats and dodging the American planes. Pyro boars, yeah. They're invading Scotland, chat. These goddamn American flying boars that require miniguns. Yeah. The fucking boars, man. Crazy shit.
Brain would just make you like go down on the throttle, or it would create that scenario that they were looking for. That's very...
I've not
better.
flown. The last time I played War Thunder, Nero was when it first came out. So I wouldn't be able to like when I played it back then, I had a lot of fun, but I'm not a big fan of grinding through the tiers, you know? I just don't like that shit. I know it's part of the game, and I did it. I was a closed tester for World of Tanks, and when I grinded up to a mouse and they reset my account, I was like, I'm not fucking doing this again, right? Low tier is best tier? Yeah, but then when you see there's a fucking F14, like, you know what I mean? I'm gonna end up grinding for an F14, and I just don't want to get involved. Like, it's an amazing game, don't get me wrong. I just don't want to get involved.
Better experience. It's way better. Like, it's
Dude,
so
I have
much-
DCS. Puppeteer keeps constantly getting me to play DCS. And the reason I don't play DCS Infinity Splinter is because, and I've got the F14, I've got the 16, I've played a few hours of it. The problem is I have so much fun in it, I'll end up stop playing Star Citizen, dude. And that's not a bridge I want to cross just yet. So I play VTOL VR instead. But if I went into DCS, I'm pretty sure I'd uninstall Star Citizen. I know it's a completely different game, but that's how much I love that kind of combat. And DCS is just so cool. I watch Noodle playing it sometimes, Gallo as well doing it. I think it's Gallo that's doing it. Yeah, VTOL VR is a great bridge between them because it's not as hardcore as DCS, and it adds a little bit more flexibility. And yeah, Galahiro, that's it. Yeah, he's playing DCS, and I just don't want to do it. I have nothing against DCS World. I'm just super scared. If I played it for more than a couple of days, I would probably uninstall Star Citizen for good. And since Star Citizen's my job, we gotta keep my job, chat. All right.
Better because you're actually close enough to see it's cinematic, like you're
fun,
talking
yeah.
about. Plus, there's still aim skill because, and here's the thing, it
You
breaks
still have to
bad
aim.
habits. Look, how many people do you like? Let me ask you this question, Mike. When you were aiming, were you staring at the ship and looking at the flight path and extrapolating what's going on, or were you just staring at that little box and trying to get it on as quick as you could?
I was not lag pip, I was lead pip, and I think that answers your question.
See, again, I agree with Avenger on this. I think CIG should remove lead pip. I think they should just remove it completely out of the game and just have it for gunners. I think the turrets should have lead pip so that you know where to put your crosshair to land the shots, and I think pilots should have lag pip. That's just my personal take on it.
Right?
Right,
All
so
I'm
you were-
looking at
so-
is at the pip.
So you had your aim goggles on, and you were just
Because
like,
what
"Find
Avenger
"Find
1
the
is
box,
describing
find the box."
is very true. A lot of people just hyper focus on the pip and they don't do any flying than just aiming.
As quick as you can, find the box,
Exactly.
right?
Oh, dude, the EF-24 is like I've not had the ability to have like people doing Rio and stuff in it. I've just not had time to play it when it came out. But flying around, so quickly, completely off topic here. VTOL VR F-14B is the only game where when I've been playing VR and going upside down in a plane, I've actually put my hand up on the glass because I was worried I was going upside down. It's the only VR game that's done that to me yet. Not even DCS and VR did that. I was just so fucking immersed where I'm like, holy shit! Having to put my fucking hand up into thin air because I was worried I was gonna fall down and stuff, you know? It's really good. I kind of wish that there was a way that non-VR could play it with VR people, but since it's a pure VR game designed, you know? That lead pip users are just looking at pip bops. You can pip deflect to get the pip very close to the target. What he's saying is that as a lot of people, dude, with lead pip are looking at the pip and they're not looking at where the direction of the ship is going. Like, there's a big difference when you rotate your ship to get your guns on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, say somebody's in front of you, zero state, right? And they do this, and you just stay like that, right? There's a lot of people that just shoot at the pip and they don't do this themselves. And especially when somebody's flying away, they just do this. They yaw around. They don't really fucking roll into the turns and stuff like that. And I think that's a bad habit that lead provides. And for me, I feel that lag pip does give an advantage over learning to fly before actually fucking shooting. Obviously, there's a lot of high-skilled people that use lead, like you're talking about, Zero State. But the general public look at a pip and don't really think about the flying. Yeah, I'm doing Kung Fu again. Master of it. I fly with lag pip better. I have more fun with lag pip, but because of how broken the system is been recently, I'm normally in lead pip. Can you turn the pip off if you don't want it in SE? That would be completely pointless. But no, you can't Extreme Terror. I swapped between the two, yeah. I've actually, like, last night I finally got lag pip to work in master modes in PvP, and I had a blast with it. It felt really good fun. But it doesn't work all the time, so I'm waiting for them to fix it a bit more, you know?
Exactly. And
That is
and
terrible.
See where it's going. So no matter if we're closer and the beautiful ships are on the screen.
Maybe make lag pip the default on installation in the game? That could work, Ninja Jim. It is hawk, yeah. That's why I'm saying I kind of feel like it'd be kind of cool for all pilots to have lag. So you learn to fly, and then you give all the gunners lead pip so they know where to lead the shots to land on the target. That would be kind of cool for CIG to test, but maybe they've already tested that.
Screen.
Or
I'm
maybe
not
they
looking
don't
at
want
them
it in the
anyway,
design,
And
right?
that's kind of the point here. That's
Yeah,
really
you can make
interesting,
lag default, but not as a
yeah,
default
I don't
within the
know. I don't
game.
have
But
anything
again,
else to
You
add to
choose
that.
to make it a
at
default.
the very least, it gets you thinking, like, what? Because again, me and Virgil, like, we're arguing ratios and stuff.
Yeah, that's the problem
You know,
with
if
it.
we're really interested in
is
making the
that
game
it doesn't
cinematically
work all the
better, it's
time.
like there are options on the table for us to do that. The question is whether or not CIG is going to
Won't
do
precision
it. I mean,
mode
they
be
should
on
try it.
turrets?
They
It's
should
on piloting
reduce
as
weapon
well,
ranges. They
Melkor.
could even increase weapon velocities. To be
But
totally
yeah,
honest.
For you, who
yeah,
didn't
turrets
know-
is going to look a
who
lot
didn't watch
different. I'm just
SCL, at the
sort of
very
talking
end of
about
it,
the now,
they
right?
said nothing is off the table, and even addressed if you guys really feel that the flight speeds need to go up. He gave the example of 100 meters per second. I know yours is a bit
I would
higher,
like to
and
see
some
that,
of you
Hawk,
said
but
that.
again, is that
that-
something
that
CIG
nothing
would
is off the
want?
table.
Is that something that's on their
So
goal?
they
You know
are
what I mean?
willing to do, like, I
We'll
think
see.
this is going to be a long process. I think you guys know that. And that's why we're, you guys are making your videos, getting the feedback out there ASAP,
Mhm.
because we want the process to be as short as possible, right? But to
No,
get
I
to,
mean-
like, a really good place.
There was a little bit of where Avenger 1 was getting a little bit heated up. I personally feel a little bit rude to Salty Mike and what he said. But it's a good debate. There's been no arguments. It's just people's opinions. It's either taken or it's not taken, right?
But go ahead, Virgil.
We've yet to get any sky
like,
falling.
I don't have a dog in the fight, right? Like, I think the idea of getting people closer and looking at ships instead of UI elements is
I definitely feel Virgil's more base than Avenger 1, though. Right?
a good thing.
Mhm.
I think the answer
He's a little
is
bit
get
more
Bunton to
level-headed,
make an
it
experiment
comes
with it.
across
That's my
as.
answer. But I'm going to be a great podcast host and move us on to the next aspect of Master
Let's
Mode.
Thank fucking God. Holy shit. Thank God, man. That had to have been easily like fucking, I want to say 40 minutes chat of the same fucking topic. That was hard. Here we go.
Because
go.
we've
do
eaten
have about 30
75% of the
minutes.
time and we've just gotten through guns. So,
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't know there was more. I thought we came to like an agreement that guns were like the biggest problem, so I focused on that. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's still
No,
it's a
we're
big
like-
issue. It's still I think it's the
we're
biggest
at a-
issue right now, but
shallow.
What's my personal opinion on Master Mode? It's good for the game. Is it completely tuned in and what we all want it to be? No. But I will honestly say this, and I don't know if Phil is still hanging in channel. Bunton is, so CIG are in front of the camera here. As this October marks 12 years, Melkor, being part of the Star Citizen community as a backer. And this is the first time in 6 years CIG have a heading. Right? That's my take on Master Modes. It's the first time in 6 years that CIG actually have a heading and a foundation on where this game could possibly go. And that's a good thing for me. So that's my take on Master Modes. Is it completed? Is it finished yet? No, I'll let CIG cook. But it's the first time in 6 years I've actually gone, fuck me, I might actually be able to play this game and not rot in a fucking corpse bin, you know? He's always lurking, I know. He's always in here. It's normally K Winter. K Winter's a big lurker in the channel at times. But yeah, I think it's the right direction for CIG to go with. Is it the best tweaking just yet? No. But I'm also somebody that's willing to give CIG minimum 6 to 9 months to tweak it, 2 years to get the job done, right? And if they don't get the job done, well, we all know about the salmon and the fish slapping, right? I know where fucking DJ lives, or where he works. Manchester's not that far away. Even though he's got nothing to do with the flight team. We'll just take it out on DJ. Because Coulson was gonna get that 1 year. K Winter will vouch for that one. There was 1 year where I was upset with Coulson and there was gonna be a trout coming down to the office. Slap across the face. Coulson left though. Coulson left CIG. He managed to escape the fish. DJ's still working there though, chat. We might have to make him talk to the fishes. Or the slap with the fishes, you know? But no, CIG are definitely going on the right route, I feel. It's not complete yet, but I'm also old enough and wise enough and bald enough to understand that it's not complete yet.
End of this.
So,
but
gotta let them
it's
cook.
the most prevalent issue. Like, I feel like MM can't reach its potential.
That's unhinged? Dude, I'm fucking Scottish and bald. I couldn't be any more unhinged if I tried. I was born unhinged. The moment I was born, I was dropped on the floor by a fucking Australian woman. All right? The first movie my father let me watch at fucking age 3 was American Werewolf in London. That set me up good, chat. All right? That set me up good. That was my first ever movie, by the way. 3 years old.
With the current gunnery, that's for sure. I think
Okay.
like there's not
Sounds
a
like a
single
villain
person
origin story. Yeah.
that knows what they're talking about that doesn't agree with that. So
You could have
but
no beard though,
that's-
yeah.
it's a
that's for sure.
slider, right? Like you go too far the opposite way, and then all of a sudden, anyone that plays the game casually is having a horrible experience. So like you got to find the balance, right, between what me and Avenger and the people who want the ceiling to
A
come up
Scottish
with the people that are
Cyclops.
just getting in, so the skill floor. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
that might actually be quite
anyways, to
fun.
move on, because we should probably talk about the flight and the boost mechanics, right?
Yay! Good job, Virgil. Moving
Shapes
on.
Avenger, because that's probably the next most important thing I think when it comes to master modes. So let's break that down. So when you're talking about speeds, okay, and the funny thing
Wait, did Virgil just become the host of this show? Is he taking over? Is this a fucking deep dive podcast?
is, I think people were relating your argument, and even I was, up until you and me had the basically spoken
Did he
on
take
your
over?
stream. When you say you
That's
just
kinda
want the
cool.
speeds to come up, I also understand that you do want the overall speeds to come up. But a lot of your debate is
Well,
bringing
it would be
the
like super
SCM,
early
which
for
for the
Australian, right?
audience is unboosted,
Yeah, we got along, dude.
without boost, closer to the boosted ceiling. Right. Yeah. So the problem is a lot of people pigeonhole Avengers arguments into
Completely sidetracked. Go to a fucking Kaylee with Scottish and Irish, and fucking hell, it's messy. It's a lot of fun, but it's fucking messy. Like, it gets very, very dangerous. Not in like a fighting way, just a lot of booze and a lot of fucking dancing.
he just wants to slide around and survive forever again. And it's not necessarily the case. What he's
It's
A lot of
Virgil
people
on the Shadow
mentioned
Moses Discord. Yeah,
backstrafing
yeah,
in
yeah.
that, right? I think.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep. There's this. And
Kick
I
Croncy.
think what
Well,
he is actually trying
Salty
to
said at the
describe,
start that
and
he didn't get it. He couldn't get it designed to have like more than 3 people in and stuff like that. So maybe he wants to make it where you can like, I don't know, slide Virgil up and fucking. You could have had Croncy underneath, or you could have had Avenger underneath Salty. I don't know how he's gonna redesign it, but I think he's only got a design for 3 people. So
correct me if I'm wrong, Avenger, but I
when you
think
got
I've
2
understood
guests,
it.
sadly,
Is
Croncy would have to
that
take a
you are kind
sideline.
of pushing for the SCM's non-boosted speeds to be closer and a gradual progression when it
Isn't
comes to
he
boosted.
filling
So
in
to
as
lift
co-host? Yeah,
the inner
but I don't
circle
think
of
it's like a
SCM
full,
combat.
because I don't, I really like, I don't know enough information, so sorry, Croncy, in advance, but ATC is Salty Mike's thing, right? Salty Mike has been doing ATC for however many fucking years. Croncy is a co-host. That doesn't mean you're a permanent host, right? So, again, Salty Mike said at the beginning that there wasn't the UI set up for the show that would have 4 people in it. And obviously Croncy doesn't do PvP, so it's like he would be sitting there for 3 hours bored out of his fucking brain, you know? That's not fair. So, again, not wanting to disrespect Croncy, but that's what I take from this, right?
Up closer to the SCM boosted speeds.
So the boosted
correct?
speed
Rather
wouldn't
than
go
just
up.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think, and I do understand. Like Avenger does want that.
He was in
too,
chat the
to a
whole time?
degree, I
Cool.
believe, right? Maybe with some of the other archetypes.
I like the
But,
banter between
I
Croncy
think that
and
is
Salty Mike in this
majority of his
racing off
debate,
stuff. It's
to
good
which
fun.
I'm completely open to as well. And you got to and
Pretty
just so that
sure
interesting.
if
the
you put
audience can
Croncy and Virgil's
visualize this,
accent in the
right?
same voice call,
Right
Discord
now,
goes.
you play every archetype inside of 2 bubbles, right? The shape of those bubbles varies and changes, but you're in 2 bubbles.
Hey, mod the
When you're
YouTube
not
chat,
boosting,
yeah.
you're
Awesome,
inside
dude.
of 1, and you can get to the wall and the edges of this bubble, right? And then you start to boost, and then you've got an even bigger bubble that you could extend to. Now the problem is a lot of people feel caged in that experience, and I just call it the 2-speed system. And I think that Avenger might be leaning towards a unified speed, and instead of just tying the boost mechanic to purely acceleration within one singular
See, hear me
bubble.
out, chat. Before we get into this, before I hear their take, I kind of like the idea. Like, obviously, I'll accept how CIG have got it and how Yogi have done it, but I quite like the idea that you have a sort of hard cap on speed, like say 500 meters a second for most of the fighters, and Afterburner allows you to get it up to that speed faster. But SCM, if you didn't use Afterburner, SCM would also get you up to that 500. You couldn't go over the 500. That's where the hard cap was. And Afterburner would just allow you to go up further. But I I'm not a big fan of where when you go up to SCM and you're using SCM, it just fucking, or like you go into boost, it just fucking hard pulls you back as fast as it does. I kind of wish there was a little bit more leeway in it. Or for example, you could hold the SCM a little bit more. Maybe it puts strain on the engines or something like that. You know? Similar to live, but yeah, not Avenger One once said in one of his videos he wanted 500 and then Afterburner over that. I'm not a big fan of people booming and zooming around, but if you were to have Afterburner and SEM combined, like it is in live, and you were only going up to 500, I would totally agree on that one, if that was on the table. Because I like the idea of that. I don't think it should be anything more than 500 with boost and SEM combined. I think if you could just use boost to get up to that speed faster, but you could go there naturally in SEM, that would be pretty good. Boost is XL only, but yeah, but you can go over SEM. I'm talking about where you can't go over SEM at all, right? Like, SEM is the hard cap until you go into nav mode. I like the idea that I can go from 0 to 500 in SEM, or I could do 0 to 500 with Afterburner. I can't go over that speed without going into nav mode and disabling things down. I would actually prefer it to be that way, but again, I will always go with what CIG have made. Yeah, definitely boost has way too much gas in the tank. I would agree with that. They're not talking about max speed, or Virgil is not. He's saying there are two rates, boost and unboosted. Yeah, it's basically this weird wall that you hit right now, Puppeteer. I'm just bringing my opinion in on what I would like to see, where it's just more of like a hard cap and not really like the wall that you hit so fast.
Have I got it right, Avenger, or not? Go ahead.
I think there's two ways to solve this problem.
Yep,
if everything
me
is
too.
if everything's on the table, then so there's a game that
Smaller
me and
tanks.
some
Yeah,
of the
that'd
guys
be
in
cool.
EVS like to goof around with. It's a game called Rixer. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Yeah, yep.
Right. So Rixer is a 6 Degrees of Freedom dogfighting game that allows you to change the characteristics and the parameters of your flight model on the fly. So you can design in Rixer a asymmetrical speed ceiling like the egg we have with Afterburner as the default for, so basically what we did is we made master modes in Rixer. We had the speeds we wanted, we had the weapon velocities we were looking for, we had the asymmetrical speed cone, and in my opinion, it felt a hell of a lot better. Because what happens is if you have symmetrical speeds in 3 directions and only in the forward direction do you have a little bit more speed, you allow for you allow for the phenomenon where if the guy flies and tries to do the Starbuck where he spins around and starts shooting and you're closing on him, you're always going to close on him because you're not afterburning or boosting, because your ship natively should be able to reach that speed, right? Because now he's orientated towards you, you're pushing with your mains, so you're always going to close distance. It simulates what would happen in infinite space, where if we have no speed limit and I'm pushing on you with my main thruster, I'm going to pull it. I'm going to push at 10. You're only going to.
I personally wish Afterburner only affected main thrust. And when you turn around in decouple and you face the opposite way, your main thruster just naturally slows you down because it's burning, right? And when you hit Afterburner, you would basically push yourself forward, you know? Oh, Battlestar Galactica is an amazing show. Even the new one. Apparently they're doing a third reboot, or it's on the cards right now.
Be able to retro burn away from me at 5, which means I'm always going to close on you. So it's simulating that kind of, mechanic, but it's not being locked behind this ridiculous Afterburner mechanic. Look, we have tried Afterburner years ago, and guess what? Nobody liked it. Nobody liked it. Well, why does nobody like it? Because
I liked it. A lot of people I flew with liked it. I'd say 80%, 90% of the community liked it.
Because you're playing a flight game and you have to hold a button all the time to like run against the speed, like the air and space. Like it's just terrible. Like it just doesn't feel good. So why don't we get rid of the Afterburner mechanic entirely? Because there's two ways to do this. One, you adjust SCM speed. Like the less invasive way is to adjust SCM speed so that they're higher, so there's more room for you to actually exist in a dogfight. And that, like I use this example all the time where I catch a merge on someone. Someone's flying past me. I see them coming towards me, and I'm just like, Okay, I'm gonna start
Poison
my
egg.
back pedal here. I'm gonna spin.
Gillian, are you still in chat? You want to spam the TDL eggs? We're already ahead of the curve. I got an emote made for Gillian. He likes to spam the eggs. TDL eggs in chat. We have the eggs ready to go.
Spin my nose around and I'm going to move towards them. And as I'm moving towards them, then I come in behind them and catch them. That's a very difficult thing to do in the live model because I have to merge that speed at 1200,
There we
which
go.
is just massive.
Thank you.
Whereas with, you know, with master modes, it's basically 200 to like 400 depending on your boost speeds. But again, because I'm going to have to merge at above 200, I can now only be facing the same way that he's going, right? And we have like low turn rates and all these things. It just makes merging basically impossible because it basically promotes jousting. It promotes people past.
We've even got the new Elliot 1.0 state, the upgraded Elliot, which is now the intense Elliot that all subscribers have now access to. Elliot Intense. It's become a new state of mind. Yeah, that works really well.
Passing nose to nose and going over, passing again,
He's
because
gonna
I
design
don't
all the
have the
missions, yeah.
speed anymore to actually start to merge with your speed and then turn around and engage you. Like I can't catch you, right? The only way I can catch you is by exposing my back and going the same way you're going. So it's like, it's a very, and again, it limits because I have to hold the boost button down just to keep up with you, right? And then when I finally do that and I get up, you know, on speed, I first of all have to be in an interceptor. I cannot do this in a light fighter, which is a big problem, right?
What?
Because I don't have the speed. And I reach the speed instantly. The energy state that I reach is instant with the accelerations we have. So I have 600 meters per second in a buck. You have 500 something in an after-murdering Gladius. Well, guess what? You will never catch me because the ratio between how fast you go and how fast I go is too big. So even if I catch the merge, even if I look at, oh, he's coming in and I could turn, you know, it's like, doesn't matter because I'm never going to be able to stay on you long enough to.
Yeah, but then you can just nerf the afterburner amount on the Buccaneer or Interceptors. Case solved. You get that speed burst, but now you've used your burst, now you're fucked. There we go.
To do any kind of meaningful damage. I'm just going to annoy the shit out of you with my 2,000 meter per second guns while I sit there holding the trigger on the little pip.
Do you remember
So
the when the Carrack was the fastest ship and that's what everybody was using and you could never
Technically,
could
it is
ever
one of the,
pirate
still
them
the fastest.
because they just would get to top speed and you would never catch them.
I remember that, Mike.
That's
The one thing that I'm confused about is like the top speed of ships and you guys, or what you were just saying now is I'll never catch you. How is that fun? That's the part that I've always been a little lost on with every ship having a different top speed. What makes that interesting, or especially within the individual light fighter archetype, right? Or
Yeah.
light fighter and interceptor sort of being like a Buccaneer is such a weird ship because it was supposed to be the Drake answer to the F7C.
I don't know.
Right, I think,
Yeah,
and then
I
it
don't
ends up being this like super fast situation. So everything is very weird, where it has the gunnery capabilities of a Hornet.
There's two ways you can sort the Buccaneer, and it doesn't change its rule, it doesn't change its DPS. You make it where it doesn't have the size of capacitor like a light fighter. It regens slower than the light fighter. And the you can reduce some of its HP since it has 2k more HP than a fucking Gladius. There you go. So once you use all your fucking speed, you're trapped. The Gladius then keeps up with you and does things. This means the Interceptor becomes a high skilling ship at that point because you don't want to fucking nitrous oxide too early. Dominic Terrell style.
But the speed is faster than your light fighters. So maybe that's just the mistake altogether, was like this interceptor idea. But yeah, that's like the one question I have where you said, I can never catch you.
Right, because
That's not
they've
fun.
pigeonholed
Yeah.
they've pigeonholed the ships so like they're so strict on the way they've pigeonholed these ships that you can't operate anywhere close to like outside of whatever your intended role is. because they're trying to make ships meaningful, but
Is that
instead
bad?
what they've done.
And why?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So let me give you an example of a different game and see how you feel about this.
Okay.
So I use a game, for example, like because I have a lot of hours in this game, For Honor. Has you ever heard of a game called For Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Now there are characters in For Honor. Some characters are heavies, some characters are
All right, okay.
assassins, some
Mhm.
characters are vanguards, whatever, right? And the differences between the types of characters equates to how they fight. But every character can kill every character in a sense that if I play a heavy character, so I'm playing the warlord, right? I got a sword and a shield, right? You know, I have benefits to being the warlord. I don't have to worry about certain types of block. I can block more stuff. My attacks don't do very much damage, but they're fast. Like there's different attributes to the way I fight, right? But every character can catch each other with a parry. Every character can attack. Every character has these basic fundamentals, right? And then once you start to get to know the character really well, you can understand the timings, then the expression of the character starts to come out.
Okay.
Now,
The difference with For Honor, or if you're going to use For Honor as a thing, is that you are stabbing somebody and you're doing damage to somebody. The difference with that in Star Citizen is that you're using caliber of weapons, and CIG want to have armor, and CIG want to have different ways things go. I don't think For Honor is a really good way to describe this, because in For Honor you're doing melee damage and blunt damage and spike damage and fucking spear damage and Wizardora damage or whatever the fuck's in that game. I've not played that one in fucking years either. But you know what I mean? It's like that game is designed where everyone can kill each other regardless, right? That's the whole initial thing. Star Citizen isn't that though. That there always going to be some ships that can't defeat other ships and you have to fucking use other things and stuff like that. It's like when I'm flying around in an F-14 and somebody's in Apache, well, is that fair? You know what I mean? Now, sure, the Apache pilot might be able to fucking get out of my fucking missile, and sure, it could fucking hide itself and stuff like that. But you know what I mean? These things are designed for different roles. You know? I think he's talking with the fire classes, no outside them, light versus interceptor versus medium. Well, he stated that I can kill it. I'll do it again.
Fundamentals, but they're fast. Like there's different attributes to the way I fight, right? But every character can catch each other with a parry. Every character can attack. Every
character can beat every character, right? And my point with that, Hawk, is CIG don't want that anymore. You only are able to do that if you're a god tier fucking whatever, right? And that's what they're going with the roles and stuff. Light can't fight everything. Interceptor can't fight everything. Light can't counter Interceptor. Interceptor can't always counter Light. You know what I mean? There's always going to be like a different matchup that they want things to go. So I get what he's saying with the different classes, but that's a different way that the game is made. You have to understand that CIG don't want it where light fighters can kill everything now, and they don't want it where interceptors can kill everything now. And eventually, the Buccaneer will not be an issue like it is right now, you know? I saw an Apache pilot kill 2 F-18s. They decided to get slow, and they got chain gunned. It's an edge case. Well, again, like, if the fucking you know what I mean? If the F-14 is firing the fucking what's it called, missile, you know what I mean?
Fundamentals, right? And then once you start to get to know the character really well, you can understand the timings, then the expression of the character starts to come out.
Okay.
Now, that game, in my opinion, is much different than Star Citizen, but you need to understand the core philosophy here, where it's because each character has a role. Some characters are really good for doing this kind of thing. It's called creep clearing, right? So you go into the center of the map and you have a really big axe, so you swing really wide and you can kill the creeps a lot faster and it benefits your team, right? Whereas some characters are assassins and they're very tiny and they're really, really hard to hit. and they kind of interrupt people while they're attacking. There's some benefits to them too, and they're all working in tandem. They all have their place in the meta, you know.
But that's kind of like what CIG are trying to do. We're just not there yet. You know what I mean? That's like something that we'll see in 6 to 9 months with CIG. To go through all the ships and create roles where it's already set up. I mean, they've said many times, Avenger, that that's what they want to do, dude. That you'll literally have ships doing certain things, and you know what I mean. But that ain't happening.
Star Citizen,
like that.
Basically, we were playing it's as if we were playing one character.
Yeah, it was the light fighter forever.
Because the character that we're playing has an ability that no other character has, and that's a problem, right? Because in master modes, the ability for the interceptors to control the fight is at this level, and every other ship is around here. And what I'm arguing for is if we have higher SCMs, right, we're going to have that distance between the ships reduced so that the advantage to being an interceptor isn't so massive that it just snuffs out all the other kind of abilities for ships, right? Now, Virgil may disagree a little bit on this depending on the way it's tuned, but
yeah, exactly. Like, I don't understand why people are so hell-bent on the Buccaneer. Like, we all know it's fucked up right now, but the last master modes that we had also had fucked up Hornet, you know? Isn't that what Light Fighter were? Yeah. But that's what he's saying, is that he wants to have it where everything can do everything and be a part of the team and have a role and stuff like that. Like assassins being assassins, tanks being a tank, light fighter. You know what I mean? He's comparing it that way. But also you have to understand is that is CIG wanting it to have a way where there's always a counter, or are they wanting it where Interceptor can always beat something? You know what I mean? Like there's so many variables right now that it's too much of a focus on, you know, this is like something that maybe you would discuss next year, right? People are a little bit too hell-bent on the early stages of master mode.
We can agree that there is a very big disparity between the types of ships that they've put into these roles. Would you agree with that?
And it seems more specifically the issue with the light fighter versus the interceptor as well, right?
But the medium fighters are even worse because they're even slower and bigger, so they're easier to hit. So the only ship that kind of has a chance is the light fighter, and it's being left behind.
Okay,
this is the problem. This is the problem, though. I think you advertised wanting this change really shitty because you.
Fucking Australians, man. I like the Australians are so much like the Scottish, just blunt, straight to the point, no fucking sugarcoating it.
Which is like increase the speeds.
Yeah, people hyper focused on things.
Gosh, no, not the speeds, right? And instead, you're talking about reducing the difference in archetypes, right? Like, or you know, yeah, like less. Oh, how do I put this? Less difference in the archetypes, which isn't a bad
that's
thing,
fine.
right? It just depends on
that's
where
fine,
you go
Hawk.
on
But
the
that's
dial.
something where, you know what I mean. I would agree with that completely. But that's something where the ship has to be finalized, the game has to be finalized, the core mechanics need to be finalized before you can become that god tier pilot, right? And that's what I'm saying. I think it's just a little bit too early to be worried about something like that just now. Sure, we want to have great pilots doing great things and all that jazz, but it's very difficult to have the greats when there's nothing finalized right now, that they're not fully locked into doing certain things. So, you know. Yeah. I'm following with that, where he wants it to be a little bit more difficult. I'm just trying to work out which way is it for the positive, or is it for more of a negative
I would
way?
actually shake your hands absolutely on this, because I believe that right now the light fighter kind of just doesn't have its place. It's more like a dueling ship. So I would want the speeds to come up, because I don't believe that everything should get nerfed. I think that everything should get buffed to match great things about different ships, right? Like I hate the idea that if one ship is really great, then that ship should suffer and be brought into line with all the other ships that are suffering. So yeah, like I would agree. Bring maybe
But the thing is, though, if you made the Gladius like the Buccaneer, and I'm not saying that Virgil's suggesting this is just my take on it. If you made all the ships go up, then we start going into the horrible situation we've been in the past 6 years where you start going, sabers are amazing. Remember when sabers killed everything? Then
the
it
speed
went
of the Gladius.
then it went to like vanguards. Then it went to fucking arrows. Then it went to gladius and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's like I kind of feel like it's just easier to nerf the Buccaneer down in so many ways, not to fully nerf it, but just to make it where it's not OP and it's not an instant go-to meta ship or whatever anybody's worried about. I feel that's a better scenario than constantly trying to make things in line with each other when does it need to be, right? And obviously we're talking about very minor tweaking here and stuff like that, but my biggest worry is that you start to snake up. CIG fuck up the numbers, this goes here. Fuck up the numbers, this goes here. And then eventually 6 years from now, we're back to everyone in a fucking Gladius killing everyone because we didn't know when to just, no, enough is enough. This is what you're getting for a Gladius. We see that the Buccaneer is overperforming, we're bringing it down. This is the Hornet, we're bringing it up to that level. There we go. We're not going to make it go up and up and up and up and up, right? Eventually it has to stop with the over tweaking. And CIG are really bad at this. They over tweak far too hard.
Closer towards,
and then they leave it for us for
Buccaneer.
6 to 3
But
years.
Here's the counterpoint to this. If you go even,
it's also not only about
on
PvP,
all these
yeah.
ships with all these speeds,
Yeah,
on all
what's
these
the archetype
archetypes,
then?
then you get the problem of okay, everybody just pick a Hornet Ghost. Oh, everybody just pick.
Yeah, see, this is the issue that you have. Like when you have something that's so over tweaked and you bring things up, you then have very over tweaked Hornet. And then you're like, oh, I'll nerf the Hornet, but now this comes back again. You know what I mean? I feel that when the Gladius is in this level and the Hornets are at this level, you can make minor tweaks, but we have to bring this one down. It doesn't need to go down by much. You can change a few things, but right now, like the Hornet would be here, or the Gladius would be here, the Buccaneer is here. It needs to be like there, right? So that's CIG's job to bring it down. But if you go, oh, Gladius up to this level, and now they're level, everything else struggles, and we go into the circle of going all the way up the fucking chain again. And it's like what they did with World of Warcraft and Diablo. So in World of Warcraft, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody who's a WoW fan, it started off where you started getting bigger and bigger fucking numbers on the table, right? And then they shrank it down to where it didn't do these big fuck off numbers. And that's the issue that they went with. It started getting more and more numbers on the DPS, more and more numbers, more and more numbers, and it just goes out of fucking control. And then they decide to go, right, let's fucking shit can it down to a small number that's easily managed, squishing it down. I kind of feel like to avoid those type of mistakes, and obviously that's just comparing a number to mechanics and stuff like that, but I don't want to see CIG stretch it out and then they have to fucking snap it back, right? It's like Dragon Ball Z power levels. Yeah. You know? Yeah, exactly. That's actually pretty true. It's like a fucking anime. I don't need the power-up filler arc where I've gone and trained in the fucking mountain with Mr. Miyagi for 2 weeks in Arena Commander, and now I've returned to the PU in my god state, kind of, you know what I mean? I just don't want CIG to keep upping and upping and upping things. I really wish that they would nerf something, but not hard nerf it like they always do. Just sort of tweak the numbers and be like, right, this doesn't work. Tweak the numbers, bring it down. Right, this is working. Is this still in a good state? Right, we leave this. But sometimes they just go and fucking power level it too much. Some are in good in pitch, some are good in yaw. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But communication and egg shape and fair. SAR focus on certain things they say. Yeah, very much so. Yeah. I'm just worried that CIG should not hard nerf, but they should also not buff everything constantly. You know?
pick the
Yeah,
Gladius,
because then then
every patch.
the best
Yeah.
of the because
Yeah, we're
the
getting
best
there,
in that
Ninja.
given because there aren't scenarios.
We
right,
are
where-
halfway.
Yeah, because
give or
the
take.
archetype separation isn't unique enough to justify, having different compositions and
Yeah.
different purposes. So it's a careful balance between wanting the ship to remain that archetype and that role,
Mhm.
but also having enough balance that they can compete in each other in aspects.
Let's go back to the
Because-
Hammerhead example then. How does that
Go for
work
it.
within this? If we're bringing light fighters, because the example Avengers bringing up here is that everybody can kill everybody still, and I'm coming closer to that than I ever have through our conversations today, where I was very adamantly against that previously. I never thought a group of light fighters should. I thought it should just. Idris's and other ships sort of shrug them off in a way was my
Well, they sort of,
original thought process. But how does that work with the Hammerhead examples that we've talked about today, where how does the Hammerhead, or how does let's even try to bring it to the examples of some of the guys I'm seeing in chat say, well, they're only talking about combat. How does this come into play with
State of Star Citizen PvP master modes? Like, what the fuck, man? It's a topic on PvP and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, of course it's going to be about combat and stuff.
even though this is still a combat example, but more piracy, a cargo hauler, right? How do we make it interesting in that way, where if everybody's too close together, I feel like we get a lot of what we have now, exactly what
The thing is, the difference with non-combat ships, dude, is you can go into nav mode and you can zoom around like you can right now, right? There's no difference. If a Carrack is going 1200 plus, it's going to do whatever they set it as in master modes. The difference is you don't have your shields, you don't have your countermeasures, and you don't have the ability to shoot with your turrets. So anything traveling doesn't need to worry about things. And if you are worried about doing combat in a fucking Pioneer, or Prospector, sorry, I hate to tell you, you're probably going to die if you get caught. But that's on CIG to balance it, and we discussed this yesterday, where I think Prospectors needs to have bigger radar, bigger tank, more speed, and just get rid of their fucking guns, right? That would be more logical. PvP would not include the targets of piracy.
we're just saying is you just now everyone's flying Hornet Ghost. Before it was arrows. What's going to be this patch?
You want people to bring like ship
Really, it's just a question on how larger ships interact. See, the thing is, though, is like it's very difficult to talk about something like that, Hawk, when the full system that CIG want to add in for multi-crew is not in the game, right? Like, we don't have the new turrets that are going to be on Hammerheads. We don't have the new precision mode for the gunners and stuff like that. So it's kind of like you can only talk about what we have in live or what's in the state of master modes right now. And that is very much just a test bed. They threw it in there just to see and figure out kinks and stuff like that.
positions. So it's important for the
Yeah,
archetypes to still
definitely.
capture that they are a role.
Like, CIG have to fill or finish off that area first before we can go, oh no, this is weak, or this is too powerful, or this doesn't work this way and stuff like that, you know? But again, we don't know. We don't know if our turrets are effective. We haven't got the new system. So if you start saying, oh, I need to make it where turrets have more range, but in the new system it gives them god tier fucking shit, this is where CIG won't take this feedback. You know? Yeah, but we don't know how ships will survive. Again, you can only base it over live, and live doesn't have anything in it. So now it's just theory crafting. Right? And this is meant to be on the state of Star Citizen PvP master modes, not theory crafting of Star Citizen PvP master modes. And there is no state of the Hammerhead. It's not finished. It's just been thrown in for shits and giggles.
right, and to be valid in that aspect. But it's also important.
People are
like
asking
Avenger
how will
said,
non-combat
for
ships
these
do.
roles to have
I get again. Like nobody knows. You can't answer that without seeing it for yourself. We don't have any non-combat ships in the game, if you think about it. The only ones that are non-combat are the Argo, Cargo, the Fury LX, you know? Non-combat. Every ship has guns on it practically. That makes it a combat ship in my eyes. You know what I mean? Because you have the ability to defend yourself. Even though it's not a primary combat ship, it still has the ability to do combat. And this is something that we just don't know what CIG are doing with. So there's no point theory crafting on it right now.
have enough flexibility to actually play against each other. So, like, the answer is there's somewhere in the middle between the speed ceiling of the other ships.
Because again, this is what 323 is for, guys. I know a lot of people want master modes to be fully cleaned out and tweaked out of their mind and stuff, but CIG don't know what to do with QED right now. They probably don't know what they want to do with distortion. They're going to see how it works out in 323 and then make decisions on, again, if they wanted to go with my idea, where I think like the SRV, the Mole, the Mule, the fucking, not the Mule, sorry, the fucking Raft, the Prospector, the Vulture. I think they should have their weapons removed and they become tankier, they become faster to get into the warp, and they have bigger radar than their predecessors. That would be my balancing choices for industrial ships, non-combat, because you remove the ability for them to do combat. Racing ships should not have guns. I completely agree. You know? But this is where CIG need 323 to find out this information. You can't take live, the idea of live, and put it into master modes and it just works like that. It's going to take months and months of tweaking and design changes. Might even take fucking 2 years from now, guys. You have to understand they are ripping out Legacy to replace it. It does not get replaced instantly. Fancy is gone. It's going to be gone for a long time. But theory crafting until the full systems are out is a waste of time, I feel. Again, that's just my personal take.
When it comes to the heavy, the medium, the light fighter in comparison, will capture that they are a role, right? And to be valid in that aspect. But it's also important, like Avenger said, for these roles to have enough.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean,
flexibility
we're on the
to
third
actually play
version of
against
it
each
already.
other.
Well, the
So,
third
like,
experimental
the answer
system.
is there's somewhere in the middle between the speed ceiling of the other ships when it comes to the heavy, the medium, the
But we
light
won't
fighter
know
in
how a
comparison to
non-combat
the
ship
overpowered
deals with
bug,
master modes until we
and
see
the
what
snug
happens in
fighter,
the
so you
PU.
could increase those speeds, and I would shake his hand on that. And the answer too is, if like we're talking about like 50 meters a second here. We're not talking
we're not
about
talking
a
about
lot,
huge-
right?
okay.
Like, yeah. So you give a hammerhead plus 50 speed, it's not the end of the world. Nothing changes really. Like we're talking about a small amount here in reality. And that's where I think a lot of people misunderstood Avengers' argument and kind of just shelved it the moment they saw it on the title. But the point being,
50 meters a second is really not going to change
I want
much.
it to be a unified single speed.
So why
because I
bother
do
putting
think
it in the
then we're
first
just
place?
isolating it. The roles don't have enough separation, and it just does become which is the best ship. But I agree that the difference in the inability for them to compete with each other is an issue because the separation might be a bit too brutal. Yeah.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
I think we're coming from the assumption that what we have in master modes is static, right? And I would
Mhm.
agree that if we are to have master modes the way it is now, with the power management
I would
the
agree,
way it is
Hyperlight,
now,
yeah.
with the afterburner the way it is now, give us lower
I would
velocities
just
on
see how it
projectiles by a
rolls,
bit,
right?
lower the speeds. Let's fix these issues. Let's reduce the ranges. Let's do that stuff so we can actually get to a place where ships can be capable and that stuff, right?
Yep.
I'm arguing for higher SCMs and lower boost speeds.
It's nothing
You
in
know,
the scale
to
of
be-
Star
to me,
Citizen.
I
Which is
think-
crazy.
I had to tell you that.
Hold on. Pause. Guys, he's talking about lowering the speeds here. Okay, like so where everyone's freaking out that he's saying, "Oh, get the speeds up to 600-700," he's talking about actually bringing them lower right now. Okay, so just understand that, yeah. Like so, where everybody, disregards Avengers' opinion as I just wants plus 200. He's literally talking about bringing it down. The ceiling's down right now. Go ahead.
Yeah. It with SCM speeds around 400, and whatever your SCM speed is, 150 above that is what your boost speed is. So if you're topping it at 400, then you're boosting maximum only in the forward direction.
So if he's got, let me just get the numbers exactly. So I'm keeping on
SCM
this.
speed is 150 above that is what your boost.
Ceiling's down right now. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Right.
It with SCM speeds around 400.
So we're at 400 meters a second, right? And then you have the ability to boost. We're at 550, right?
And whatever your SCM speed is, 150 above that is what your boost speed is.
So say, for example, when a ship is doing 400, right? Like, let me just make sure I've got this completely locked in.
Whatever your SCM speed is.
See, now, this is the difference where now every ship is going to have a different SCM, but you're all going to have the same afterburner, right? But if a Buccaneer is doing 400 ms with afterburner bringing up to 550, right? And your Gladius only does 300, you can start seeing the difference here. That one ship is always going to be faster than another ship, which makes it impossible to kill. Because they've been talking about lowering gun ranges, which I agree upon, but now you've got it where a certain category are untouchable again. It doesn't change anything. What if boost afterburner also costs you shield strength? No, I think that would just constantly change up, Again, this is where like changing numbers on certain ships, you're then going to allow one ship to always be flying faster. If every ship can do 150 in afterburner, and you've got certain ships that can go up to 400 meters a second, and you got a Gladius that does say 300, you see where I'm going with it. What the ship that does 400 plus 150 is always going to be out maneuvering a fucking Gladius. Because it has more SEM speed. It doesn't need to run its afterburner as much. If the Gladius at 300 plus 150 afterburner is doing 450 and your natural speed is 400, you only need to push it a little bit higher and not use as much afterburner. I would say that it would be a huge disadvantage, right? But if all ships were at all the same SEM and then they changed the boost depending on it, I would be kind of fine with that. It's a difficult one to go through.
Is 150 above that is what your boost speed is. So if you're topping it at 400, then you're boosting maximum only in the forward direction at, what is it? 150 to 400 to 550, right? So to me, it's all based on ratio. I think the ships in standard control mode should.
See, I agree with Avenger 1 on the boost only affects the forward motion. 100% behind that on that one. But I'm a little bit worried when you've got some ships fucking naturally booming at 400 and you've got a ship that naturally goes at 300. You're constantly having to use afterburner to catch somebody that's normally traveling at normal speed. They don't have to afterburner, right? That's a big issue I have with the game, if that's the case. Because somebody is just always going to be able to be fucking flying in a direction and you'll never catch them. Would a varying acceleration curve help this out? See, I would personally rather have it where everyone does 220 in SEM, and depending on your ship roll, you get an acceleration curve with afterburner. But also, if you have a high acceleration, you have a low tank or something, or like low regenning or something. So when you nitrous oxide, you can't keep nitrous oxide in. That would be my take on it. But this is a very difficult one to sort of go through because we just don't know which would be the right way for it. I'm glad they cannot catch me if I'm flying going yeah.
Could
See, I would just be a bit
the
worried.
acceleration and the maneuverability to genuinely avoid fire. Because right now, the only way to avoid any kind of meaningful damage is to just leave the bubble, because you're not going to get away from the guns. And I think that's the huge issue, is they've made
what
the
does
ratios
genuinely avoid fire mean versus pip wiggling or
right. Why are we pip wiggling right now?
Yeah, to avoid fire.
Yeah, exactly. If an interceptor has a higher top speed but a slower acceleration, that would work. If a light fighter has a less top speed but faster acceleration, kind of deal, right? But my biggest worry would be, is what Avenger 1 is saying, is that whichever ship has the highest SEM speed doesn't die as much as all the other ships. And we go back to the Buccaneer, right? Well, the thing with avoiding fire is also that the guns are so overtuned right now. You know what I mean? I would be more wanting to see them change the guns and lowering the distances down before we change anything on the speeds. So an interceptor, you want to keep your high speed zoom and boom. Yeah, long as you can't, you know what I mean? Like, this is where you got to be very careful with it, Hawk. I'm fine for the interceptor to be faster, but it's got to have a much less nitrous oxide system, right? Let's call it that instead of afterburner. So when you push the button, this has to count for a lot, knowing that you're not going to be able to keep just fucking doing this all the time and staying at that high ceiling speed. That you get a general faster SEM speed, but your acceleration to that speed is a lot less and you don't have as much in the tank and it doesn't regen as much. So you're using it for that boom and zoom, and then you're having to circle around and stuff like that, right? Because I would be so worried that you put a ship that is a Gladius at 300 and a Buccaneer at 400, and they have near the same fucking afterburner system. You are never catching this fucking Buccaneer. Sounds a good thing to try, yeah. Again, they would have to be shit hot in the accelerations and the size of tanks for me to agree on that. A ship that naturally has that amount of natural SEM speed, I mean, I'm down for testing it, you know, and seeing how it goes, but that would be my worry. That afterburner would have to be motherfucking dialed in so well, or that person that's doing 100 SEM faster than anyone else is never getting caught, ever. Because they would just be god tier. When they drop to 400, you're only doing 50 ms faster on your afterburner to catch up. That's crazy. You ain't catching them in that stage.
Right.
Because it's the only way to effectively avoid fire.
So
because
what's the difference? Explain the
there
difference
is-
between you saying avoid fire and what pip wiggling.
Right. So
would
for
be, I
example,
guess.
if I'm on my way into a target, right?
Dude, the boosts in master modes are dreadful. I think a lot of people will agree on that. There's too much boost. It's too dependent on the boost to aim and maneuver. And I would personally like it if it was smaller amount of boost but faster regen. I personally would like that.
I see a guy at 1,200 meters. I want to engage him. I'm going to start corkscrewing and moving myself towards him right up until I get to within basically 1,000 meters. And then there's really nothing I can do. Like, there's nothing I can do to avoid fire. I'm going to get hit. No matter if I do, no matter if I'm looking at him and I'm moving in the right way and I'm doing the right things, doesn't matter. Like, you literally cannot avoid fire. If the guy has a basic level of aim, he's just going to look at you and track that movement, because the cone of how big he shoots.
Exactly. So you've got, say, a faster regen in your nose on the light fighter, but it's going to be accelerating faster, but obviously you're not going to get to crazy speeds before it. It just allows you to get in that shake, right? So whilst you're moving at the target, you're fucking like that, right? Ugh, out of the fucking way. But with the interceptor, it allows you to go, You ain't fucking running from me. I'm fucking going, kind of thing. Like, fucking straightforward kind of stuff. But then when you do it, you're like, shit, I went too fucking early. And that's where you would get clapped, right? That's where they would have to dial it in for me to agree to this. I like the idea, but acceleration, total tank, and regen would have to be dialed in really well for the personalities of the ships. So I would say, let's look at light fighter, medium tank, medium regen, medium acceleration. Then you take the interceptor, small tank, small regen, massive acceleration, or large acceleration, or something like that. So you're able to fucking nitrous away, but at the cost of you fucking blew it too early kind of shit. That would be a fine take for me then on that one.
And how much you can move to get around that is the same. So if
we
the
talked
cone
about
is this
boost causing
big,
engine
right?
overheating. Well,
And I can
that's
only
not
move
going to be in the game
enough
for a long time. So
then
we don't
if
need
I
to
can't
freak
get
people
outside
out
that
just
cone
yet about that one.
and force him to like try to
Let's
track me
concentrate
through
what
that,
coming this year, right?
like it's a moot point, right?
Too
And
soon,
because they've
Junior.
limited
Yeah,
our
yeah.
SCM
Yeah,
speeds
exactly.
and strafing. So if I'm looking at you, I can't create an angle wide enough to genuinely avoid damage. So basically, I just have to accept the fact that, okay, I'm coming in on this target, and I'm going to take a trade. A trade is when I do damage and you do damage, right? And then it just comes down to who can aim better.
Okay.
Because there's nothing I can do flight-wise that's going to be able to manage that. Like, get past his cone, get behind him, start rotating him, and actually get into a dogfight, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, they've tuned these quote-unquote archetypes where it's like, well, these ships are not allowed to do that.
And
it's
it's
like-
the light fighters that don't seem to be allowed to do that as much as, because it seems to be the interceptor that
I think
is the
CIG
one
are,
that goes
like,
behind more.
it's
right?
not so
Am
much
I-
that
because
CIG
the
saying
only
they're
way
not
to-
allowed to do
because
that.
the
I
only
think
way
it's
to
just
meaningfully avoid damage is to just not
trying
be
to
there
figure
when
out
it comes.
where to have
Yeah.
everything
And the best
right now
ship
is
to
such
do
a
that
mission.
in is the interceptor class.
Yeah.
Whether you're in a Merlin or
That's
you're
not a
in
ship
Buccaneer,
thing, that's a
obviously
gun
the Buccaneers
balancing.
is the pick of choice
Well,
right now because
Again,
it's got
yes,
the guns of a
like for
Hornet
me,
and
I
the
don't
speed
think
of an
CIG should
interceptor.
do anything
So of
to
course they would use
speeds until they address the gun ranges of how the pilot can beam at this distance and start doing gunfire. There's no reason to sort of dodge the shots until so forth and stuff like that. So I would say, if anything, like I would like to see the gun ranges be changed first and then start working on the flight after that. Because again, it doesn't matter how well you make the flying, if somebody has the ability to hit you at these ranges, it makes no sense. Yeah, there's a huge, like, this is where a lot of people, and I'm not saying Avenger 1 or Virgil, but there's a lot of people freaking out on Twitter, on Reddit, on fucking Spectrum, and people don't realize there's a lot of numbers to dial in for this. It's not something as easy as clicking your fingers and it's fucking done. The amount of numbers to make sure, like, ratio weapons, velocity, range, ship angular velocities, blah, 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 blah. There's so much, right? And then on top of it, broken ESP and maybe overtuned fucking gimbal assist that fixes it. Precision mode. Oh my god. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on right now, and a lot of people need to calm down. Again, not saying these three people in the video, but a lot of people need to sit down and just fucking chill.
Buccaneer. But
So
To be fair, I
kind
saw
of help
Virgil
with this too.
do it in a Gladius, but I think he's playing on hard mode and playing against people that probably aren't as talented. And
Yeah, 'cause
he's
But
meant
also
that a lot.
understand too, like I'm fighting against like one opponent, yeah, right? Like evasion's only relative to the guy looking at you.
Yeah,
and the
that's
guy
my
that you're
mindset,
aware of,
Elias, right now
Like,
is
the
let
second
CIG
player
cook,
that's near you,
and
if-
maybe
if
in like
range isn't
4
an
months'
issue, which it
time,
isn't
we
in
dial
master
it in
modes
a
'cause you
bit
can shoot
better,
at full play
right?
range almost, right?
Because who
Like,
fucking
then
cares
the fact that
about
you're being extremely evasive
non-beta
against
gameplay
the
anyway?
target you're fighting against, you're standing still to the guy that's 2k away shooting at you very easily, right?
Okay.
So
I would
you-
say this though, CIG, if you're listening, please can we get this dialed in before you give Pyro, for example? Let's have Pyro as the spoils of you've figured out where the fuck this game is going, right? That's the secret sauce. We get it there, we get Pyro, all that jazz. Because I would hate for it to all be up in shit creek and then we get Pyro and it's just, it might make even things even more
gotta
crazy.
keep that in mind too, right? Like evasion's only relative to who you want it to be relative to. So that's an issue. But the big one too is like, and I just want to cover like my perspective on this. Like,
Please.
do I think we need to have less separation between the archetypes? We probably do, just for the sake of some of the ships being worthwhile to pick, right? Like, because at the moment, speed is king, and the reason speed is king is because gunnery is king. So you need speed to get distance, where the gunnery is not doing as much damage as it would be up close. And the issue is we need to capture the great things about 2.6, and the way you do that, and the route to get there is to bring the gunnery into line, allowing the flight to flourish, right? And to not be lazily avoided by just an easy weapon system.
Guess what we had in 2.6? Lower
Go
weapon
for it.
velocities and lower weapon ranges. What a concept.
Yeah. Exactly. So like that's kind of like the frustration, right? It's like they moved the entire model towards closer ranges and closer engagements and more theatrical fighting up close. And then the weapons went hard the other direction. They got the wrong directions to go to, and instead the ranges and the speeds got quadrupled. So that's an issue, absolutely.
Have
But
they
just
given
want to
any
cover this.
indication that they're aware of that and want to address it?
No, radio silence, and I'm assuming
Okay.
it's because it's precision mode. Like there's a
Okay.
we're
Yeah.
gonna see an ISC on precision mode, to which I'm not gonna be a big fan of. But I imagine they're just biting their tongue until that gets here.
See,
But-
the thing that it could also be, and it's a really horrible way to do it, and maybe again it's not CIG's fault that it's horrible, but the gun ranges could be that you're only going to be able to do these gun ranges in precision mode. That might affect the way that you fly and stuff like that. Which my argument would be, if that is how CIG are going to do it, not there's no information that says that's what it is, but that's what would be my theory. I don't know why CIG just didn't leave the weapons until you had precision mode in to then test it. Why not just leave the guns as they are just now in live? Why make them all fucking different for master modes? Like, until precision mode is ready to be cooked,
Don't
Virgil,
want to
do
get
you want to
back-
touch on
I
something
don't
else?
wanna- Yeah, I don't want to go back to gunnery, far out. But just quickly, like, have I abandoned the 2-speed system, which is the bubble within the bubble, in favor of just boost being tied to acceleration and unifying SCM? No, I haven't completely given up for it, because some of the guys, and I need to do them a service here.
Yeah,
some of the
definitely I would
guys that are
agree.
really
More
trying to pick
PTU
this apart
testing.
and typing in all the
CIG
feedback
should
channels,
really boot up a
stuff
PTU
like
just for
that.
master
They're
modes.
proposing different shapes
No
now. Like if you remember
universe.
Sitcon, Yogi got
No
on stage and said, if you're
legacy
unboosted,
systems.
you have the cylinder. If you're boosted, you get the egg. That shape changed pretty drastically, pretty quickly, because they discovered at the the north side of the egg, when it only allowed you to push directly to your opponent instead of trying to wrap around them, because it hindered your left and right strafe so much. So you kind of handed yourself over on a silver platter by flying straight to them. So these shapes changed drastically pretty quickly. And they've come to a realization that, okay, a lot of fight geometry up close is heavily dependent on these shapes. So you're starting to see the conversation when it comes to the design about this. And this is like a really important subject, and it gets deep here. But a lot of the advanced discussions that are going on with the developers too are that, a sphere and an egg is too simple and it's not going to cut it. And it's also going to kill creativity and variation in ships. So a lot of people are proposing like a strawberry, which is like where you are rewarded.
I'll need to make an emote
forward
where I'm upside
acceleration, and
down.
you get more maneuverability in your left, right, ups and downs.
I
so
do
that
like
you
the
can
idea
wrap
of the
around an
strawberry,
opponent
though.
if you're playing aggressive.
What
And then
shape?
halfway.
What side
Sorry?
of the strawberry is the thin side?
It's just an upside down
Yeah, so the
egg.
top side,
Mhm.
which is the wider side with the wider circumference, right? That would be the aggressive forward side.
Okay.
And then the bottom of the strawberry would be where you have the least maneuverability. And when you think about that, right, Mike, that means that on the bottom side, because you're less maneuverable, because it's smaller in the shape of a strawberry,
Fruit salad,
that would
let's go,
punish
yeah.
back strafing, which has been a long issue.
Yes.
Right, and then
Back
if you're
strafing
playing
is
neutral,
dreadful.
halfway up the strawberry, you've got some maneuverability on your left, right, ups, downs, but you don't have as much as if you were pushing. And what that would encourage is dogfighting to happen up close. It would reward people for closing distances and fights actually happening, rather than reversing, and stretching out fights, which is the toxic issue we've been dealing with for the last 4 years, right? So people are starting to propose really advanced, sophisticated shapes. And I think it's a good idea. Now, the reason I say this is because you can get really wild with this. You start, creating like a starship shape for alien ships, and then, maybe a Cartual can only fly in bicords and
Oh, for
tricords.
fuck's sake,
Maybe
Avenger.
alien ships can only fly
Jesus
with a certain
Christ.
shape, right? And they're very weak in certain strafes. You can the flight characteristics of this would start getting very interesting, because a lot of
Fuck
the
me,
variation,
man.
I know Avengers about to explode. A lot of the variation in some of these ship rolls is just turn rate, and it's just their components, their hard points, and stuff like that. So there's lacking different flight characteristics, and I think that we are inevitably on a route where we're deciding or figuring out that just an egg and just a sphere ain't gonna cut it.
All right, it's time
So
for some happy
that's
little ships, I
just
guess.
just quickly.
Happy little
Have I
ship.
abandoned the 2-speed, SCM versus boosted
Fuck
2-speed
me,
difference?
man.
No, I'd like to see it reach its potential before it
See,
gets
I kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, you've got somebody talking. You're on somebody's channel. This is where I'm just gonna give my opinion when I see something like this. You're on somebody's podcast. Somebody's talking. Mike's trying to keep with it, and you go to fucking etch a sketch a fucking diagram, right? I just don't think it's the time and the place to do these kind of things, right?
thrown in the trash can, because I do think there's some great things that could be captured about it. Because if we all put
Everybody
ship
watch for the
class
memes behind
into a
Mike. Yeah,
version
yeah.
of the egg,
It's been quite quiet.
and it's just the egg's a little bigger with some ship classes and some ship
Yeah, he's
archetypes,
going to MS
then
Paint what
there's not
Virgil's
much
talking
difference
about
between
or what
flying a
he
Benny
wants.
Defender
You know what I mean?
and
It's now
a totally alien built ship.
it's got to the
in
point where
comparison.
you've literally you're in a fucking class and you've gone to the back of the fucking class and started to draw your own shit, right? Or look out the window.
Into a Gladius, right? Like an alien ship won't feel like it flies alien. A light fighter will, and the issue is I think a lot of the intent for the design from the flight team is that ships will turn differently, but not necessarily fly differently.
Yeah, I know.
So
that's another point that I wanted to bring up, BB, is that it's a podcast. It's probably like, I don't know if he's putting them on Spotify, like what Tomato does. I know Tomato is on Spotify and stuff like that. It's just
like the 2-speed solution, because it has an opportunity, if they decide to seize it, to capture some really unique flight characteristics and some really unique flight in general.
But you're
but
you're kind of with them to bring it a little closer together, it seems like. But not,
yeah, still, I still want them to do that, but I also want them to start getting wacky with these shapes, like get creative. Look,
yeah,
because I
like
think
that sounds actually pretty
ultimately
good.
ship maneuvering and like positional.
So what, Virgil? I'm gonna try and get people paged up, right? Let me find this on Shadow Moses Discord. It's gonna be a bit difficult, right? But imagine I'm gonna just pull fucking Goliath's latest thing, right? Sorry. I don't know why I call him Goliath as well. Golo. I always fucking say the wrong name. Right. So he is going with, this is a shape for anyone that's wanting to follow on with what Virgil was saying, right? So the egg right now is, if you see, the blue is what you're flying in SCM. Red could be Afterburner, stuff like that, right? Golo is a fucking legend, dude. Like, no joke. Props to Virgil. Props to Avenger 1. But Salty Mike, get Golo on the channel. Alright? get the fucking wizard on the channel for a discussion on master modes. So he's got this, again, this is just an example just to tell people. So the strawberry is pretty much, if you leave the red as it is just now, the difference is instead of having the egg point, you sort of stretch it out here, right? So strawberry is sort of like in that shape, but instead of it being sort of hard here, it moves out to more that area. Okay, just to anyone that's not understanding when people are talking about the egg. This is very much like the egg. It's in a different shape. It's not longer the egg, but this is the first picture I could find on the Shadow Moses Discord that represents what Yogi and the team are sort of doing, right? But to put into perspective, the strawberry is this goes a little bit further out when you're afterburning and doing stuff like that. Yada, 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 right? Just remember, guys, the boars are coming. Be careful of the boars. The flying boars, they are coming.
Combat comes down to the shape of those
Don't we
sizes.
won't
I
understand the
think
word,
it's
did it?
to
We
do with turn rate as much as people think it is. I don't think it's to do with, overall speeds just increasing the ceilings. I think it's got to do with those shapes and those accelerations. That is my debate. But with that being said, I'm not opposed to what Avenger's saying, which is a single unified speed, right?
Yeah, but let's talk about shapes
ahead.
here, right? Because
Sure.
like shapes are a massive part of like why master modes is so fundamentally different to
But I can
the
still
live
say
model. Like in
cool.
the live model,
Yep.
Gillen, right?
Like so, I
Yo,
wanna use
Tom,
this
thanks
as a
very much for
reference
what you
here
did.
because again, we
Welcome
know
in,
this,
guys.
Virgil, but people may not understand.
We're
this.
doing a very long stream today, chat. We're 6 hours deep. We've had internet failing on us, Twitch failing on us. We're an hour and 56 into the ATC podcast with Salty Mike, Avenger 1, Virgil. We're going through it. We've been attacked by boars today. The boars are flying across from America to Scotland. They've been launching off boats. The flying boars are coming for us, so be prepared. This will make no sense to you guys. I apologize. But the boars are coming. Mount the guns. It's confirmed. AI has told us the boars are coming. It'll make no sense to anyone.
That's why-
There we
Yeah.
go.
And I apologize for my really weird looking 100
And
eyes.
to be
but-
honest, I don't think that
Salty
some
Mike,
of the
Brainiac
developers understand
confirmed?
this, but keep going.
In what
yeah,
way?
right.
Brainiac.
So hopefully this will help kind of clear it up a little bit, right? So what we had in live,
I
was
gotta
we had a
give props
box,
to Mike
right?
handling
So we
in
had our
this
speeds like
length of
this,
time.
right? So the reason why,
Oh
truck-
yeah. I had a thing on that arc. That's like this whole podcast has been really good. However, I massively disagree with how Avenger 1 talked to Salty Mike. That is not cool. And I really hope Avenger 1 apologizes at some point. The name calling, yeah. I thought that was really our fucking line. Apart from that, great podcast. But yeah, I was quite upset with that because Mike's a fucking stellar dude. He didn't deserve that.
recording was such a issue was because
Yeah,
if
very
I wanted the most
unprofessional, yeah.
acceleration, right? I added my 10 Gs from here and my 5 Gs from here.
But that's it.
which
Everything
gave
else,
me
awesome.
15 Gs. Would you not agree?
Yes.
Right? Because I got my bottoms, I got my mains. Now, obviously, I can go in terms of speeds. I can
You'd have to go back
1,000
through,
meters
Judge,
per
but it
second
was
this way. I
it
can
was
go
uncalled
1,000
for
meters per
names.
second this
It
way,
wasn't like
which means that
a massively disrespectful name, but obviously there was no need for it at all. It was very unprofessional. And that's all we'll say on it. You can go through the video yourselves, guys. Listen here, Brainiac. Is in this listen here, Brainiac. It was in this sarcastic tone. It just wasn't required. That was it. You know what I mean? Apart from that, awesome. Virgil's takes been good. A lot of Avenger 1 takes, I think, are good. Some are a bit sort of, we'll see. We'll see how CIG goes. Mike being absolutely fucking awesome and hanging tough because Mike obviously won't know too many things about what these guys are talking about, and he's paying attention. He's asking questions. He's been a really good host. So yeah, it's a great show. Unfortunately, it's 3 hours and 20 minutes, so I don't want to pause too much, chat, because I'm 6 hours deep now.
If this guy is sailing away from me at 1,000 meters per second, right? Then there's
Can
no
be
delta,
quite
which
rude.
means
I just take it
he's
as
here.
no. Lady Space. There's a massive difference in addressing somebody and saying other things, right? That when you're on a show like this, you don't say little snarky comments because the host hasn't been snarky. You don't be snarky to the host, right? That's the difference. That you can talk shit to each other and stuff like that, but on the podcast, there was no need to call Mike in that tone. No need whatsoever. Because Mike was only asking a question and it got fucking slapped down. Yeah, exactly. But that's on his normal show. He's never like that on his podcast. He's very professional.
And I'm here.
And fights lasted forever, and it was the worst
Yeah.
experience.
And it was terrible because
Yeah.
it's two boxes bumping up on each other. And because I'm at the edge of his box and he's at the edge of my box, we're box tickling. Sorry. Anyway, so
it is what
this
it is.
shape
Again, Infinite Sam. Again. It's the fact that there was no tone towards the person in chat. Mike said a question and Avenger 1 said it as he was replying, and it came across as towards Mike. Even if it wasn't towards Mike, it's the way it was done, and it was not called for at all. There's no need to start fucking slagging people off on chat on somebody's podcast. The delivery was poor, yeah, I would say that. Very unprofessional. That's it.
Does not work because the only way to get out of the box is to be in, let's say, an M50. Well, the M50's box is here, right? And so I have, let's say, 100 meters per second more than him, which means I can always close the distance on him, which means if
you
I'm
look
an
back over it
interceptor and
too,
he's not, I get to engage him when he doesn't
we
want
had
to
multiple
forever
people
and
in chat saying the same thing as I have for seeing it for the first time, right? That it looks massively dressed towards Mike. You can see Mike's reaction a little bit, not knowing what to say at that point, dude. All right? That's unprofessional. It doesn't matter if it's towards Mike or it's towards somebody in the channel. There's no need for it. One bit. Again, you are a guest on somebody's channel. You don't do anything that could possibly affect somebody's channel. So I don't give a shit what you guys say or how it's addressed or whatever. If it's towards somebody in the channel, it's not Avenger 1's channel. You need to be more professional and hold back what you would normally say on your own channel. That's what I'm getting at. Doesn't matter if it's towards Mike or towards people in the channel, it's not your show.
ways that's the way it goes, as long as I'm good enough to manage that merge, right? Now,
So the shape of the box is purely dependent, Mike, on the speed ceiling that ship. Yeah. So like the boundaries of these boxes are dependent on the ceiling speeds of these ships.
yes,
Gotcha.
right? Because an M50 will go faster than, or a Razor will go faster than a Vanguard, whatever, right?
Okay.
So, and obviously there's different variations and different disparities in how much the difference is. But that's why we have a meta right now in live where you see M50s and Razors all over the place because they have one of the highest top speeds in the game. And so they can always engage. Again, they have smaller weapons and whatever, but it doesn't matter because if I can engage you and you can't engage me, I win.
It's just a misstanding of intent, which are taken... Dude, rude is being rude, no matter what you look at it, right? Even if it's directed to Mike, Virgil, anyone in the channel, right? Is that Mike is responsible for his channel, the way people are, and making sure that things don't go out of hand, right? When you have a guest on, that guest has to understand that you can cause lots of issues on somebody else's channel, right? He was being rude to all the people that claim Maelstrom will fix the issue. Again, but this is where you don't be. it's not the Avenger 1 channel, it's the Avenger 1 as the guest, dude. So that's where I'm saying it's very unprofessional. Is that do it in your own channel, that's cool. But not on somebody else's channel, dude. You don't need to be snarky, you don't need to be rude to people, you don't need to belittle them with names and stuff like that. You just answer the question to the best you can, right? See, that's true. That's how it comes across, right? That's, again, how Zero State put it down is how it came across to me. So again, if it's not that intention, that's a different story. But again, there was no need for it, guys. And that's where I will stand on it. If you're on somebody's show, I come onto Zero State's show, I'm not going to go full Scottish stuff. The last time I was on ATC, I apologized to Mike afterwards, saying I'm so sorry for swearing so much because I'm Scottish, because it's the second word for us. You know what I mean? Because I felt really guilty that I'm fucking blah 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 shouting, swearing as I would normally do, right? But in no way and form would I ever fucking say something rude to somebody like in the channel and stuff like that. That's my point on it. Again, the podcast has been fine for that. That's just the point I will say. That there has to be a level of professionalism when you're on somebody else's channel. If I was on Zero State's channel right now, I would be fucking trying to be as good as gold so that I don't affect his channel. That's what being a guest is about.
Win. So it's the exact same problem of the Hammerhead, just extrapolated faster and with smaller ships. But that's a fundamental issue that will never get solved.
It's just
with Live's
Bama,
model,
the all,
because
and a
Live's
very good
model
chance it's been. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Live's model. Master Modes fixes this. I have been a fan of Master Modes because it does fix this, because we are experimenting with different shapes. But what we've gotten instead was now we have an SCM speed.
What in Star Citizen? Nick
The laziest
kicks.
shape
Oh,
you could
Avenger
ever
1
make.
would kick the shit out of me in Star Citizen.
It's like,
dude.
I now have 200 meters per second.
Hands down.
In any
Dude
direction.
is way above my
But I guess-
fucking pay grade.
But it's again, because of the gunnery, because I can just shoot like this and saturate an entire zone. Like, I'm not going to
Hey,
be able
Mike.
to.
Just quickly, take a screenshot. We've got a thumbnail. Go ahead. Keep going.
Right? So no matter where I go, if I go up here and try to make an angle, well, the guy just adjusts a little bit and saturates that whole zone. Okay, I can't go there. Okay, can I go here? Nope, can't go there. Okay, well, can I try to?
Why
move
did it
my-
end
no,
up
can't go
going
there.
back to gunnery,
well, the
chat?
only way I can get away
Why?
from this
I thought we
cone
were free of this.
is with higher speed, because relative to the gunnery, we talked about gunnery, we beat that dead horse, right?
Well, it's
So
coming back,
I'm arguing
Avenger.
For SCM speeds to be here, right? Again, we don't have a box, we have a circle. So tricording gives you 10 Gs. Moving forward gives you 10 Gs.
Mhm.
Moving this way gives you 10 Gs, depending on the thruster power.
Kind of wish
right?
forward
But
would go
essentially,
faster, though.
no matter where I move on this clock, because if I'm using a joystick, right? My joystick, like if you were to look down and imagine like this is the center of the stick, if I'm using a game controller, like an Xbox controller, I can't reach the edges of a square
Mhm.
because the Xbox controller can't get up here. So physically, I would never be able to tricord because an Xbox controller can't get to this little region. Like, it's a circle, right? So these are control issues that, and again, how many people do you know understand what tricording is? It's just not a thing that people understand.
Yeah.
So it's a knowledge ceiling rather than a skill ceiling. Again, this is corrected in master modes, which is genius, right? And I love that Yogi did this because it fixes a lot of these core issues that we could never fix, and it would bring controller parity in line, which I'm all for, by the way. But what we've sacrificed, which is why I made that video, is do you understand what we're losing? Is because the way that we've tuned it, we can't make meaningful deflections to get away from stuff. So again, because the gunnery is the way it is, it just suffocates all the kind of movement. So my suggestion was, well, let's just make that circle a little bigger, keep the weapon speeds the same, keep everything the same. It's the least invasive suggestion. And from my experience,
Again, sorry, I'm just quickly catching up with what 2 is written out. Dude, I agree with you on that part, but this is where I'm saying it's professional to not get worked up on somebody else's show, right? And that's what you have to understand. that I feel that in the whole entire thing, Avenger 1 needs to keep his cool on somebody else's show. No matter if it was addressed to the community or to Mike, how it came across is how it came across to me. And that will be the end of the subject on this, guys. Okay? That on somebody else's show, you are not rude in any way. Do it on your own channels. Keep your cool. Remember, you are a guest. It's like going to somebody's house and you're not kicking down their fucking doors and shit like that. Okay? That's where we will end this topic on. Manners. That's a good way of looking at it. Manners. Got to be professional on somebody's podcast.
500 feels pretty damn good because you're not fighting all the time at 500, right? But if you get close, let's say you get right up on top of this guy and you know, you're really close, you're shooting guns, he's shooting guns, it's a real dog fight. You're just like, yeah, I want to get up there. And you know, let's say you want to move underneath him to come here. Well, once I hit that speed ceiling, he's just going to turn his nose onto me. So I need to be at basically, let's say, again, all based on ratio, I need to be at 50 meters to be able to make a deflection wide enough, close enough to gain a positional advantage. Now, if I don't have the speeds, I can never get an angle on this guy. I can never get a position. And if they suffocate my movement again, if they make my SCM speed this and my boosted speeds this, right? I can't make a deflection in this direction. And that geometry, what Virgil was talking about, is a big thing because I need to go facing my opponent,
I was
going
lost,
sliding.
now I'm found. I understand now.
That, like I
was
need to be
getting
able to.
lost.
I need to look at my target while I move over. So I need to upstrafe in this direction, and I need to upstrafe outside of that egg so I can hook around him and actually engage him.
Like
Now,
you're not. I guess another way to easily break it down is just you're trying to get to them and around them, right? Like you're not trying to just go and touch noses. You're trying to get to him and around him, like
Yeah.
when you're trying to kill them.
And the
Right.
shape
Yeah.
examples are more for like the discussions with CIG devs that understand this stuff. But the
No, but
conversation,
Salty, you need to understand this too because this affects you too. And this
well,
is
I
this is
know
what
it does, and I actually understand it with what you just showed. But like when you're explaining it to the general public, don't you think it makes more sense to? I don't know actually. I'm thinking like what Virgil just said made more sense to me. Of I need to be able to just go and get around.
Again, it's different ways of doing it, BB, right? It's obviously, I would say Avenger 1 is using MS Paint to sort of showcase it. It's very difficult on the podcast where somebody might be just listening to it, right? So when you're listening to something, it's a little bit sort of, yeah. He does have a good take, yeah, because again, I will say this for Virgil, he has changed a little bit since his edgelord years, where now he's starting to understand a little bit where not everyone can be at super fucking diehard sweat level and stuff like that. They need to make it where it's easy to get into, long to master, and once you're at that stage, there's a very fine line of who's better than who, right? Who can snaps faster better than somebody else. It's not peripherals, it's not fucking ESP, it's literally your brain thinks faster than the other person, right? So his takes are very good. If this was Virgil like 3 years ago, it would have been, I think, a different story, to be honest. I think he's starting to get older, or maybe the less McDonald's he eats, the wiser he's becoming.
Them because that's what I'm
But
missing.
it's very good takes.
And saying that
Very good
is
takes from Virgil.
one thing, and then the egg and the strawberry and all these other things, I think, make more sense to the
You just
people
had
who
McDonald's.
are making the game than the one.
Virgil loves his
Am I wrong on
takeaway.
that, or
Right. So here's
Okay.
your strawberry, right? There's your fucking strawberry. Okay?
No, it would
Now-
be the other way round, Avenger. If
Well, I'm counting this as
I don't know
forward.
what strawberries you're eating.
I was about to say. Well, fucking...
Yeah, so I get this.
Okay.
I guess I'm showing this.
Holy
as, like,
shit, that's your fucking block
I get what you're
fruit.
saying. So I can only move, like, if I'm moving backwards, I can only.
You've
move
not had McDonald's
this
this year?
No,
much,
it would be
right?
like the strawberry would actually be flipped. It would be reversed. So you'd put
It'd be fat at the
you know, the-
top and
Yeah.
Yeah.
skinny and short
On
at
the
the
bottom.
back.
Yeah.
So you can,
That's your
so
fucking
it's-
chunky
It
strawberry.
sounds like
Imagine it
it's
a little
allowing
like
for
a
a little
love
bit more
heart,
tricording.
you know?
It's bringing a
Oh,
little
is
bit of tricording into the game again.
Yeah, his cat.
that-
Oh god, what's it called again? Not Yogi. Boogie. Boogers. What's the fucking Australian thing that they call? Boogie, that's it. Is it Boogie? He says Boogie. Yeah, it's a beautiful cat, dude. I'm not a big fan of cats. As you guys know, I'm a dog wolf person. But I would actually say, you don't tell Virgil this, I would say that his cat is probably one of the best cats I've ever seen. It's fucking majestic. I'm surprised it can't talk. And it pulls up a paper and has a fucking pipe, you know? It just doesn't look like a normal cat. It looks like something you get out of a fucking storybook, you know what I mean? Which also, funny enough, like again, I'm not a cat person, but as an older man, maybe in my 60s, 70s, I might actually get a Maine Coon because it looks really fucking good as a cat. Again, it would have to be as majestic as the Boogie one because that's what makes it look so fucking good. And it looks really like purpley blue as well. But also I like the tall cats now. The not the Sphinx cat, it's like a long-legged cat domesticated. It's kind of like a mini cheetah leopard. Savannah, that's it. Yeah. That's another one that I would actually fucking wouldn't mind owning because that shit is also majestic as fuck. Looks like just a mini cheetah leopard thing, and it's got big pointy ears and like a wee mountain lion. But yeah, I don't think I could ever get a normal cat after seeing Virgil's one. No. Is that an ocelot? Well, it over here it's called the Savannah, and it just basically is like a little mini cheetah thing. I don't know what you guys call it in American stuff, but it looks fucking sick. 100% they're wild, literally. Wow. Again, there's quite a few people there. That shit is majestic as fuck. Yeah, welcome to Scars. Yeah. Again, for me, it would have to be like that, right, Dilly? That's why, like, again, very much a dog. Again, my background is canine behaviorist, but Virgil's cat has definitely sort of swayed me more to being like, I could see myself owning something like that because it's just not your normal, like, little tabby small thing. It's like, I'm expecting to have a whole fucking conversation with it, acid up out of my mind, and it's fucking telling me how to get through the storybook of Narnia or something like that. That's what I'm expecting. One day you're gonna see Virgil going through a fucking wardrobe and the cat's taking him to fucking Narnia, you know? To go and get some McDonald's.
It's
Yeah,
wider. It's wider by the front.
Oh, Nubifire's naked
smaller
cats?
at the back.
I'm not a
Yes,
fan
yes,
of
like this.
Nubifire's naked
Closer
cats.
to the back
Yeah,
of the
They're
screen.
cool
'cause
looking,
if I'm
but yeah,
back
yeah,
strafing,
yeah.
I'm only gonna be able to go this direction 200.
Yeah, so you can defend with
And
distance.
See, I really feel that CIG, if they could make it where boost only affects forward thrust, I would love to see what that would be
Like
You
like
in
for
can't
this
defend
game.
forward.
forever. Yeah.
400.
Creepy
Right?
cats?
So
Yeah, well,
obviously,
they're sort of like
I guess
ball
it depends on
sack
how you
cats,
conceptualize
right?
it, but yeah, you
Sure,
can do it this
sure,
way
sure.
too.
Hairless
The
cats.
point is, whether
I
you
can't
look
remember
at
what
it
they're
this way
called.
or
They're
the
not called
inverted way
sphinxes,
is,
are they?
I have
think they're
less
just
room
called
to move,
hairless,
but
right?
I can still go up.
They're
at
cool
400.
looking, but
Yeah.
I
can
don't
still go
know.
up at 400. Right? And that's important. I have less G's here, so I have less push power, but
You can eventually
I can
get there.
still gain that speed, which means if I do it correctly and
What's it like? Anybody able to tell me why? What's the thing with up thrust and down thrust and back thrust? This. What's this meant to be? Like you. Ye. Anybody able to tell me what this is? I get the 200, but what the fuck is this meant to be? Is this 400? 400? Or was that 400 with the push? Because if he was meaning 400 back strafing, no fucking way. Like, there, yeah, but again, is this 400? Should be like 100 tops. If it's forward thrust, then I would agree with the like. If this is SEM 200 and forward thrust is 400, yeah, I'd kind of agree on that.
Fly in on him here, and I'm facing at him here. You know,
You
because I'm now
400
sliding in
400.
this
Yeah,
direction
that
and I'm
makes
facing
perfect
this
sense.
way, if I had an egg,
Thank
it
you
would
guys for
automatically
explaining
slow
that
me.
to
Like
me.
if I had an egg,
Perfect
like this,
sense now. It's
actually,
the
no, sorry.
you.
Because I had an egg, it would look like this, right? You know, I should be here in my speed, but because that
Avenger 1, man. Holy shit. It's like a fucking... What fucking eggs and strawberries is
that's
this man
outside the
eating?
egg cone now, it's going to automatically slow me down, and this guy is going to slip out of it, and I'm never
It's
going to
like
be
a
able to
fucking
hold that
ostrich
position,
egg.
ever,
Mm.
right? But now, because if I have a speed that makes sense,
Chat's asking for these as NFTs, by the way.
Jeez. You could probably actually
right?
do
So
that.
oh, sorry, I fucking inverted again. So if I have this now, actually no, sorry, apologize, guys. Basically, it's
I like Virgil's avatar just is like that. You know what I mean? The avatar now just went down like that at the same fucking time. I don't think you could time that any better.
Squares is a little bit easier here, right? We'd obviously round the edges, right?
Because now
But
the
point
head's
is,
back up,
you know,
right?
if I try to strafe backwards, I'm not sure, you know, like I'm not going to have a lot. But if I'm pushing forwards and I'm sliding to the side here, I have enough speed to actually hook around.
I don't know why
underneath
Virgil
because I
doesn't
can
get
carry my
into
momentum.
like
And this is why
now,
we're jousting.
because I
so-
understand he doesn't want to show his character or sorry his video because of doxing and stuff like that. But I don't know why he doesn't get into that like simple VTubing stuff and actually get a character animated.
Much, right?
Be kind of
we're
cool.
jousting because you're only going to get a drift for a second, right? So the way it is right now is because, you know, the only way to gain an angle is to basically boost towards them really hard and then spin. And then you
Well,
hold
it'd be
that
super
drift
early
for a
for
second,
him.
you slow
Like, it
down,
would-
and then
what,
you go back again.
middle of the
and then you
night,
slow
right?
down, you go back again.
If it's
you
like
slow
because
down, you go back
Salty
again. And
does
so
this
it's just a
what
constant,
6 or 7
because we
a.m.
don't physically have the geometry
That's like
to
fucking
catch people,
what,
to
1,
merge with
2.
them, to maintain a position.
Even
Because we have
Avenger
to be
1
able
it
to
would be
maintain
like
a spot against an
for
enemy
Canada
while
depend,
being guns on.
like early.
That's the difference,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because in order for
Early
me to maintain a
Verge, yeah.
position on
Yeah,
him,
because it would be
right,
like in
if
the
we were to
middle of
imagine this as an
the
angle,
morning.
right? If
if
I
I'd
want
left
to
it
be
later.
always 10 degrees out of his cone, I need to be able to always be rotating around him at a speed that corresponds to how fast he can turn. Light fighters, I
So
got to be
from your
closer because
countdown?
they turn really fast. But if I
give
can't,
room for
I can't remember the
person that you're going
time
up against
time zones
to,
for Canada.
Say, for example, does this give enough room for them to make a mistake?
That's fine.
Or
Hyper light.
I'm trying to
That's
figure out how
the
to frame
Virgil
this
that's in my
because
head
So,
anyway
the
as
whole-
we
well.
have is you fight forever and nobody ever dies, right? So
right.
Where does that fall? Where does this fall in the like?
How many
We're fighting,
Canadas do we
and
have?
somebody's gonna win.
Yeah,
and
but there's
somebody's
different
gonna
time
lose.
zones depending on where you go
Right,
around
so,
Canada.
I
Not
mean,
just Canadian
that all
time
depends
zone, right?
on like the way you balance weapons too. I mean, if you have
Yeah.
ridiculously high time to kills like we have now, like of course people are going to get away. So when you know, so I would much rather see a game where the time to kill is lower, but getting a shot is not so easy. Like it's not just this trick.
Finally, something major I can actually agree with Avenger 1. I mean, how many times have I been saying this, guys, that I would rather where it's just dogfighting and the final pull of the trigger is when somebody dies? Like, I would love that. I would absolutely love it where the whole point of the game is to fly and dodge each other in the dance and then the final bloop is where you fucking die.
Trivial thing where like everyone applies damage all the time, and then it just becomes, like I said, EVE Online 2.0, where it's much more based on
more
how
like
much
the
DPS.
Division,
Oh,
I feel.
oh, I have a gun that does so much DPS. Like that's not how we should be conceptualizing.
Yeah,
it. Like, you're
I
in a
definitely
fight,
agree with
so
Avenger 1 on this
your
one.
shield basically is just kind of a warning signal, like, hey, you've got a bad position, you got to move because now you're taking hits. That's what it should
Feels
be.
a bit
for.
like
Not
War
like,
Thunder?
oh, I'm
Yeah.
taking damage. I got a few seconds here. Let me just hang out here behind this
Yeah.
guy.
I
And
wouldn't mind that.
just,
yeah.
you know, again, right? A lot we talked about.
You could
gunnery,
one
how that
mag
can affect the
somebody.
game
Again,
in
I'm
meaningful
fine for
ways,
one
too.
magging
It's make
people.
the
I
gunnery more
fucking hit
difficult,
like
get the fight
again. I absolutely fucking hate the state of the gunplay in Star Citizen when they took away like rail guns and ballistics and stuff, and we had all the repeaters, right? Because I can't stand the fucking Division look at each other going, empty the mag, reload, empty the mag, reload, empty the mag. It's so fucking dull. And I hated it. I hate it so much that you have to just shoot at each other. It should just be dancing, like, oh, you can't fucking touch me, bruh. You can't fucking touch me. And then it's, you're fucking gone. Because I finally got in close and personal and gave you a good spanking. I hate this staring at each other, beaming shit nonsense.
It's closer, make them more rewarding, and when a shot does connect, it should actually do something. It should mean something. Because what we have, again, it would make turrets more fun too, because if you get fights closer and nobody's just flying around kiting, then fighters are at risk of getting hit. Turrets are in a spot where it's actually fun for them to track. And when they do score shots, like bang, 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 it's like, oh, I got him. Like, you want that. You want the Star Wars Episode 4. Like,
whoa,
I got him. Like, you want that.
Whoa, Avenger 1, all right? I ain't no Star Wars fan. I don't want fucking people in bathrobes and fucking Jedi shit, all right? And every time I watch those fight scenes, all I'm looking at is fucking people fucking dodging shots like they've got some fucking plot armor and stuff like that, right?
Happen in Star Citizen right now, because
let's be careful.
If that were to happen,
not too Star Wars.
If you were to take that Star Wars scene and make it with Star Citizen, the TIE fighters would be flying at range and Luke and Han would just die.
Just quickly, like when they talk about on SCL about how the 1v1s fell short, Mike, it's because you can't achieve this, right? You can't force this. Like you can't push and get an angle. A lot of the fights, especially in where Bale mentioned, it's very prevalent in the mirror matches, like a Gladius versus a Gladius. These two shapes are the exact same size, and because the shape isn't counterbalanced to reward aggression, because
has Avenger 1's beard grown since he's been away?
Neither is closing distance.
It looks longer,
which is making it, and the gunnery is so powerful.
Or is it just the angle he's changed?
Yes, race.
Yeah,
and that's what people are complaining about.
Yeah, and
so,
all the complaints are things I've absolutely experienced. You just see a guy on the screen, and it's just guns, and
it's so
dies,
fucking dull.
It's not very fun.
And that's why you find the more advanced side of the community is trying to push a lot of the maneuverability up to the front of the egg, right? Or turn it into a strawberry, so that closing distance gives you the power to maneuver and then rewards closing distance in fighting, which is what we want, right? Because the issue has always been distance in fighting and stuff like that. So we need
because that's like, if you think about the Star Wars, the big fighting scenes, the destroyers, the fucking the fucking mosquito fucking flappy thing, lightsaber, Star Trek's no different, right? It's fucking fucking all that shit, right? That's why I like Battlestar Galactica and I like fucking like Firefly, because people just die in the movies. Twitch, in the movies, it's just a movie. Nobody actually dies in real life, only from old age, natural causes, right? So Star Wars is always like an example of big battles and stuff like that, It's just how everyone always goes, right?
The behavior of getting closer to
Can we get DarkLaw's
that is
new
the
inventory
entire point of Master Mode.
And then the closer they are, they can dial back a lot of the assists that they're giving players, right?
Dude, I'm down for the face mask.
It's important
I'm already pasty white as it is. I'm bald. Easy. I don't think Palpatine had hair, did he? He just had a hood up, right? I'm fucking in there. Pappy didn't have hair, did he? I can't even remember. All I have to look is a bit more like a wrinkly. I'll be like that. Fucking, you know what I mean? Power.
do that. Like, we don't just want that to be the case, which is like why I
but before he got fucking force lightning,
because
by
the,
Shaft.
The bottom half of the strawberry, yes, it is shorter, but the reward of you using that side and deciding to backstrafe into that aspect of the flight characteristics is you've already got that distance. So it's important for the people that are backing up and wanting to be able to do that. They still need to be able to do that, but they need to be losing momentum in the fight.
Yeah.
They need to be on the weaker side of this to
Mhm.
promote, good gameplay.
Yeah.
Because the problem is right now, because of the weapon distances and the time it takes to get to each other, it's like the strawberries reversed and everyone's playing backwards gameplay. They kite back.
Yeah.
They just matador is the terminology I use, which is
Matador is actually a good terminology. Like for me, Matador would have been more like a bit more where you're going to the side as well. But yeah, I see
where
where
they
Verge
just
is going with
keep
that.
their nose on and they keep their momentum going backwards. And they
Yeah,
just
Senko,
punish
yeah.
you and shoot you if you try to
We're
push
what,
it
6
all.
hours?
So that's kind of the
7 hours?
frustrations of
Actually,
the
no, we're
community
more
right
than
now.
that, chat. Fuck.
Inevitably, they're going to
We
they're
are,
going to reward pushing. It's like obvious. It's the biggest
because
known
we had a
issue.
2-hour video.
It's
Oh
been an
no,
issue
we're
forever.
8 hours
They're
in,
obviously,
chat.
I think,
No
going to fix it.
way.
And they're inevitably going to come to the conclusion
Or
that
are we?
you need to reward pushing with better maneuverability than staying idle or backing up.
No,
Will
I'm only
this-
6
Will
hours
this be
from
any
50.
problem
Oh, thank God.
with? I just want to go back to something that Virgil said like a really long time ago.
Thank
is that
God.
light fighters just feel like dueling?
Yeah,
ships?
but we had a 2 hours,
Is
like
that-
the internet cut out,
Does
so
this
we're good.
solve a lot
Thank
of
God
that
it's
and
not 8
make
hours
them more relevant in these group fights with these larger ships, problematic interceptors, all that, light
It
fighters,
does-
heavy fighters, medium fighters?
It absolutely pushes them further into their archetype, which is to be the maneuverable ship. They are the most maneuverable ship out of all the archetypes.
Mhm.
So yes, to a degree, but
Hmm.
I still think the Buccaneers and the Interceptor classes are going to be too ridiculous regardless.
Yeah.
But it does push them further into their own DNA. So Avengers right.
See, one
and
of the
also
things with
that
the
is right,
Buccaneer,
yeah.
right? Hear me out, chat. Because loadouts are not finalized, right? So CIG could technically just take off the 2 size 1s of the Buccaneer, where it's got the 2 frees and the 1 4 on the top, and just do it that way. Or is it two frees, 2 2s, and a fucking no, because yeah, it's 2 1s, 2 frees, and the 4 on the top. They could just take away the size 1s. That might actually make a turning point where you don't have as big a beam with the Buccaneer and stuff like that.
And there's probably
DL
a
trying
middle
to
ground
hit chat
between
with
both
that
of
Looney
those,
Tunes
right?
sound
Like
effect.
the light fighter needs to have
I'm
great
tired, dude.
maneuverability,
It's
and the other ship classes
it's a
need
long
to have
one,
a little
right?
bit more maneuverability, so they're not as boring to play. Because I tell you what, you're having fun in a Gladius, but you're not having nearly that amount of fun in a Vanguard. Because a lot of the flight has been is boring in the Vanguard. Would you agree that it's like boring? In the
I don't know. I actually have fun in the Vanguard. If my gunner was actually able to do something, I would actually prefer a lot more.
slower ships.
You know, it's funny. I was on stream yesterday and I took out the Hurricane, which is a heavy fighter, and I had a blast. I took my dad out, actually, who's my turret gunner.
Oh yeah,
And we were
awesome.
goofing around and we were getting into fights, and I shot down 2 Hornets, like decent Hornet pilots, in the Hurricane. And I look at master modes and I'm just like, there's not a chance in hell. Like, there's no way, because like you fly around a Vanguard right now, like you can't avoid any damage, like 0. And this is the whole issue I'm talking about. It's, they've pigeonholed these ships and they've restricted them so dramatically.
Actually, they can, Sharp Steel. They can. Because when you actually buy the ship, at the time of buying it, it says that things can change. I can't remember the full detail of how it does, but they actually say that what you buy and what you get can change at any time. You're actually on, by the way, when you buy a ship, you're actually only buying the hull of the ship. they're giving you the shields and the weapons just as a perk right now. CIG can make it where you never have any of these modules to begin with. They can make it where you maybe have a shield, a power plant, and a quantum drive, but no weapons attached to it until you do things to make money, like from cargoing. They can do that. They probably won't, obviously. But when you buy a ship, it doesn't matter what the fit is. The fit is actually subject to change, steel sharp. Or sharp steel, sorry.
Dramatically, that it really does become, if this ship is on the field, this ship wins. What I'd like to...
Because also, the arrow, if you didn't know this, sharp steel, the arrow was sold with 2 shields. Right? And CIG changed it to 1. So it had 2 shields when you bought it and advertised as 2, and they made it 1.
Get to, like EVE Online, I use this as an example.
The CCU concept, yeah.
Let's say you take, and
how you doing, Stu?
People who know EVE Online will understand this a bit more, but the idea that, let's say you have 100 ships, right? And they're cruisers. Now in EVE Online, cruisers are great ships. Yeah. They're balanced a certain way. And the counter to those are frigates, right?
Retaliators so actually meant to have had turret upgrades, but they're all size free.
And they can get up on the cruisers and they can engage.
I don't have any
whatever,
like full proof on it. It's
so
just
you
a
have 100
rumor,
frigates
but
and 100
that
cruisers.
will be fucking cool.
Now, in that fight, the cruisers are going to lose, but they're not going to lose like without taking out a bunch of frigates while that's happening. You know? We have it right now in Star Citizen where if you bring 100 Vanguards to the table and you take 100 Buccaneers, which is the counter, 100 Buccaneers will be alive and 100 Vanguards will be dead.
I kind of want to say no to Avenger on this, right? Because the 100 Buccaneers versus 100 Vanguards, the Buccaneers will run out of ballistics a lot faster than the Vanguards going through killing, right? Buccaneers are going to die. Literally 2 Vanguards will insta-gib a fighter if they're on target at the perfect time, right? You really can't say that 100 Buccaneers will not die against 100 Vanguards.
That is a huge problem because you've taken out a lot of the gray zone area where in EVE Online, it's simulated through the skill points of your character. I've trained dogfighting to level 5. I've trained armor systems 4. I've trained this and that, right? So the time that you have invested in the game equates to the level of character skill because EVE Online does not simulate physical input skill.
Yeah.
True.
It simulates it via the level of your character.
But also, you can learn movement knowledge in Star Citizen. EVE Online, which is like keeping angles up. We discussed this earlier on, where you can keep angles up where bullets bounce off you and stuff like that. So there is obviously some movement knowledge to a certain degree.
Star Citizen does not have a leveling system. You don't train dogfighting level 5 and then all of a sudden you get 20. You don't get 20% more damage. What happens is because the game is
thing for sure, but other than that, yes, I
largely ships at jump gates and such as Eve too. I kind of wish that we had the bumping of Eve in Star Citizen instead of the ramming.
By level, like I represent, and Virgil represents a level 50.
That's just my take. I like the bumping instead of
because
just exploding.
I've got literally 10,000 plus hours in Star Citizen. Virgil, I'm sure you've got a ton as well. So we've put our time in. We've invested the time into developing and leveling up our skill set, right?
But also, Avenger, just to point this out, you are leveling up your skill set and fuck, I can't speak. Skill set in a game that's not finished.
And so a guy that walks right in the door shouldn't just be able to get to level 50 dogfighting in 2 days. Like it's not.
But that won't even happen in Massimo's anyway. I can instantly tell when I'm versing somebody that's new to Arena Commander. They will die in fucking seconds. Somebody that's been in for a month or longer, a year, you can instantly tell when you're versing that player.
And this whole argument that we have, this whole debate about like we can adjust weapon and gunnery, we can adjust speeds on SCMs, is all to do with increasing the skill ceiling so that you can get that depth of experience, so that we don't have issues where we have 100 Vanguards losing against 100 Buccaneers, because they've narrowed the skill side of the game to such where the calculation of whether you win or not is 80% based on ship choice and position, or not position, ship choice and loadout, and 20% based on do you have enough aim skill to basically get on target. If you can do that, you've filled the quota for like how much skill do I need to win this calculation.
Do you
And we have-
agree on all this, Virgil, or
Yeah, like
anything you
I
wanna
can
add?
see where he's saying, and I think that this can grow in like multiple aspects, right? Like the skill ceiling is relative to all the mechanics that make up dogfighting entirely. It's even down to the capacitors.
Yeah.
You know, I think I do think he's right, because if you increase if you decrease the variation between the archetypes to the point that they still capture the essence of being that archetype. A heavy fighter is still a heavy fighter, an interceptor is still an interceptor, but then you reduce the separation between those classes to make them more competitive with each other, to allow them a little bit more freedom to be creative, to have variation in their gameplay. It's a good thing, but you can go too far with this, because if the variation's too close to each other, the speeds are too similar, then it's everybody get into the Buccaneer, or it's everybody get into the Hornet Ghost. So it's a careful balance. I always say this in every video I make. It's like it's about finding a middle ground between all of us.
Yeah, it takes
And
time to get to level 50.
I
I
believe
think
that where we are at now is not it.
Avenger One's
and I do
worry,
think there's
let's
a
call it
middle
a
ground
worry
between
about how
probably
fast
where
people can
Avengers trying to
progress
pull
with
us,
this
right?
new
Like,
system.
do
I
I
think
want the
it's
speeds at
it's
500,
not as fast as I
600?
think you
I'm
think it
skeptical.
is.
Would I be much happier at full 500? Yeah, you know, like it's like that. So yeah, like I definitely agree with his argument. I
Airbrusher,
think
thank you
he's
very
on
much
the
for
right
the
path.
10
And I
months,
think
dude. Appreciate
everybody
that.
is right about their arguments. I don't think there's been a single person making an
I'm
argument
very
that's wrong.
interested as well.
It's about
Blood.
I don't think they
Very,
have the
very
perfect
interested to see how that's
answers.
going to work out.
You know, I think that's the key here, right? Is like when people say they've got an issue with this, or like the lack of variation, the skill ceiling needs to get higher. Every when they all say
Watch
this,
this
they're
real
right.
quick.
It needs to be easier for me to be able to play.
This
I
will
need
be
to
on
be
YouTube,
able to
Mojo.
multi-crew. I think when people make these complaints and stuff, they're legitimate. It's about the answer, though. I don't think everybody's right, and I think it exists between us all, and that includes me. You know, where I'm trying to pull it and thinking my ideas are great. I think the actual answer is going to be between my ideas, Venge's ideas, Yogi's ideas, and stuff. Because I don't think Yogi and all that have it entirely figured out either.
I mean, they were pretty honest about that. They don't this week.
Yeah,
but again,
but
I kind of want to back up with Yogi on this. I'm gonna join the Yogi side here. When Yogi and the team announced all their stuff at CitizenCon, I was like, this is amazing. This is going to be a game changer. I didn't go, it's ready the fuck now. You know what I mean? And I feel like a lot of time people have been putting pressure on Yogi and the team, where they're like, why is Master Modes in this state? Why is it not fucking doing this? Why do they not know what's going on? Hi, Nixie. And stuff like that. Hello. Have you arrived? And I get the frustration with people, but when I saw the CitizenCon video, I looked at it as a demo. And whenever a company releases a demo, especially at an expo, it's normally this will be ready in 1 or 2 years, right? Or DLC. Like whenever you have BlizzCon, like any WoW players, when Blizzard releases like this is what we're doing as an expansion, how far afterwards do you normally get it? It's like the next year, right? You don't get it within like a few months, or do you get it in a few months? Because normally when people announce that stuff, like especially with Warframe, it's always like a year or two later on that. And that's where, when I saw the stuff at CitizenCon, that's why I just assumed it was going to be 1 or 2 years before any of this was actually going to work. You know? He is a cutie, yeah. You're a suki puppy, aren't you? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know, it's a long-ass day. It's a long-ass stream. You've been really good for 7 hours. We got like an hour left, which translates to another 2 hours. You gotta hang in there. It's gonna be a 9-10 hour stream. You got this? Hoorah. Let's go.
But ultimately, his debate's like 100% right. It is. I'm 100% on board. It is too simple. The classes are too pigeonholed into their own flight characteristics. There's not much variation of flying the Warden. If you're in the Warden, you're backing up and trying to get them in front of you, and that's it. You've got
What
no
about
other
the
choice.
turret?
If you're in
Does
a
the
Hornet,
turret and the Warden have any play into this factor at all, or not? Just curious. Because I was in a
I
Warden.
haven't
turrets
tested
are
it, I'm
not
not going to
working
comment on
full
it.
stop.
I was in the turret of a Warden, and again, we weren't going against good.
Again, this is where, like, I don't think this is fair to talk about turrets when CIG have stated the new turret stuff comes in 323, or at least they hope for it to be in 323. So I'm not a big fan of this conversation right here, because it's not fair to go, you know, is anybody actually doing well in turrets and stuff? I never let people in the Vanguard. I don't bother with a gunner. It's easier to have another person flying beside you than it is a turret right now. But I'm also the kind of person where, with CIG giving out the information that there's new turret changes coming, I will wait to see how that is before I give an assessment on turrets. They just don't work in our current state right now. They're being replaced.
Pilots,
It's
like
not really
grid
a topic.
pilots or anything, and we shit on them. They were in light
Okay,
fighters,
so-
and I shit on them.
Okay, so here's what I have a problem with when it comes to CIG devs saying,
Yeah,
"Oh, we've looked at the data."
It's just getting rid
Your
of that
data
shitty
fucking-
Lexing.
I
Your
want to
data
address
fucking
this-
sucks.
Ye-
It sucks. Your
yeah.
data sucks. And the reason your data sucks, and I know I'm going to get hate for this.
Wait. Is he addressing Mike?
Great pilots or anything, and we shit on them. They
Yeah.
were in light
Okay,
fighters,
so-
and I shit on them.
Okay, so here's what I have a problem with when it comes to CIG devs saying, "Oh, we've looked at the
CIG devs. Right, okay. Good.
data." Your
Well,
data
I want
fucking
to
your
want to
data
address
fucking
this-
sucks.
Ye-
It sucks. Your
yeah.
data sucks. And the reason your data sucks, and I know I'm going to get hate for this.
See, I'm gonna stay neutral on this because, well, they're the chefs making the fucking dinner, you know? I'm gonna wait until it's on my fucking table before I say it sucks, right?
You're
But it's
not,
the
and I
truth.
will defend you.
Thing
to
about
the,
data
to the
is
death
we
on
are
this.
the data, yeah.
So continue.
Data.
You know, and
I'll
made
jump
up
in
look,
now.
I'm going to try to say this as politely as I can, and I love you guys, Yogi. I love you, buddy. But
Can't really say you love them when you're about to shit on them.
if you're getting data, it's going to be wrong because Mike running around in a turret, you're going to look at the data and be like, okay, we had 1,000 kills in turrets today from the Connie. You're going to be like, okay, so turrets are actually applying damage more. Here's the problem. Our problems at the quote unquote high skill ceiling are going to become your problems. Every single Star Citizen's problem when the game starts to release. Because once you figure out what the meta is, guess what? Everybody's going to start doing that because that's what works. So over time, people are going to start shifting into the higher skill ceiling levels. And I'm not saying they're going to get to the Avenger 1 Virgil, tournament ready levels, but they're going to get into the 80th percentile where they're like, okay, I understand that range kiting a hammerhead is how you fight. Okay, I'm going to do that.
Sorry,
now.
chat.
I'm not going to.
I'm getting bombarded here. I'm getting bombarded by the floofers. So we're going to take a little short break and show off floofers until they leave me alone. With some treats to Nova and to Nick. Alright. I know. It's 8:30 in the evening. I know. It's painful. We should be out playing in the Highlands. Tomorrow is day off. Alright? Good? Alright, community treats are over. You gotta let me get through this, pups. Alright? Gotta get me through. Thank you. That's it. Now they're leaving again. Good.
do it to Avenger 1's level. I might lose a few Buccaneers in the process, but everyone knows that in order to fight a hammerhead, you just range kite it. Like that's how you do it. Like, so if you don't fix these core fundamental issues, your data is going to look like garbage.
Thank you,
How
Amro.
frustrating was it for you two, for the original ISC, as
So Glitch says, so I guess the only data, this is that is valid is the Avenger is the one Avenger on provides Avenger on. Yeah. See, that's where I sort of I can't agree with Avenger on this one purely because you ain't seen the data, and to call CIG's data sucking and stuff like that, it's also like, well, not everyone PvPs on the level of Avenger 1, right? There's different players, different skill levels, different orgs, different times, different things. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. It just
the high-end pilots that you are, to hear them say that everybody is saying it's good, because that was the thing that I
That is
I
a
almost lost my mind.
bold-faced lie. That is a
Ooh.
bold-faced lie. That is propaganda. That is 100%
No, I
CIG
don't
propaganda.
think it.
fuck, man. Is it gonna get to a tinfoil hat? Is this about to go tinfoil hat shit? Like, I gotta go back, chat.
Was it for you two, for the original ISC, as the high-end pilots that you are, to hear them say that
Because I'm having fun. I'm having fun in master modes as it stands right now. I understand that it needs to be tweaked, it needs to be balanced, it needs a lot of time to cook on it, stuff like that. So even if CIG were saying TheDarkLaw is having fun with it, right?
he is saying it's good, because that was the thing that I
That is
I
a
almost lost my mind.
bold-faced lie. That is a
Ooh.
bold-faced lie. That is propaganda. That is 100%
No,
CIG
I don't think it is.
propaganda.
I don't
No,
think it
I
is.
think it is.
No,
Hold
Because
on,
they're
hold on.
basing...
Let me finish just for a second, because again, we're
Fucking Virgil is a tease, man. He's a fucking tease. I'm surprised his fucking what's the voice? Oh man, he used to do this voice. It was, what did he call? The lisp voice. The lisp voice that Virgil does is so fucking funny, man. And I love how it's like the fucking I no joke. I don't know what Virgil looks like, but I have this picture of Jim Carrey's Grinch in my head right now, where Virgil is swinging around in this fucking cave, creeping around, doing shit and stuff like that. And it's like, he's loving the fucking wind up at this point. It's fun. It's good.
gonna agree. We're going to agree. We're going to agree. Trust me, we're going to agree, because they're coming at it from the perspective of how many people are playing these master modes tests right now. Nobody, right? So if you're having
I'm in fucking Arena Commander every fucking day on stream. Part today, because obviously we're watching your wonderful video. But I've in the past 4 weeks, all my shows are fucking in Arena Commander. Master modes, learning it, seeing how it goes, trying to communicate with the community in Owl Chat. There's lots of people doing that as well.
I've been hearing complain about the game for 10 years, which is you guys, like to them about the flight model or whatever, who
Fucking
they are
Boney.
tuning out at this point for sure, right? To some extent. And then, because it's just a natural thing.
That's
to
what
do,
it
right?
is.
I'm not
It's
saying
Raiden from Metal Gear.
no,
yeah.
no.
I'm trying not to be an asshole about it, but it's just we would. Anybody
Yeah.
would in that case. And then they're hearing new people say they like it.
Yeah.
And then going off of that and being like, we're doing good.
Yeah.
Is something that I think is so dangerous. And it's my argument has always been this shit needs to be in live. It needs.
But this is a big thing, Mike. The star system that's been built for now is not going to be the star system that's built for the future. And the players that are now will not be the players of the future. Because just like Fortnite, Call of Duty, Battlefield, Dota, League, DCS World, all these sort of things, games changes. Maybe not DCS. Games change to go with the market. So CIG are not building the game for Avenger 1. They're not building it for Virgil. They're not building it for TheDarkLaw. They're building it for the people of the future, and that's where they go on the data. If people say that they're having fun, they go towards that, because they've had people like Avenger 1 and Virgil and stuff for the past 6, 7, whatever fucking years this is not good enough for PvP. This is not good enough. Blah 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 blah. Blah. And I would imagine CIG are just sick of it now, right? They're sick and tired of people trying to tell them how to build the video game, what to do, what's fun, what's, you know, better for the community, longevity, blah 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 blah. And at some point, a company's just gonna go, enough. We're just gonna build the game. People seem to be happy. We're happy with it. That's how it's gonna go. You don't like it, fuck off. And then the people of the future might like it and stuff. That's just how game design is. It's if you start off on day one, you probably won't be around for the fucking final day of the game. Because it will have changed over time so much that you don't enjoy it. That's just natural of things. So I don't think CIG are building the game for us anymore. I think they're building it for people of the future.
To be in the PU, and you need to force everybody to deal with this, and then you're actually going to get feedback. Then whatever data you have is not going to.
There's a good point. I've not played Overwatch 2, so I can't say on it. I wasn't a big fan of Overwatch, but yeah, you play Overwatch 1 and you hate Overwatch 2. I've played Battlefield games like Bad Company 1 and 2, Battlefield 3, absolutely fantastic games. Battlefield, Bad Company 2, and Battlefield 2142. They're my 3 favorite Battlefields. The moment I went to Battlefield 3, I was like, ooh, is this where they're going with it? Fucking grenades and spamming explosives and fucking buildings falling apart and stuff like that. And then it went to Michael Bay Overdose on number 4. And I've not played Battlefield since then. But do I shit on Battlefield? No. It's a new breed of gamers that play it, or people that have accepted it. I just couldn't accept it. I went and found a different game. Maybe people will have to do that with, you know, Star Citizen.
Be skewed as much.
Team
Right?
Fortress 2.
My argument is their data.
That's a good game. Especially when you're playing the Scottish guy with the fucking claymore. Oh yeah.
They're gathering data on master modes from an incomplete set or a very small set.
The warning signs for me,
it's
they've not mentioned one Space Sim MMO, all referencing to FPS games. Oh, you mean these guys, Kurtz? Are you talking about the SC? CIG, sorry. Yeah, these guys. They did mention Star Wars Squadron and EVE Online and stuff like that, but yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of the PvP in the game right now is very FPS-y, if you think about it.
It's good or bad yet.
For Honor. Oh yeah, we got For Honor. That was added in.
And you have people playing occasionally here and there going, yep, feels good. I hit my shots for once. So
yeah, but we went
Star Atlas.
But just let me say this one.
Ask
mythologists.
Mythologists will know about that.
Yeah, we went from Formula 1 cars, and we're both, me and Virgil are Formula 1 drivers, basically.
Yep.
Down to go-karts. So of course, all the
whoa. I'm sorry, Avenger 1. All right. A lot of F1 drivers start off in go-karts. All right. But to jump from F1 to a go-kart, that's a bad comparison to Star Citizen Master Modes. You've gone maybe down to like Formula 3 or something.
Now are going to be like, this is so much fun. This is great, and that's good. I'm all for people getting in the
let's get Tom's opinion on this.
Time. But my argument's like, okay, well, let's not go back to Formula 1 cars, because obviously, like, only the 1% of the 1% are going to be able to drive those cars, and I agree. I'm like, I don't want to see that
20 racing against each other.
I don't want to. Yeah.
Well, it's not so much that only 1% can drive the cars. It's there's not many companies that want to spend that money, right? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of fucking amazing drivers out there that could easily be F1. I don't even know how that works, to be honest. But yeah.
I don't want to see that. Maybe like with 1 or 2 fighters kind of thing, where it's like they are the ships that, you know, like only the best pilots get in, but if you're a rookie, it's like, don't fly that ship, right? That you can make an argument for, like 1 or 2 ships, like a snub fighter category, you know, maybe Anvil, something like that. But the point is, if you take the middle ground, like we've been arguing, right? we're always coming from the standpoint of like, let's not do the bumper cars. Let's
Yeah, I would imagine it's really fucking difficult to get into F1, right? Like you've got to fucking be really good at sucking dick or fucking making coffees or something. I don't know. Like there has to be there's some like it's a very exclusive club to get into, right?
let's do like, you know, touring cars. Let's do something that requires skill to maneuver, requires skill to execute on, and the guys that are in the bumper cars are gonna
Or
get
sucking
into the
dick and
touring
making
cars at some
coffee,
point.
yeah.
And they're gonna
Both
be
at the
so
same
glad they
time.
did.
It's an expert fucking skill.
Anyway, I just wanted to use that analogy, right?
Yeah, I think it's
because the
fair.
data they're getting is like it's like they went from, getting the Formula One stats, and they're just like, look, we've got 1,000
Yeah,
wrecks
but-
on
In
corner
that
2, and
order,
it's like,
yeah.
nobody can drive.
Once you've been scouted, you have to make coffee at the same time. And if you don't pass that, you're not in Formula One. Yeah.
cars, and then they go down to bumper cars, and they're just like, look at the stats, they're amazing.
Let me follow your analogy though, right? Like, and because I disagree with this.
Like
I
Lance
actually am on the
Stroll, have your
CRG
father
side
buy a
with this.
team and
to
get in?
use
Yeah,
your
I mean,
Formula
if that's
One
the other way,
car, in comparisons to bumper cars, I would argue that the live squadron battle experience is like Formula One after lap 50 with bald tires on a wet track and we're all slipping out in the grass.
Yeah.
Okay, because it doesn't really make sense at that point. At that point, call the race. Okay, we race another day. So I do think that like the bumper car stuff does make sense to a degree. Like, so when I look at, and this is what SCL, it's a shame you missed it, Avenger, because they really emphasized this on SCL, was that it's a framework. So when you go into the squadron battle for master modes, you need to tick a certain amount of boxes. 1, are all these ships getting picked because they're viable? Yes. 2, are people of different backgrounds enjoying being able to participate in the same battle? Yes. Are they actually scoring well or at all on these
Yes.
scoreboards and landing kills?
I can answer yes on that one.
Yeah, and does this fight look representative of something you would expect in a sci-fi game?
I don't know.
Of the spectacle that is Star Citizen,
Lady Space
right? Like,
Patrol, I
does
don't
this
know.
look like a Star Wars battle? Yes. Now, the issue I have, to Avengers' credit, is it doesn't feel like you're a
I
Formula
love how
One
we
driver.
just
It does
casually
feel a little
shout
bit
on the
about
level
bumper
of
cars.
skill of
But I
F1
would
requires
say
while
it's a
these dudes play a
success.
video
in
game.
Squadron battle. Now, I am the polar opposite to Avengers'
Just
credit.
banter,
The
dude.
1v1s are terrible. They're absolutely terrible. There's very little skill expression. They're so simplistic. We are going to get bored of them very quickly. And
that's
with
a
that
direct
being said-
correlation to the flight geometry and the skill ceiling.
Yes.
Because duels were so much fun is because it's 2 boxers getting in the ring knowing that they've trained for 6 months, and it's exciting because there's a lot of skill there. There's depth. But sorry, go on.
You could push it. Yeah, and you could push it as far. You could keep pushing it every day and, trying to reach new limits. I absolutely get that. And yeah, so I think that, like, I would say that the squad battles in master modes are a gigantic success. Do I think they're finished? Gosh, no. There's a wealth of stuff to improve on. Missiles,
Yeah, we
better
agree on that.
balancing. The bucks in that are running rampant. Yeah, but like,
But we're talking fundamentals
it
here.
ticked. Yes, and I think it ticked the fundamentals. Absolutely. I think the framework, I think Squadron Battle makes sense for the first
Yeah, we're
time.
agreeing on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so with that being said, I think the 1v1s are, absolutely terrible. So I do agree with what they said, to what to what sprung this whole thing up, Mike, is I do think that they were right there. And to be honest, I thought it was very admirable.
Well, it's
that they went
the same with the Avenger 1 video on the Hammerhead versus the Buccaneers, Lady Space Patrol, is that Avenger 1 posted out that video, but 3 days before, Yogi and the team literally said that turrets are being massively overhauled for 323, so everything that we have right now is irrelevant. But he showcased how bad the turrets are, even though, again, 3 days beforehand, CIG addressed this, saying it's going to be changed. So it's just, sometimes feedback can be like pointless if the company is already saying things. And it's the same with SEL, is that you have to pay attention to that before you start talking and giving feedback and stuff. Because if CIG have already addressed things, and you go, "Oh, I don't agree upon this," that's tough shit at that point.
Up there on ISC and SEL and said that 1v1s fell short because I thought they were just going to pretend it didn't, but they said, "Yep, we know it sucks."
So what do we push? So I'm confused. I'm lost. What are we pushing back on? Like, what do we disagree on?
I don't. Oh, you said that. I think.
But we don't know that, Hawk, right? We don't know what it does. That's the point being is that the platform of the turret is going to be completely different to what we have right now. Okay? Apparently, Space to Mile got an interview between Yogi and A1 about to hit soon. That's cool.
I think you were saying that the squadron battles for master modes weren't a success. Like the team fights in your eyes weren't a success.
No.
In master modes.
No.
No, you're not.
No,
Okay.
just something else we can test it, but I lost it now. Look,
the data, the data.
Yeah,
from...
the data is not correct because it was the data. So we were
hopefully Hyperlight. Hopefully
we're talking about data and if the intention is to get more people involved, yes, from that point of view, it's a success. But I'm not debating whether or not. Again, I want people to get involved. I want them. I'm just like I said, what I see is bumper cars, and I'm like, all my suggestions are like, let's bring it up to the touring category because in the long run, people are going to graduate into the touring cars because they get out of the bumper cars once the theme park's over. Look, if you want to make Squadron 42 bumper cars,
on his OnlyFans,
and I think that's what they did. And
Tomato
now
after
with
dark
bumper cars, and we hope that they're going to bring it up to touring cars. But do we know? And have
but
they
if
really
you have
given us the
personally, Hawk, I would prefer if it was Virgil and A1 having a podcast. That's just me, right?
opportunity to trust them that they will. And I don't think so yet.
I think a lot more would
Yogi.
get answered that way.
I don't trust CIG, but I trust Yogi.
Yeah.
I think he's got a good head on his shoulders. I think he's a really smart guy. I think he knows what he's doing.
Me
and I think
too.
he genuinely listens to people. And I think he's got enough courage to actually go like, you know what, I'm going to make a choice and actually go with it, maybe against other people's opinions.
But again, people above him, he can't go against. That's business.
To deliver it. So maybe that's like the CIG
delivery is
example.
not entirely on CIG, like on
Yogi,
not CIG, on Yogi, right? Like I think it's a bit unfair to put everything on him.
I ain't
right?
gonna be in that.
not.
No way.
He's the
No thanks.
not you, but I think a lot of people kind of put everything on him, right?
Yeah.
And I also think for some strange reason, I think that it's in a weird kind of way, like we're not getting enough people focused on master modes as I think we should be. I mean, master modes is a massive, it is literally the game, like how ships interact with each other, the relationship between speeds, weapons, ships, shields, all that stuff. Yeah, not just combat, everything in between. Like that is literally the game. And you've got one guy working on it who's probably doing a million things.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So to me, it's like, okay, guys. I mean, this, if we're in the final stages of Star Citizen, it should be all hands on deck for master mode. There should be a team of 50 people working on this, and it should be iterations every couple weeks to be like, okay, how's this look? And like quicker, let's go quicker. Like, why don't we have all the ships? Like, me and Virgil could do the numbers on these ships in 2 days. It's like, you don't tell me that there's a bunch of guys at CIG working full time that they can't get that done in 2 weeks.
I don't know.
If you put them on it.
I hate making claims like that because I've never worked in this situation. So you have no idea.
I have a bigger issue with the fact that like we are talking about getting spaceship flight finalized, or even we're talking about the framework of flying a spaceship at the 12-year mark. Like, we have toilets in the game and we're still designing space flight. Like, it's crazy.
Like, it's easy to devolve into negativity. I get you.
And it's a 5 developer team to Avengers credit. Like, I'm pretty sure Yogi's been starved of resources until right now at the finishing line of Squadron 42. Like, they're finally getting the development resources, I think, is my understanding.
It was very nice to see how many people were on the screen at ISC, and how many they had on SCL, that it seems to be there's more people involved. So
but isn't it crazy that like we're here now? Like, it's year 12 or whatever, and we're getting space flight done, and we've got a wealth of all these other, gameplay systems, mining. We have an in-game prison, like literally an in-game prison, but we don't have in-game flight proper
That's
yet,
just Star Citizen,
so
buddy.
yeah, that part to
Well,
me is the
to be fair, Infinity Splinter, right? Is that we did 6 years ago. So back in 2.6, 2.6.3, 2.6.4, everything was sort of like nailed down for what it was going to be. And it had been like that for multiple years, right? And then it just fucking got changed. So they went with the way that they were going with this game and completely changed the route. And for the past 6 years, they've not known which route they want to go in, and now they're at the end of the hot fixing where they don't know where it goes and they're trying something different. And you kind of gotta just let them go that way, right? I've never enjoyed Flight in SE more than 2.6, but I can see it's unsuitable for the MMO. The question is, you can see it unsuitable, but you know what I mean? We never even got a chance to try it in the MMO. It got scrapped the moment that we got the PU to a certain degree.
the exhausting part. Like we should have been here a long time ago. And this needs to be it. Like master modes needs to be the final time they reinvent the wheel with this stuff.
Oh, it will be.
Absolutely.
They've
No
said
matter
it.
what,
Like,
it will be, and this is like
Yeah.
will the game live or die from in this aspect of it, right? The game may live,
And it's so
and
important.
the game may be successful from
Yeah, very true, Airbrush,
other
yeah.
people's eyes, but for what people don't understand, and I think a lot of people were
Yeah.
addressing this a few times in the chat about they're only talking about combat. They're only talking about combat. Well, some people are only going to participate in combat here, and some
Exactly.
people are
So we
only
never
going
got to
run
see it with
cargo.
like 60,
But
70
occasionally-
FPS.
and there
so-
should be a high
will
skilling
meet
for
it-
both.
Yep,
It's
and
very
occasionally
difficult to
you will
say
meet
if it
each
would have
other
worked or not
as
worked
well,
because we
right?
never
That
got to
will
see it
happen.
in the state of
But
game we have
the-
right now.
The idea here is they need to get it right. And if you are yelling and giving feedback as loud as possible, yeah, sometimes we might not say things the way they want to hear them or you want to hear them. But now is the time to say everything about this situation because it really feels like this is it. They are, I don't know how close we are to the
Exactly,
finish line,
Hawk, yeah.
but they're damn sure trying to push towards it. And this isn't good enough from any aspect of the game right now. So everybody needs to be speaking.
Now
their
you need
minds
head
on this,
tracking,
hopefully being
dual
respectful
sticks,
about it, and
pedals,
that's
12
what we're trying to
PCs,
do here.
9
is
monitors,
we're
cat
coming to
cam,
the
dog
final
cam.
framework of this
Yep.
system, and then tweaking it here and there. It will always be tweaked till the end of time. But this is the box
And the
we're
jail
going to
alt,
live
yeah.
in. This is the flight model box we're going to live in, whether you like it or not. The game lives and dies with this because they're not doing this again. So they got to get it right. And if
But who's to say? The twist in all of this. Woo-hoo-hoo. This is all just a Dallas ploy, and it's all just to hold back on certain things because guess what? There's another team doing Master Mode's premium mode for $25.99. No, that wouldn't even make more. For $29.99, you can also get Master Mode's premium mode. That, who knows? Maybe that's coming, right?
people like Avenger
Sign me up,
are getting
yeah.
passionate about it,
You can
it's-
get the premium
it
mode.
is what it is. Like
On our
accept it. If
subscription
Virgil's
fee.
getting passionate about it, except that they're just
Can I get that
fucking
with a
passionate
battle
about it. I
pack?
don't know why everybody loses their mind when people get upset, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
but it's
it
not
is what
just
it is.
passion. Like, and I don't want to toot my own horn here, but it's like we have understanding and knowledge that,
Yes.
like, at a deep
Yeah,
level.
I'm not
So-
limiting it to just passion, obviously.
You know, it's like, I really resent the idea of, like, let me ask you this, right? Like, if you're gonna ask for feedback on anything, are you gonna ask experts and people that are in the field, or are you gonna ask some random person on the street?
I'm going to
I
ask
talked very
everyone.
often with the people that worked on mining.
I'm going to ask everyone.
Because you do
and
it
make an
a lot.
assessment on
you
all
have
that
a deep knowledge
feedback.
of mining, correct?
Yes.
So does your opinion matter more than my opinion
I don't want to toot my own
on mining?
Experts, yeah. Video game experts. Basement dwellers, 7th graders, Chuck E. Cheese eaters, blonde bang wannabes. Alright? Everyone seems to have a degree in fucking development these days.
Yes,
The
but
answer is
that's
yes.
A,
the
that's
answer
a
is yes.
spicy situation,
No,
though.
it's the
just
truth.
because-
It's the look. I will
Yeah,
say it as
it's
clear
spicy
as
because
as clear as
everybody
day.
flies ships. Not everybody's going to mine, right? That's the only argument I'm making here is that everybody's got to fly their ships.
But you listen to the expert.
Yeah, exactly. The people in the streets, your new customers and stuff. Yeah, I saw that, Hawk. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's coming up for 9 o'clock for me, and we still have still a bit to go. All right, I'm gonna be finished at 10 o'clock at this rate.
I think a good middle point, right, is you rely on Salty Mike for his expertise, and you rely on Avenger for his first interactions with it, right? Like it's like you want the skill floor to be low so that people like Avenger who
It
don't
depends on
have
what you're
as
trying to
much
address
experience
as well, right?
is enjoyable. But you also want to take Salty Mike's feedback seriously because
They've
he's an
already done
expertise
it.
at it.
They've
and
already
is
done
very
the
familiar
thing.
with the previous
It'll be up
versions,
on
etc.
YouTube very
Right,
soon.
but
They're
hold on.
both
To
important,
the new
but
players
they're
for
important
the
for
base
different
mechanic,
reasons.
but you got to make sure that the people who want that to be at the top of the skill ceiling, that is enjoyable as well. You kind
think
of have
that-
to
I saw the
listen to
tweet, but-
both. Where they're only seeming to
I
focus
will-
right now,
I will
unfortunately,
check
it
out
feels
on
like the,
Wednesday or Thursday when I'm
the,
back, guys.
the overall experience, and it's hurting
I don't
the
know.
experience at the
You
top.
need
right?
to ask Tomato. It's his
Hold on,
channel.
hold on.
It's
So
still.
let me explain to you this.
I'm not his
So you are
fucking
correct.
secretary.
Right? And Virgil's correct. You're both right in the sense that, of course, you're going to listen to all the feedback.
Yeah.
But it's the way you're listening to it. So I'm standing at a point where I'm like ringing the alarm. I'm like, hey guys, by the way, geometrically this doesn't work. Ratio wise this doesn't work. Speed wise this doesn't work.
But you know what I mean? You're an expert at playing the game. Doesn't mean you understand everything that's going on in the game. Right? See, this is the biggest thing where arrogance can be quite a strong thing. Where I can be good at low flying, but does CIG need to take my feedback on it? No, because what I do is different to other people, and what other people do might be what they're marketing towards. Maybe they look at it that the Avenger 1 tuning or Avenger 1 feedback is biased. You know what I mean? There's multiple things that can carry on with this. You don't always go to the pros and ask what the pros want, because they might give stuff that doesn't help anyone else.
These are all the reasons it doesn't work. Here's some examples. Here's some videos to prove what I'm talking about is not bullshit. So I'm trying to help you. Like I'm genuinely trying to help you.
But the thing is, you're also very arrogant when you try to help people. And that rubs off wrong.
You coming from a place of understanding about the gameplay. I've played every single iteration. I've been around since the beginning of this project. I played every single iteration.
It'd be
of the
horrible.
game in every single way, every single patch, constantly.
Or racers,
and
exactly.
Always been
It can't just be a flight model designed around the top sweatiest tier PvPers, the top sweaty racers, the top sweaty fucking miners and stuff like that, right? It has to be balanced around the feedback from everyone, and you make an assessment on where it's going to be fun for most of your community to get into and where you see the game lasting long. But you can't plan for the next 10 years in development. Nobody knows where they stand with that shit. So I would say it's very arrogant for anyone to think that their information should be listened to the most, you know? He said his skills lay in PvP, in personalized skills aren't his forte. But again, who's to say what he does in Star Citizen is the way that the team wants to go with it, Nox, right?
competent at it. So you should take Mike's feedback if Mike's coming from the place of like, hey, I wasn't doing good live and now
thanks
I'm
for the
doing
tier
all right.
one.
So that's good. So it's
Hyperlink.
like success.
Appreciate that,
But
dude.
that's
That
where the
helps
buck
towards
stops.
our partner
No
plus.
offense, Mike. I love you to death,
Devin
buddy.
in
But if
chat.
you start
I'm not
talking about
taking any.
geometry like you know what you're talking about, I'm gonna call you out and be like, yo, bro.
But the question is, though, Avenger, do you know, are you a master in degree in geometry, or I can't even say the word, but this is what I'm getting at, right? Because I don't think so. All right? You have a lot of good feedback and stuff, but also I don't think you're a master in all these fucking areas. You're a master at playing video games, but if somebody showed you a fucking, you know what I mean? Like if somebody showed you an actual proper picture of God, I can't even fucking say it, chat. I'm struggling to say this word. But you know what I mean? Like if you actually showed it, would you even be able to recognize it, right? You know? It's very difficult to say that because he's literally like, if we go back here, right?
Right, so that's good. So it's like success, but that's where the buck stops. No offense, Mike. I love you to death, buddy. But if you start
I'm not
talking about
taking any.
geometry like you know what you're talking about, I'm gonna call you out and be like, "Yo, bro."
But then what happens if CIG call you out, Avenger 1? Imagine if that happened. And CIG said, yo, Avenger 1, you don't know shit. Shut the fuck up. Sit down. Again, just putting this as an example, right? Just wanting to put that as an example. Imagine if CIG told him that. Where would Avenger go with that then? They don't have time to call him out. Exactly. But I'm saying, imagine if somebody turned around and said, you don't know shit, Avenger. And you got called out for not knowing anything you're talking about. How would that make you feel?
And that should be, and that's not me being a dick. It's just like that's how the world works.
I don't
We
take it
need
that
to
way.
we need to base this on merit and competence, not based on how you feel about it. And everyone gets fucking participation trophies. It's ridiculous. And I know I'm an asshole for bringing this up.
I don't
And I
think
might
so.
be animated and oh, Avenger 1, this and that, but it's
This is
the
the
truth.
passion part.
Like
right?
you put people in positions who are competent. That's how the world goes round. You don't put people in place because of based
Exactly,
on how you feel.
Jungle, yeah.
If you base on everything how
You
you
don't
feel
ever
about-
build a game around somebody of the lowest percentage in the video game. Sorry, Avenger 1, but you don't. You never build a game around Avenger 1. You never build a game around Virgil. It doesn't sell in today's market.
all this and that. We're going to end up with a product that's going to not last the test of time, that people are going to be bored and lame and get bored of super quick. And so this game that you had.
But you don't know. You know what I mean? This is very melodramatic again. Here we go. The end of Star Citizen is coming because nobody listens to me. And it's like, how do you know what happens in the next 10 years? Maybe the game is flourishing with double the amount of backers, triple the amount of money. Avenger 1's gone to play another video game or become an F1 driver. Nobody knows what's round the fucking corner. You know what I mean?
Had such great feelings about. Guess
Yeah,
what?
who's
It's
going to
not
get bored of
gonna
it?
be
The
a
sweats?
successful game
It's
in the
such a
long
small
run.
number. Who cares?
Squadron 42 will have record sales for the first little bit, and then it'll be bad press for the rest of the time because it's like, remember that game that took 12 years to make and it
Exactly.
was super simple and
That's
boring?
that's one of the things that I always see with Avenger 1 is that he's pretty chill, but then when people start saying things, he gets very angry for some reason, like people are not listening to him. And again, this is where it's the same with everyone listening to me. You can either accept it, you can either fight against it, or you can walk away and stuff like that. And I wouldn't hold it against you. I wouldn't get angry about it. You know, everyone's entitled to their opinion. It's how they look on things in life. But he does come across very arrogant and seems to think he knows everything about this game. But I just want to remind people, he is also one of these people that walked away to play Squadron Battles for 2 or 3 years. He wasn't around for Star Citizen when that was happening. So, do we take the information on somebody that has already walked away from the game, or do we listen to the people who are currently playing the game? You know, feedback is feedback.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. And you're not going to have a lot of people signing up to play your PU. It's going to be Elite Dangerous, but
People still play Elite Dangerous and have fun.
slightly more enjoyable. Like it's just,
I would.
I don't like, look at, let me give you an example. Look at Starfield. Look at all the hype behind Starfield. Oh, it's this amazing game. It's so
People are still playing Starfield. There's a huge modding community for it.
incredible. Oh my God. I'm like,
Every single game that comes out, guys, has about a hype for 1 to 2 weeks, maybe a month if it's lucky, and then it's fucking gone. The same with Pal World. Helldivers will go the same way. You know, it's the same thing as Elden Ring came out. Everyone hyped it up and then it died down. Now it's hyping up because of the DLC again. Like, that's just generally how games go these days. Doesn't mean that they're dead. They're still running the game. It's only dead when they turn the fucking power switch off.
Got Starfield. Who plays Starfield now, dude?
People playing Starfield.
Boring.
Boring for you.
Yeah.
People
but-
don't play Starfield. The answer is they don't play Starfield because Starfield's boring.
Again, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that play Starfield and are having fun with it, right? What is fun for somebody isn't fun for everybody. And what their fun is fun for them isn't fun for the other person.
Gameplay is boring. And guess what? A lot of mechanics and the way that Starfield handles its flight are similar to what we're doing in Master Mode. So I get
You've
that
been
making the
talking to
game.
Greasy Khaleesi.
I've never even talked to that guy.
Virtual.
like legitimately.
He's-
But I mean,
actually saw him
there's
in
a
chat
similar
today.
there's a similar boost mechanic. You know, there's a similar gimbal mechanic.
Yeah. So there's 7.4K players right now. Is that what you're saying on Steam? No, nobody's playing, apparently, guys.
Like, there's a lot of similar mechanics here. So it's like,
He's got some points, but the same way CIG doesn't listen to him, he doesn't listen to anyone else. Very true. Exactly. How can you get CIG to listen to you and your takes and push towards your takes if you won't listen to other people's takes and accept it, right? It just doesn't work.
you know, we have solutions to these problems. Like I brought
Very
up the
true. That's
gunnery
why nobody
solution,
listens
remove
to me.
pips. Here's some
Hyperlight.
examples of what it looks like. You know,
Jared on live show called me a jerk. But I would agree. But I also don't give a shit. I have zero fucks.
you want the lower speeds. Well, look at that. It's already, it's everything that they're talking about. They want lower speeds, more cinematic, this, that, and the other. Okay, well, here's an example of that working exactly the way you want it to.
4K,
You know?
yeah.
So tune the game based on that.
People still playing
inspiration.
Starfield.
You know,
Wait
if
till
you
a
want
Starfield,
more detail-
like, you know what I mean? Like, Starfield, has it had a major patch yet? Like what Cyberpunk has? It's not even been out for a year, has it? So when you get the 1 year patch and DLC and stuff like that, 4K. Yeah, there's not 4 people playing. No company is keeping the server open for 4 people. My mom, my dad, and my 2 sisters. They were playing fucking Elite Dangerous. It's gonna be great. No, they would close it down. I think generally when you get to like 500 viewers, that's when they turn the power off, or not viewers, 500 like players, they'll turn the power off or something like that.
CS in space, which was what live was. I remember when Yogi came out and was like, we spoke to real pilots and we're talking about this and that. And, we're talking about OODA loops and all this jazz. And I was
Exactly,
like,
Breakaway.
holy
Exactly.
guacamole, it's happening.
The problem is, and this is the biggest thing that egos are running checks their body can't carry, is that they're worried that the change is not going to make the game fun for them anymore, but it's going to make double the amount of people have more fun. And they're worried about that. That's why I stay very neutral right now, and I'm just, my big thing is whenever somebody says anything, I'm like, let CIG cook, right? Let them make it. If it takes 9 months, if it takes 2 years, just let them cook it. Let's see how it goes, because it can't get any worse, right? It might be able to get better. We don't know. We don't know what's around the corner. Turning SE into DCS in space isn't going to make the game more fun. Yeah, because DCS is a very big niche, right? But we also had this earlier on, just for anyone that's tuning in. Earlier on, Gillian said, as a War Thunder player, more people play the arcade mode of War Thunder than the realistic mode of War Thunder. Not to say that the realistic mode is shit, but more people enjoy the arcade version. What does that tell you? That the market for high skill ceiling sims anymore isn't around anymore. No, like that's why DCS has such a niche group and stuff like that. That people have don't have the time in their days and their mentality to spend 6 months, 12 hours grinding at a game for no reason, right? Who's going to grind Star Citizen right now that's not even a finished game? Only true degenerate sweats are going to do that, right? SE is already arcade. Exactly. Just a question of where on arcade scale it will be. Exactly. So this is a realization that you just have to sort of understand that what you enjoy in the game does change over time when they change things up. And that's fine to not be like not enjoy it, but also not to cry about it. Either accept that that's where the company is going or find another game.
You know, we've got this incredible experience, and obviously it's got some problems. And it's not like it wasn't unsalvageable. Like there's so many things they could have done with the live model that would have fixed all these issues. You know, so it's just that they had a cake in the oven and they pulled it out halfway and they're like, it's not good. And I'm like, make the cake, man. Like, are you kidding me?
Right. Well, here's something. When Avenger says it this way, right? Avenger 1, stop playing the game for 2 years. Come back when the cake is made. Then give an opinion, right? Let's see if you could do that. Go away for 2 years. Don't touch the cake and see the finished product. Bet you can.
So it's like, now we got a fourth cake in the oven. Okay. You know, it's got the same toppings on it, just in different variations. We've got strawberries on it this time. It's a little sweeter, right? It looks a little nicer. But don't
cake tastes like shit.
Don't pull it out of the oven
But
and be like, that's a 10.
You can't eat the cake every day, or it starts to taste like shit. Basically,
right? But
it's gotta be a cake you can eat every fucking day for the rest.
Skyrim will still have a big following. There's a big modding community for Skyrim still. Have you got, like, completely off topic here, but have you guys seen like that one mod for Skyrim that makes it look like the most insane fucking video game ever? It doesn't even look like Skyrim. And it's just somebody that's been working on this mod for years and stuff. It like updates all the graphics, the actions, the animations. It's basically like Skyrim 2 at this point, and it's just a mod. Absolutely insane, that community. 23,000 playing Skyrim right now. That's bonkers, man. That's crazy. And the funny thing is, you'll probably see Starfield going that way after they've added in some DLC patches and other things, or maybe rewrite it and stuff like that. I respect A1 more than people in chat not offering advice, only criticizing his opinion. Well, again, you don't need to be here if you don't like it. You know what I mean? That's your prerogative. You can leave if you don't like what the chat is doing. $22,000 of those playing is in SF. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Your life,
But
game.
yes, but are you going to go to a master baker? Are you going to go to someone who runs a bakery shop and says like, "Hey, this is how I make cakes for 10 years. This is what I like to do, this and that." Are you going to look at him and be like, "Yeah, you know, I should probably take some."
This analogy: Avenger 1 and Virgil are the guests, the guest taste
We're
testers
simple people, Mike. We're simple
at the
people.
cooking shows. It's this is great. You know, I love your use of the
He doesn't love
key
cake.
ingredient here.
Like, listen, I know how to make cakes, all right? I'm just saying. So if you put a cake in the oven and you already know that base is fucked up, this is fucked up, this, it's not going to turn out like a good cheesecake because you've made a billion cheesecakes. So you're like, okay, I know what's going to work here. So please listen to me, you know, as a master caketeer, whatever the hell they call themselves.
Yeah.
You know, it's look, we've made great cakes since the 90s.
The only thing is that I think what we need to agree on here is that in the analogy that you're giving, you guys are
Avenger 1.
Not Top
Welcome,
Chef,
man.
but the master chefs with the a la cuisine guy, right? You guys are the chefs in that kitchen.
Yes.
And
Yes, exactly.
And the thing is,
Master
that
Baker,
only
yeah. That's what I thought it was. I wasn't going to say it because I wasn't 100% sure, but I thought it was. a master baker is somebody that bakes really well.
Very few people can afford to eat at those.
This is a
guys'
special
restaurants.
title for like.
And
Okay, but are you
Cake
not going to take
bakers?
their suggestions and like? Do you like guitar? Do you play guitar?
Oh, is that a pastry
fuck.
chef?
Okay,
Is
let
that
me
does it come
explain.
to a pastry?
Hold
right?
up, hold up. Let me give
See, I
you an
wasn't sure
analogy
if
here, right?
cake
Because this
was
is
under the
exactly what's
pastry
going
area.
on.
Guitar versus Guitar Hero, or
You don't put a cheesecake in the oven. Dude, I don't know. I don't know how to make cheesecake. I know how to eat cheesecake. But you don't put cheesecake in an oven? Really?
something like that.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so there are manufacturers, Gibson,
I
Les,
know of them. I
Paul
know.
Reed Smith, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me give you this example. So Paul Reed Smith took a lot of stuff
There's
about
an
what was
oven,
great
right?
about Gibson and
You
all
bake
these
a
other guitars
cheesecake. Yeah.
and made his own brand, right? And he makes these like $20,000-$30,000 guitars, like they're super expensive, gorgeous guitars. Like,
I worked in high cuisine for 20 years also. We still call a pastry chef a master baker. Dude, I would have to do that. If I was working in a team of pastry chefs, I would have to call the head honcho a master baker. It would just be so juicy to say it every time. Yo, master baker.
just they play
So much
beautiful,
better than
feel
pastry
beautiful.
chef.
They're amazing. But then he made another model, and this was like they called them like student models or whatever.
Yeah, Yogi and the team are the bakers, let them cook. I kind of feel like, shouldn't we let them finish their degree in building cakes? This analogy has gone really weird. But you know what I mean? Shouldn't we let Yogi learn how to build the cake since nothing really has been set in the kitchen for this length of time? You know what I mean? I'm down for waiting till they can actually bake and become master bakers.
And they were very similar to the really, really, really high-end models. And they took all the lessons learned from the high-end models and just brought it down to a cheap price point. Like it was like $800 for this guitar.
It's
So
for the
cheap.
walking only.
$800 for a really good guitar is a good buy. So you went from $6,000 to $10,000 guitars to $800. So you've now become super accessible. But you go buy one of these $800 guitars from Paul Reed Smith and you play it. It sounds great. It plays great. It feels great because it's based
You
off
must
of
really
what
good at
these
piping
really
and
high-end
icing
guitars
sugar.
are made from.
Yeah.
So
Man,
we can
cakes,
do the same
cakes
analogy when
have
it
the
comes to Star
best
Citizen. It's
phrasing
like, look,
ever.
we know
like,
how these really high-end models and how this plays. We know Star Wars Squadron was a success. We know these old games in the back in the
Star Wars Squadron wasn't a success. Nobody's playing it anymore. That's not a success. It only lasted for what, 1 or 2, 3 years? It's fucking dead game, like.
90s, free space, this and that. We know all this stuff works. So let's take what was great about those things and let's put it to a place where it's accessible and everyone can play guitar, everyone can play jazz.
But the thing is, though, what people enjoyed in the 90s Avenger, not necessarily, like, you know what I mean? Like, all right, this might trigger a few people. I do apologize. But what some people enjoy with Bon Jovi, living on that prayer, somebody who's now, say, 10, 15-year-old might not give a shit about living on a prayer. They might have the new uwu version, living on a prayer. You know what I mean? So again, it's like when CIG start off building something, it might not be for us who enjoy it at that current time. It might be that they're wanting to look into the new blood and stuff like that. That's how I always look at it with game development. Until the game is actually finished, the game design is actually finished, the mechanics are all in place, you're sort of just on the ride until that day. But the roller coaster might stop and change its layout and all these things, and you don't enjoy the way it goes.
Oh, it's so much great.
It's like whiskey.
Right?
We're
It's
in
not
agreement.
gonna
Like whiskey? Well, because it ages and it gets better? Is that what you're saying?
be.
Mike?
But I'm kind of. Are you? But
we got a shitty little banjo over here, Mike.
I know this is ridiculous. I'm playing. I think I'm playing the maracas in this
banjo.
fucking band. I'm just playing the tambourine.
Where's
This
this
is
got the
bullshit,
memes
but no,
like?
A fucking triangle.
in general, I think
Yes.
we need the game to be
We need
accessible.
more cowbell.
But you also want to eat at the nice restaurant sometimes. and you guys are going to be the people who are eating at the nice restaurant every day, hopefully, right?
What?
But right now,
What? This is a weird way to look at it. Shouldn't it be more where you want the people who can't eat at the nice restaurant to be able to like eat? You know what I mean? All the time? And that's the focus on it, is that's where you want the good stuff to be. Like, if you're always dangling that carrot that, yo, you'll never fucking eat at this restaurant kind of thing. I don't know, like, Essie needs to be McDonald's. I'm sure there's a better brand that we could maybe make a Roadhouse, not a steak. Guys, I'm not American! I don't know what a Roadhouse or a steakhouse tastes like. Alright? You're not loving it? Dude, I gotta go 36 fucking miles for fucking McDonald's. I don't know what the meat tastes like. Essie needs to be Sonic? What? Where the fuck are we going with it needs to be Sonic? A fucking blue hedgehog? The fuck do we want to play that shit? Spin around and fucking collect coins and make shitty jokes. Oh, it's a restaurant. Alright. Fucking Sonic is a drive-in? Fuck me, right. Jesus. Now we're going off one. I have to see this. Sonic drive-through. I'm gonna get some fucked up website here, aren't I? Sonic Diving, is that it? Sorry, this website has been blocked. Oh, fuck yeah. I ain't, yeah. Sonic Driving website blocked on Google? Yeah, sorry boys. I ain't going to that
there is
fucking,
no nice restaurant to
that
eat at. You're eating
website.
fucking McDonald's.
You can get fucked, like.
is what it sounded
And
like.
again,
But we already
so-
know what the analogy is because
He doesn't know? Dude, I don't know. Like,
Yeah, because we lost.
you Americans, Canadians, Indians, Asians, everyone seems to have fucking ginormous food chains, and us Scottish live off fucking dirt and weeds and fucking rats. Because that's all that lives out here, is the dead. The dead come to fucking visit us, and that's it. But you'll live longer? Well, unless you drink too much, that's very true. They spin the meat at Sonic? Why am I imagining a stripper bar in America where the girls are dressed in fucking Sonic the Hedgehog outfits? Oh no! Get it out of my head! Get it out! Get it the fuck out of my head! I'm brewing pizza crunch on a Monday summer? Yeah.
Keep
Am I
making
on
them
the
too, and
counter?
I'm fucking losing
So
my
they're on
mind.
roller skates, huh? Is that why they're
My only
Sonic?
counter
Yeah.
is you have to market the product to a wider audience too, right? So when people get their hands on it the first time, like it needs to be not too
Thank you, Sivad.
daunting
I
for
did.
them to be completely discouraged from wanting to even get into it, right? So like, yeah, we need the depth and complexity
meat,
that you're pushing for a venture, but it also needs to immediately feel good for the people to
Yeah,
encourage
exactly.
them
As
to
Virgil
actually
says,
wanna get
like it's fine
involved
to
with
have.
PvP.
I would say this, right? Obviously, we've gone way off topic, and I've got fucking strange thoughts going through my head, but that's not unnormal on this show. I agree that for me, this game has to be accessible by everyone, not just PvPers, not just role players. Everyone has to be able to get into this game and have fun at that level, right? And I would agree that there needs to be some sort of skill level for the sweaty degenerate basement dwelling PvPers, Chuck E. Cheese chasers, all these things, and that they can have fun as well. To get to that level, I don't think is going to be very easy for CIG to do anytime soon. And that's where I would say with the PvPers, they've got to just hold back a little bit more. You know, give your opinions, but don't be too aggressive with your opinions. Try and understand it from a developer's point of view, that it can't just be made like that. And for a very small team, it takes even longer clicks to get the fucking job done. Let them cook a little bit longer and see how it goes, right? Because I think we could all agree on that method. Fun and engaging for people to get into. The skill gap starts to get higher and higher as you play and how sweaty and degenerate you want to go. And then when you get to sort of here, this is where CIG really need that time to dial in that stuff, because they don't even know where it's to be right now, right? And that's what I would say is on a take with what they're saying here. You can have that, and you can have all your cake, and you can have that stuff, but you have to understand CIG are building a foundation first. And we've not had a foundation in Star Citizen for a long time. Let CIG build the foundation, and then let's stack up the layers of the wedding cake. Fucking Avenger 1's analogy, like.
And stuff like that too.
Yeah.
Um,
But you
So, yeah.
need to have it to where, and I think this is where Avenger lost people in his video, but he was 100% right, is you need to have it where you're going from that entry level and working and have the potential to work your way up.
Yeah,
So,
but
you know, and
let
a lot of
CIG
video games
build
do this through
the
skill
foundation
systems of,
first,
you know,
right?
progression in the
CIG
game,
can't
but we
build the
can only do it
high-level
with our
skill
joysticks,
ceiling
with our
until they build
thumbsticks,
the
with our mouse and
foundation.
keyboard, and that's the only way it's going to happen in this game.
Exactly, Jolie. Exactly,
to-
dude. CIG are finally like, we can't be bothered going around in circles anymore. This is what we're doing. We're trying to make a foundation of Star Citizen, and it's not good enough for people. Sometimes you just have to let them finish off that job, right? And that's the sort of seat that I sit on right now. I'm always going to be very judgmental to a certain degree, but I'm also going to play neutral where I'm just going to let them do this job, because I can't build the video game. I can give feedback on the game, and I can listen to other people's feedback and give opinion on their feedback and stuff like that to the best of my knowledge. But also, I'm going to let the developers just build the fucking video game that they're building. And if I don't like it, I'm going to go and search America for Sonic the Burger Restaurant, or whatever the fuck it's called. That sounds like a holiday. Because I'm interested in roller skating Sonic burgers, or
The
whatever the
most
fuck they
extent, we know
serve.
there's going to be like little skill systems added, and they've even mentioned the idea of like G-forces. You know, they said
I would say it's better to I don't know what Red Lobsters is or Chili's. So how the fuck am I meant to agree on that? I know the places, I think, but you know what I mean. Five Guys. I don't know what Five Guys. Guys, I am Scottish. I live in a world where the fastest internet we have right now is 4G. Where, no, we don't have Steak and Shake. None of these fucking luxuries. We have fields of grass, trees, and fucking moss. And boars. Boars, chat. Boars that are now coming from America, that are coming by boat and flying over from America. Thank you, Americans, who are sending your flying boars over. Okay? Yeah, but I live in Scotland, Danger Hobo. We're not allowed to pass a fucking wall. The Romans built a wall to keep us out. Alright? Scottish are happy people. We're mega happy. We don't have any luxuries. Boar invasion! The boars are coming! But yeah. I don't, dude, we have no luxuries. Luxury is hoping that nobody's gonna fuck you up the ass when you go out for fucking shopping. The Dark Law is banned from England? I wouldn't be surprised, to be fair.
Skills are fine.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
whatever.
It's
It's a moot
like
point.
it's like a benefit to being alive longer and stuff. Like
Yeah.
that. I'm fine. But
Freedom.
it doesn't change
Aye.
the fact that if you do a
Texas
bad corpse and you
Roadhouse
go
is
execute on
low
the
key
turn,
good.
You die.
What is a roadhouse? Is that where fucking Patrick Swayze does roundhouse kicks? Is that what it is? It's like a little bar. Cause that's what I only know of Roadhouse, is fucking roundhouse kicking. Boar should have lied roadhouses. What about a jacket tatty stand? You mean a fucking potato stand? There might be something around here. Dude, I literally live in fuck all world. Okay? Absolutely fuck all world. I have a Loch Ness monster that comes for dinner, right? Yeah, Texas, where we roundhouse kick and shoot guns. Is that what you do? Seriously, is that what you do? That sounds like a fucking wicked place if it's roundhouse kicking and shooting guns. I'm all for that. Let me get my fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme on that shit. I'm pretty sure I can roundhouse kick. It might be funny though, and I'm not doing it here. Do you feed slices of bread to Nessie? No, it's bad for Nessies. Also, Savad, thank you very much for the bits, dude. Sorry, it doesn't appear when we're in React mode. DarkLaw's BMI has dropped below Avenger 1's BMI, looking good. My BMI would probably actually be really, really good. I'm in a very healthy state, losing fats, gaining muscle. Unfortunately, I still haven't found my hair, but one step at a time, chat.
Yeah.
Whether you're level 100, whatever, or you're level 0. And that is what
React mode is nav mode, yeah.
Citizen. Like, that's truly what's incredible about the game. Like, that's...
I like the sound of
that itself is what's going to make this
Thank
game...
you, Sabet. Appreciate
like,
it.
the game of the generation, like Chris is always talking about.
Do you
but
both
it
think...
will not be that game.
Yeah, but I'm nowhere near
if it doesn't have
Edinburgh,
the depth. It just won't be that game.
But keep in mind, and I want to...
We don't get Nando's up here in
the cake.
fucking Narnia.
But, like, I want to add to this, because this is, like, where everybody loses Avenger, right? Is... just because we're talking about a depth or a height of a ceiling, longevity in the game, does not mean...
Chat, didn't I say, right, anybody that watches the channel regularly, when we're watching Avenger 1's video, I said, Avenger 1, you've got to clean your microphone. It's covered in cobwebs. And now he spotted it, chat. He spotted the cobwebs.
This equates to power, right? Like... we're not talking about an arrow taking out an Idris.
I'm just trying to look as good bald as the Darklaw.
Or an arrow.
I do suit baldness, but I think it's the beard as well.
Right? Like, it's not about that. It's about they're
it's
just
the border rule, yeah.
In the game.
Yeah, it's the Sam I did. Yeah. I like, I have to clean the microphone here for Nick, who's lying down there, who's the Alaskan. Like, Samoy hair is crazy, man. Yeah. Samoy shed. Yeah. We've seen Sam moving around in the background. It looks fucking gorgeous. But yeah, Samoys are just like Huskies or any like Malmut or anything like that. Hair is everywhere. You have to live in hair.
Play. That's it. In all
it doesn't work, Dev. Sorry.
You're asking for fun. You're not asking
longevity.
For
fun and longevity.
Fun equals longevity, in my opinion. But because if the game gets boring, like you've said, you're not going to continue to play it, right? And I do think to some extent to learn that
second dog came out,
the
thank you for the hype
nuances
chain,
of the
guys.
game will equate to power in the long-term game as far as orgs. Like, your two orgs are probably going to be a big part of the power struggle in the game whenever it comes out, right? Because we certainly hope that we're going to be fighting over some sort of territory. Who's going to be fighting over it? The best combat orgs, right?
But
if you don't have the ability to be the best combat
no joke. Like, if Avenger was here, he could probably back me up on this. I bet you when Avenger 1 goes through and like does proper coat removal on the Samoy, I bet you can fit like a black bag full of hair and stuff. You know, some places are starting to weave husky hair and stuff like that and actually make jumpers out of it, which is pretty cool, but it takes a fucking crap ton to do. It's Master Baker dressing.
What the fuck are we doing? So
sometimes I wonder that as well, Mike.
This stuff has to exist, right? And everybody should want this. Because if it's just Zergs,
we won't.
Yo, Cheeks, thanks for the 500, dude. Appreciate that.
If the ceiling's not high, right, then people won't want to be the best, right?
Yeah.
It'll just be people who play.
Yeah, I would agree with Virgil on that.
Trying to push any limits, they're not.
But you've got to be careful with the road, right? I have zero issues with these guys wanting high skill ceiling. I'm all for that, right? That they get to this Master Baker level and they're going hardcore. The thing is, though, you want a nice, juicy foundation that everyone can get involved in, and the road to that level is not fucking 6 months, 12 months, fucking 20 years of your life, right? It needs to be like a smooth line that people enjoy as it goes up. And the problem is, live is very much like this right now, and that's why people don't enjoy it. But I'm totally fine with your foundation here and your really fucking high skill ceiling, and it goes up in a very nice straight line. That's all I would ask of CIG. Make it fun for everyone to get involved. Make it where as you go up, you know, it steady approach, not the fucking straight up. This is what you've got to learn. Tricord, backstrafe, corkscrew, 900 degrees fucking turn. Ask your mother for a sausage roll. over here because I've learned this 6 months later. No! Now you've got to learn ESP changing to master all your figgly-figglybugs. You've now got to use joystick, 2 keyboards, 9 computers, all that shit, and then it sort of levels out there. It needs to go up very, very straight. And then everyone will enjoy it, right? But it's been so chaotic for so long. 180 no scope. Yeah, exactly. So hopefully CIG will pay attention to this feedback.
Play and stuff.
Not
because
mine.
there won't be much
I'm saying
switch.
I don't give a shit if
And
they
I
don't listen
think
to me. Nobody does
to answer
anyway.
your question, I think you were getting to this point, Mike, was do we
Well,
think we're gonna
tricording
get
is
there?
technically
I think we
gone to a certain
inevitably
degree.
are. I think like Bale
I do like
mentioned
sausage
on
rolls as
SCL,
well.
it's the framework, it's the beginnings.
Does anybody like cheese rolls? I know this is completely off topic, but since you've brought up sausage rolls, does anybody like cheese rolls? It's basically a sausage roll that you get from like Greg's or something, but it's full of like cheese and ham and stuff like that. Bean cheese, yeah, bean sausage, yeah. We steak bake as well. Obviously, for you vegetarians, you can have grass.
And from here, we start building the ceiling, right? Like this is the floor, this is the framework, this is the
Oh, that sounds good, yeah.
you know, the
I
outline
think that
of
might be
this,
tomorrow's
and
treat.
now we start lifting it from here, right? It starts getting depth, it starts getting complexities, it starts getting.
I have no Gregs around here, lady space. The nearest one is Glasgow or Edinburgh, so that's like 300-ish miles away. The last time I had Gregs was like 9 years ago. Don't know what it fucking tastes like these days.
Tuning, and it keeps inside of this framework where everyone gets to play, where the guys who are flying the constellations get to PvP now because they haven't PvP'd for the last 6 years, where the guys in the hammerheads don't get abandoned.
Mention
if they
sausage
nerf
and
the
cheese, onion
gunnery,
rolls.
right? Like,
You
and
call
fix
that a
the issues
luxury?
there. You know, if
I
people get to
suppose.
fly the
Suppose it
damn
could be a luxury.
Buccaneer for the first time, because I can't believe I'm saying it, but the Buccaneer is the most OP ship out now.
Yeah, good, Virgil, good.
You know, so there's a lot of people that haven't been able to play. They will get to now, but
You're a second-hand vegetarian. My food eats grass. I eat the things that eat the grass. Wasn't there a meme, right? I guess this is getting really sidetracked. Wasn't there a meme where somebody sent a burger to their vegan friend and said it was a vegan burger? And when the guy bit into it, he was like, no, it is meat. It's just the cow is vegan because it eats grass. And the guy is just like mortified that he ate a fucking burger, thinking it was vegan burger and stuff like that. Man, like, I know that is really cruel, chat, but I fucking laughed my head off. Like, how the hell could you fucking think that a juicy, greasy fucking burger could be vegan free, you know, or vegan friendly, whatever you say it is, you know? What is Greg's? It's like this really, it's like a UK brand of like pastries and cakes and stuff, but they do like sausage rolls and they do like vegan stuff now, which is meant to look and smell like a sausage roll, even though it's not sausage. I don't know how that fucking works personally, but it's kind of like this big it's like McDonald's, but they sell pastries. That's it. That's all I can say. Just they don't ever leave the UK because we're all poor motherfuckers over here who can't escape this shitty island.
issue is to Avengers,
And only
meta,
select
especially for
few
me
are
too,
allowed to
is
leave.
the light fighter guys, the guys who are fighting the small fighters. We had it good the last 3 years. We did. And we don't want that gone. But CIG need to build that back up. You know, so they build it back up for
I
the
had
light
some
fighters. They'll build it back up
vegan
for
chicken
interceptors.
nugget things,
They'll build it up for the
like
first
last year
time for
kicks, and
heavy
they actually
fighters,
tasted
and
alright.
they're gonna build it up for the
I mean,
first time for engineering and multi-crew.
To be fair, it would be probably better to make out with a seagull, but at least it didn't like fucking, you know, didn't throw me off the idea, I suppose I should say.
Right. And I think that the light fighter guys are inevitably going to get what we had back.
I
It's
think
just a
so.
matter
Yeah,
of time
I would
because
agree with
it's
that. Just give
such
CIG the time.
complex balancing.
Do you agree,
Like the
Avenger?
flight characteristic design is insane. Go ahead.
Because I think the major difference between the two of you guys is Virgil really feels like we're
Thanks for the hype train, guys.
everybody's on
And the
the same
follows
page.
as
We're
well
gonna
coming in
get
today,
there,
guys. Appreciate it.
and
Sorry, there's
the vibe that I've always gotten
notifications.
from Avengers through his content lately.
We're like 8
is
hours
that
deep.
He's nervous if we
The
are or
world's
if we
over.
aren't.
Oh,
right?
wait. I say that as my fucking wireless system just went deed. This is why I need to get the other black box, chat. Unfortunately, our fun and games on that mode has changed. And I need to change it. Oh, the joys. Yeah, I need to get another one of these things. This thing can't charge whilst it's... Let me swap out. Give me a sec, guys. One day we will have more luxuries. Ooh. Right. Yeah, I definitely need to get the little black box so we don't have to go this mode. All right. Again, normally we're not on for 8 hours, but fuck me, this is taking a while.
So
That's not true.
I'm trolling.
I couldn't hear what Virgil said.
I said the world's over. But if you watched SCL,
Yeah, that's
I
where I have
really
my
wish you watched
price range
SCL Avenger because
Again, I've got
I think
2 of
you'd
the
have,
red
some
ones
copium in the
that go in your
tanks if you
pocket.
watched it. Like,
I
they
just
were,
don't have another black one. It's
very
on the gift
transparent
site.
with its shortcomings and stuff. That's
And we're
all.
going to be
And they
getting
were
that
very clear.
soon,
it's a
I would
framework,
imagine.
It's the beginning. It
And
needs
that
to,
means that I just swap out the 2
become great
boxes
from here.
instead.
Kind
Yeah.
of the message.
But I got
took
2
from it.
red,
the
1
real
black.
again,
the
the
black is the
question
one
is
that ran out of power. There.
How that I have complete faith that it is going to get better.
Okay.
I mean, otherwise I wouldn't be here. If I had zero faith that the team was capable of doing that. Look, I mean, you got great guys on the team. Bear, I flew with him back in the day. I know he's
Yeah.
a great pilot.
Yeah.
You know, Brent, great guy. Yogi, great.
I know people coming in, right, will be a little bit of lost with what I say, but earlier, God knows how fucking far back, he literally said that the data that CIG takes is shit and it's incorrect. But he's also saying the people that analyze the data, aka Bear, are good pilots and stuff. So shouldn't you trust Bear then, if you're gonna say that, or trust the data that CIG gets?
Great guy. Like, you got a lot of guys who are on that team who are not uneducated about
Sorry, did
this
you
stuff.
fly
they
in
know
an
what they're
airplane?
doing.
So, like, if
No, A1's not a pilot, no.
it wasn't for those guys, I would definitely be like, yeah, you know. But it's because of those guys and their willingness to come out and talk about it. I think is really, you know, speaks to their character, but it also speaks to their willingness to want to make the great game that we're talking about.
Yeah.
But it's how they're going to do it. That's my whole thing. You know,
Flying
is
with a video
because
game.
I've
Yeah.
got so many hours in
Playing
the
a
game.
video game.
To me, 500 has always felt.
I don't think
amazing. I
CIG
argue
has
for
any
lower speeds in
pilots
live. I argue
in
for
their
higher
development
speeds in master modes. There's a common thing here. It's around the 400 to 500 meter mark. If you
Like for me, I'm going through my PPL, but you know what I mean? My knowledge would be very basic to be useful as like what would be like feedback on flight and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Yogi flies, I believe. Is he got a PPL or is he actually like, you know, like what do you mean flies? Does he fly a fucking glider? Does he fly a jet fighter? You know what I mean? There's like I would probably go with that he has a PPL, right? Yeah, so you've got a PPL, ALS. Your eyes, yeah, but you can still do a PPL. You just won't be allowed to do jet fighters or jets, lady space. You should be able to pass a PPL though. Fighter pilots going to game dev, pilots retire quite early. Yeah, on big fucking, you know, pensions as well. I flew back in Nam, chat. True story. Dropped bombs on Pikachu. Watched them all cook.
go into atmosphere in live, The separations, the ratio of combat in atmosphere in live is a good spot. Like it's
Looking good for
right?
your
And you
age.
can just
Yeah.
tune it from there and get the ships in the right spots and this, that, and the other. You know, we talked about the gunnery.
Fuck, I should have done that. Fuck, I should have gone with that one, Korean Gamer. I flew with the Wright brothers. Help them build it, no biggie. Yeah, exactly. I'm a qualified fucking dev. All right?
System. I think personally for me, like if I had it my way, I would completely change the gunnery system to a no pip system, a gun sight system like we'd see in typical dogfighting
It's an
games.
interesting thought for sure.
You know, increase the weapon velocities.
The question is, would people buy the Avenger 1 video game? You know what I mean? I'd be interested to see how it turns
It
out.
makes sense. I would decrease the time to kill, so when you actually do get shots on target, it makes
At least
sense.
4 people,
You know,
yeah.
adjust
They'll
the
be able to
turn
get
rates of
server.
ships and the sluggishness and the response. So they actually
Shrooms
force you
help
to
with
roll
flying,
bank
true.
into your turns, so that shooting off center doesn't get so like. Because then if you just aim onto it regardless of orientation,
Only
it just
2
becomes
pilots.
an aim game.
See,
You stop
2
flying.
good
At that point,
pilots.
you know, like flying.
Who would be
is
your
a lot of
2
turning
Mordors?
in, banking into your turns.
Like for me, it would
looking
be
at the
Bear and
movement,
like
extrapolating
K
where he's gonna
Winter.
go and then turning into it, right?
That's
Look at
interesting as
Chris
well.
going like this and stuff,
Yeah.
right? But you know
'Cause
that means
That's
a
a lot
lot.
of the issues that
Rather
we have
buy-
now,
oh,
is we're kinda
man,
going like
a
this to
fucking
aim at
Derek
each other
Smart.
instead of
right.
flying.
Desktop Commander.
It's a
Yeah,
lot
and,
less
you know,
flying and a lot more aiming, right?
Let's cover 2 more things real quick.
What did you think about the? I completely agree with the gunner systems, Jedi. I don't think I'm not a big right. So hear me out. This is just me. God, this is so weird after being headset free for 8 hours. My take on the gunnery is that I think the ranges need to be massively nerfed on the pilots, like in fighters, where it has to be a lot closer. Not for like vanguards, connies, stuff like that. And like hammerhead turrets and stuff, they should have decent range. But I think pilots should be a lot closer, so it's that more cinematic vibe. I'm not a big fan of the 2 different pips of lead and lag. I would prefer that the game would just be lag, and I'm actually primary lead most of the time, but I would like it where everyone was lag. I wish they could tone down a few other things, but again, it's too much or too early to be judgmental on some of the stuff. Like, I personally think the aim assist is too high, but maybe it's required for a certain reason that I'm not aware of or something like that. So that would be my take on the gunnery right now. Too far range. I don't think there should be these swapping out pips. I think that pilots should have lag pip and gunners should have lead pip to symbolize instead of chasing after pips and stuff. That's my take on it just now, but I'm, again, playing very neutral right now, where whatever CIG give me, I'm going to test that first before I have like any or whatever, right? I'm always staying on the fence until we get more. I'm a greedy kid,
I think we're missing
and when I go to the
a really
restaurant, I ain't
important
just getting a
aspect
side dish
I'll
of
just mention
fucking
too, and I don't
lemon
think you're gonna even
water.
want to add anything to this. I don't know, Avenger, but capacitor swapping, like in a 1v1, like capacitor swaps went from, we actually counted it like 100 around in any duel. You know,
Yeah,
like
I would
if you
agree with
were
that as well,
fight
Hawk.
any
That you
class
can
or
only do
any
long
ship.
range guns, but if you go into precision, yeah, completely agree. As I'm reading through your thing, if they want to keep longer range to fighter guns, it should be in precision mode, and in precision mode you can't strafe much, and the turrets can hit you. Yeah, completely agree. Maybe that's CIG's route. We don't know yet, right? And I would be completely fine with that. You want short range and dip, duck, dive, and dodge and dive, you know? You have to do that. Go into precision mode, you get the long range, but you can't move as much. So good for like maybe sniping, for example.
Almost do up to 100 capacitor changes in live.
Well, the funny thing is, we actually had this earlier on Hyperlight, where we had CIG come in and show us this, which was the gyro gun sight in World War II, right?
Gun sight Mark 2D.
So,
A gun sight designed to function at a fixed range would require no more than that its sighting mark should become offset in proportion to the rate at
so
which
you
the
see
gun
what
is
here?
turned.
Watch. See? So, as much as you don't like pips, as we found out today, in World War II, there was lag pip and gyro systems and stuff like that. So, CR wanted World War II, you're kind of getting World War II if you think about it. Just wanted to point that out.
Now,
But with
some of the
macro
most
them.
competitive 1v1s, yeah, you could. Not a lot of people did that. I just got you to do that. But
I
with
macro
that
them.
being said, yeah, it was just a reload thing, right? But it was up to 200 changes in live.
World War II in
And
space?
then
Yeah.
with that being said, in
World
last
War
modes,
V? Wouldn't that just be like
competitive
with
dogfighting, it's
killer
2. It's
drones
actually
and
just 2 changes. You start in
Terminators and all
one,
that jazz?
you go to another, the
And
second
then
half
somebody
of the fight,
dies.
that's it. So we're talking, yeah, like, 1,000% decrease or whatever, right? Like, this is the complexity of capacitors is completely out the window, and the maintenance required for it completely gone, almost zilch.
CR wants World
I
War
don't know
II in
how I feel about it.
space.
What about
I
you, real
like.
quick?
So
See, the problem is, if you're wanting to have World War II in space, I kind of feel like you need to lose the mentality of 60OF then, right? And make it more 4DOF to a certain degree. Take away the upstrafe, take away the downstrafe, unless you're going into VTOL landing mode, for example, and you've only got left, right, and forward and backwards or whatever, right? It's difficult, you know what I mean? Yes, they want it that way, but you can't really do that in space to begin with, so it's still up in arms for
I
that
think
one.
they need a complete redesign of the capacitor system.
I would agree.
And I have always been, again, we've seen it work in other games before.
Before I quickly let Avenger 1 finish, my take on the triangle would be your guns regen, your shields regen, and your afterburner regens without power triangle. No matter what you do, these 3 things will always regen at the same rate. You put power to weapons, you get better rate of fire. You put power to shields, you get better defense. You put power to engines, you get better SEM control. And that's kind of where they've gone with it just now, right? But I don't think the weapon system should be where you get more shots. I think it should just be where you get a better burst, a more rate of fire, higher DPS basically, instead. And the thing with putting the power to engines is you don't get more afterburner. Okay? Right now, when you move it to shields at full percent, you get a resistance, right? That's fine. That can stay. But I definitely feel like it needs to be where when you put power to weapons, it's more DPS. So you're in your DPS state. Power to engines, you're more turning ability, but you don't get more afterburner. These things would always be standard no matter what you do. And it's a bit more like the Elite Dangerous sort of pip system where you do more things to subsystems and you get that sort of thing, right?
I think the afterburner mechanic entirely needs to, be locked away in a dark closet and never returned.
I've always said I wished it was just connected to your hydrogen tank, but I understand CIG don't want it that way, right? I don't know how many years I've been going, can we please just have afterburner connected to hydrogen? So you run out of fuel if you overuse it.
Egg shape, not egg shape, the
Strawberry?
the strawberry shaped SCM. If anything, obviously
I would like that
speeds
nuts,
on interceptors will be
but I
higher
don't
in
think
that forward
CIG will
direction,
ever add
so they
that,
can
right?
go, forward, right? So you can make a different cone size for that, whatever, right? So there's some variability there.
What's up, Maverick?
The capacitor system is not corresponding to the way the game wants to go, because
With missiles,
right now,
Stormy,
it is just a
and
glorified
Ballista,
reload
we're
mechanic.
more a Korean war in space.
And live, which is not good either, right? But keep going.
Like, clearly they were inspired when Squadrons came out, that the power management system was amazing. It's probably the best power management system for a 3D fighter shooter you'll ever have in any game you'll ever play. There's
How
a
do
lot
you
of
There
want
used
it
to
to
be a
be,
heat
guys?
system, yeah, but it wasn't like fully fleshed out and it really fucked up a lot of the times. I was never a big fan of it. I like the idea that you can burn your engines out or you can burn your weapons out, but I didn't like it where, oh, I've used afterburner. Oh no, my engine suddenly just decided to turn off and now I've got to wait for it to restart. It just felt very goofy. You know what I mean? Because you couldn't just continue on with your SCM. You literally could not move when you overcooked the engines. And it was just stupidly goofy. Like, could you imagine I'm going to use F-14B as an example. You're in your F-14B and you're fucking afterburning and your engines overheat, but now you can't fucking even use your normal, what's it called? Begins with an M. Like maintenance speed, normal speed, cruise speed. I'm trying to remember the fucking name of it. But anyway, like, you just don't get that ability. So I never enjoyed the overheating system because of that. It made you where you couldn't move.
Look,
Hey,
I
Shwang, how
want
you
power
doing, dude?
management to matter in the sense that, so
Yep,
for example,
I would agree
I'll
with
use
this.
this example. If I had it my way, if I put 100%,
No, it's for some reason I've got it in my head when you're in normal speed, not afterburner speed, you're not super cruising, you're in, I don't know why I have maintenance in my thing. In my head. So you're flying your jet, you pull it back from the afterburner system, idle, it's not even idle, it's the one up from idle. And I can't fucking pull it into my brain just now, but it's that one. That's the one I'm thinking of. So if you didn't, you would have that normally, and if you move the power down, that would allow you to basically go into the next level kind of thing.
power allocation to my engines, my SCM speed increases, my G's slightly go up.
Yep.
And my response goes up. Everything
And
about
you-
my ship,
But not afterburner. Your afterburner would not go up and you regen. Moment, let me make sure you didn't say that.
you'll ever have in any game you'll ever play.
Mhm.
There's
How
a
do
lot
you
of
want it to be, guys?
Yeah, let's go.
Look, I want power management to matter in the
Yep.
sense that, so for example, I'll use this example. If I had it my way, if I put 100% power allocation to my engines,
Mm-hmm.
my SCM speed increases, my
Yep.
G's slightly go up,
Yep.
and my response goes up.
Long as it's not afterburner going up, right? Because that should be tied, like for me, I feel it should be tied to a fuel system instead of this energy bank thing. But yeah, what he just said pretty much covers the same thing. Like if you move power to, that I said before, was SEM, you get better SEM, you get better turning and stuff like that. It's not connected to your booster. You move it to weapons, you get better DPS, but even if you don't touch the power triangle, your shields regen, your weapons regen, your afterburner regens. And you're moving the power triangle to become a role in the ship. Want to tank more? Power to shields. Or power to subsystems, whatever you want to call it. Want to do more DPS? You don't get more shots, but you get a faster rate of fire if you move power to weapons. You want to turn better and get a little bit more boost out of your normal maintenance engines? You put it to the engines. I think that would be sick. It would be fantastic. It means that people then don't need to worry too much about the power triangle, and it's changing the role of the ship they prefer. I'm not a good sweaty degenerate. I'm going to go into tank mode because I don't know how to turn better anyway, so I don't need that power, and I'm not landing the shots anyway, so I don't need the better rate of fire. But there you go, right? And I think it would be really good.
Everything
And
about
you-
my ship.
So I
and what
agree
you
with
lose.
this, what Avengers saying.
I lose the ability to recharge my weapons. I lose my shield recharge. I lose
Thank
all
you,
that
game
stuff.
does.
But
Oh.
because I've been smart, I've been a good little boy, I've been a good pilot, I've kept my shields to maximum, I've charged up my capacitor bank, and if anything, I've charged up my weapons so much that I get an overcharge, which means my weapons get an extra 25 shots, and they do more damage. But if I don't keep that power up, it slowly dissipates because the charge only holds for so long. Right? Again, that system was used in Squadrons and other shooter games like Star Wars games and Free Space and whatnot, and it works really well. 'cause
I
it
can see that
promotes
one
timing.
being
right?
okay.
So if
yeah.
I know, okay, I'm coming in on that guy right now, I know I'm going to get a shot in a couple seconds. I'm going to charge my guns, whoop, and get an extra couple shots.
Mill power,
back into
that's
engine
it.
so I
Thank
can
you
actually
so
tail-
much, Ty. Dude, that's been pissing me off so much. Thank you. Yeah.
Chase and catch him. And
Not
then I'm going
maintenance
to fire
power. Mill power, yeah.
what I have. And first of all, what you have has to be enough to get the kill. That's number
Mhm.
one. Because if you have enough capacitor and you
See, I really don't like when you put the power to capacitor for weapons, you get more shots, right? I think it should just be better rate of fire instead of giving more people shots. That way, if somebody knows what they're doing, they can dump the rounds faster on target and get a more precise bang for their buck, right? And people who are not like that, they're like, well, go shields or something.
don't even have enough.
But it's
like,
not a big,
I can't
big
say how
thing
many
in the
times
game.
I've flown in behind somebody at 200 meters, dropped in the entire mag until my guns are hot, and I'm just staring at the back of his ship.
Yeah, I completely agree with Venge on this. It's dull as fuck. I hate this magazine magazine gameplay. Like, I'm sorry, but if you get behind somebody and they're not able to fucking see you and you go, brrr, it should be like that. 1 or 2 fucking mags at most, not this. Brrr. Oh, wait for my fucking guns to regen. Brrr. It's super dull.
Do you know what I really want? And I tell me if this is in Squadrons or not. I want there to be a way to know.
But is it the time to kill, or is it just how lazy the shots are, Schwang? You know what I mean? Because, to be fair, right? If you shoot at somebody that don't have their shields up, I'm pretty sure you can kill them in the normal mag with the ballistics and the fucking lasers. Like, I see people fucking disappear in master modes, especially like versing like you guys, who the fucking sweat degenerates, who have killer aims, right? The moment that my shields are gone, I feel like I'm fucking dead. So I'm wondering if it's just the shields that block it, or there's some way about that. But I would prefer, personally, less shooting and more, you've got to dogfight, right? You've got to get around somebody, and when you get behind somebody, it's your fucking shields are gone and you've got damage, you're fucking gone, right? And it's not waiting for the clock to regen. It's like, you fucked up, I'm punishing you now. You've had 30 seconds of us dancing around the field, and you fucked up at this final stage, and I'm gonna punish you for it. I would love that. Because then it wouldn't be so aim like centric. It would be, I've placed you into a place that you didn't know that was possible to happen, and now you're dead because of it. More flying, less aiming, yeah. Because that's what dogfighting represents to me. Somebody that plays IL-2, DCS, VTOL VR, and Star Citizen, that there's nothing better than spending a part of the fight dodging somebody, getting them into a position, and you're right behind them, and then you're like, knock knock, do you mind fucking dying, please, you know? So I would massively prefer that ships are more agile, and it's less shooty, less ranges, and the moment you pull the trigger, that's it. It's a fucking burst of death. And I think it would be really good fun. But, again, that's just my take. I don't think they would go with that one.
Know what your opponent, like, what capacitor mode they might be in. So it's this cat and mouse game maybe that is like, all right.
But why would that matter though?
Because if I know they're full power to engines, then I can counter them with going full power to guns and countering them or something.
Yeah, but we don't see. The thing is though that the power triangle should never be a way to counter somebody else's movement, because you might as well just go, all right, fucking paper. All right, missiles. You know what I mean? Like, it should be a choice that you use at the time. If you're somebody that wants to be more dodging, more power to engines, so that you get that more high performance. You're somebody that's not that good at dodging or shooting, you're going to go into defense mode so you can last a bit longer and gain some more knowledge. You're somebody that's supporting, you go to fucking DPS mode and you quickly burn down somebody to help your thing. Like, that's more for me. I don't want it where it's like, oh, you're in engine mode, I'm going to go to weapons mode and I'm going to beat you that way, or vice versa, right? It would just be super goofy. It needs to be where it's
does that make sense?
used at the time required.
So this speaks to, like, so I see what you're asking, but that's not how it's going to work.
Boulder partial
Because
shields,
you have to have a trade-off. So
Yeah.
if I go into weapons, I'm sacrificing shields and guns. Or sorry, shields and engines. Because if I choose one over the other, right?
Yes.
And if I go in the
but it shouldn't cripple the ship. This is one thing I just don't like right now, is you kind of just, you keep in shield mode. Again, this is just what I've felt like in the 4 weeks of actually playing Arena Commander and trying to learn this and progress and stuff, is you stay in shields until your shields are dead, and then you move to power to fucking movement, or vice versa, you're moving in between them, or maybe getting some more shots in, stuff like that. But I kind of feel like I don't want to be fucking doing this depending on scenario. I want to go in with all engines because I want to be a high agility player and not a DPSer, right? I just look at old ways of doing games,
you maneuver
for example.
around me and then back into engines and then, or back into guns and then kill me.
if I'm dry on my
'Cause
magazine.
you can just
But if
macro
I'm
it then.
smart about it and I have trigger discipline and I know
Mhm.
when to fire and I know what ranges to fire at, it rewards the smart pilot. It rewards
That's one
the
thing
skill of
that
the pilot knowing
I'm having to
when
learn
fire,
right
what
now
range
is
to
a lot
fire
more
at, what
trigger
orientation
discipline.
to fire at, and actually hitting the target. So that's been removed entirely.
Yeah,
with-
and you
with
could
the way
clone
the
it
gun
out
is.
Slugs to
anyway
build,
for it.
yeah,
I feel like
that'd be
Virgil
kinda
mentioned in
cool.
one of his videos, like I could tell he didn't put his capacitor to
Yeah,
shields.
I would
It's the
argue
stance
that
argument for power triangle, and I
better
100%
than
agree. I just wish it was more of a
because then you're
role
playing poker,
than
it's like
a mini game, if you know what I mean. Like, you have a Gladius, you can either be a DPS Gladius, or you can be a tanking Gladius, or you can be a high agility Gladius, right? And you move it between, and say they could put a cooldown on it where you can't switch it unless it's like every 30 seconds or something, because you're massively influxing the ship. Whatever CIG wanted to do with it. And that way you could keep your ship in the role, but your weapons regen, you have a set amount of ammo, you have a set amount of afterburner, and your shields regen at a set amount, and that is basically where it would stand. I think that would be more engaging, where people are just focused on fighting and dodging each other than trying to be like, am I in the right fucking thing? Do I set a macro where when I pull the trigger, it moves me into afterburner mode to regen my shields, or sorry, regen my boost capacitor and stuff? It's super goofy because it can be exploited, and I say exploited in a harsh term, but again, you can just literally macro it, so when you need it to be in a different position, it automatically does it depending on what you do. I'm using afterburner, it goes into afterburner mode. I'm using weapons, it puts me into shield mode. You know what I mean? It then becomes pointless to use the triangle. You're just letting it automate at that stage.
I know.
Yeah.
That's what I try to.
Yeah,
I try
you're
to
like guessing and trying to predict the capacitor. It gets a bit interesting there.
So
Okay.
let me
that's a high level mechanic.
So let me give you this example, right? If we had higher SCM speeds, right, and we had slightly lower weapon speeds, or we had a way better gunnery system. So if we're going to stay with the PIP system like it is now, then we have to adjust weapon velocities and distances and stuff, because people are just going to be shooting at the PIP, and the more aim assist you give, the less emphasis you actually have on the flight and shooting aspect of it, and just much more based on the twitch. Like I just put the little dot on the target and pull the trigger. So in a system that, if I were to design it, is put 100% power to engines, you get your higher SCM speeds, all that stuff. But if I fire and I miss, or I fire and I'm out of bullets, it's like, damn. But let's say I got a couple people on me, got people, I'm engaging and I need to get out. Well, I'm going to stay in engines and I'm going to go. I'm going to get out of there, because the guy that's chasing me, if I can evade enough of his shots, he's going to be mag dry, which means he's got to go into weapons. I got to wait. Then you got to go back into engines. I'm going to keep separating distance. I'm going to keep leaving because I'm in engines. So I'm out. See you later. I can actually separate based on his power allocation.
Yeah.
And if he chooses to follow me, well, he's got no guns left. Like, you fired your mag, bro. Like, you're dry. So hi.
So would
you
he
can
be
chase me all day, but
suggesting
you're not gonna
that?
do any damage?
Fair.
So, and it adds to the chase mechanic.
Yeah, actually, no, because
They're
he
desperately
he
trying to get the
mentioned
game into this
SCM,
place
so
where
you
it
be
feels
getting
like
a
World War
natural
II, where it's
SCM
like,
boost
oh,
on
get
it.
into a
Yeah.
bank fight and chase. Well, the reason that happens
Yeah,
in
I would like
atmosphere
that.
is because you have 3 degrees of freedom. I can't strafe or change my angle. I have to go forward or I lose airspeed and I fall into the sky. Like, that doesn't happen in space, So inherently, all these metrics that they're trying to do, all the ways that they're trying to adjust the SCMs, change the shape and this and that, is to promote that kind of behavior. So let's just pull the bandage off and let's make that happen, right? Let's get a gunnery system that actually forces that. Let's get a power management system that rewards that kind of gameplay. Because in order to get away,
Avenger, you're talking about at least 2 years of fucking development, dude. I get where he's going, right? And I agree with most of what he's just said there. But he has to understand, to fucking rip the band-aid off, change this, change this, change this, change this, with a 5-man team, that's not happening anytime soon. That's not going to be at the end of this year. That's why, like, they've spent a lot of years at this,
I've got to use the edge
It'd
of
be
my
cool,
circle,
though.
my cone,
I would agree with most of that.
which is the fastest, which is off my main thruster, to go out of the fight. It's the same way we have an afterburner, but because, again, the tuning is so off, you go from low energy to instantly high energy so fast that I don't need to be a good pilot. I just need to know when to press a button, because
True.
I don't need to worry about my aim.
But obviously, I will say this, not everyone knew of this, but to a certain degree, that's also like somebody picking up a Hornet and knowing how to tricord. That you could just go, I'm a fucking away, jitsu.
Angle relative to him, or where I'm drifting, or this, that, or actual like flight geometry. I'm just like, stay on target. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, someone's on me. Guess what? I'm an interceptor. Hit the big red button, and then off I go.
Go wear a
right?
white
And
vest
it's
though.
just,
That's a gift.
Fast and Furious.
that's a gift.
But just quickly,
Chris Roberts
and
appears.
to
I
credit
would
your
say-
debate,
I would say
I'm not too in love. Go
by
ahead.
the way, just I don't want to interrupt. I'm so sorry, but
You're
we've
right,
actually
go
hit my fucking time limit today, which I did. I thought we'd hit Virgil's,
Wait,
but we've hit mine. So I would say
Good.
like start making
Oh,
your
thank God. It's only
your
50.
final
chat.
no,
This I said at the start of the stream, it's only going to be like 4 or 5 hours. Holy shit!
No, it's totally fine. I just have a hockey game early today, very early in comparison to normal. They're normally at 10
Oh,
p.m.
hail
and
Chris
today they're at 2
Roberts.
p.m. So, I would just start saying like wrapping up your final thoughts and what you want to say to people about all this. But go ahead, Virgil, before we get there.
I was just gonna say like I'm impartial to the capacitors. As long as it's interesting, proactive.
I would say that
adds
as well.
depth,
I like
maybe
Avengers'
raises the
take
ceiling
on
a
it.
bit,
It's
good.
similar to
Yeah,
what
that's
I
what
wouldn't
it's
mind
now,
in the
right?
game, where it's more of a roll system than this battery fucking system and stuff like that. It just feels very unathletic. Going back to what Schwang said with the gunfire as well, it just feels very like the Division fucking shooting, let go, reload the mag, shooting. You know what I mean? That these are the sort of things that really bore me with the game at times, but then also we don't know what like full ballistic cannon loadout's going to be like. That could be really interesting. That could kill people very fast. It might just be simply that they've made laser repeaters this way because the high tier skill ceiling is going to be back to maybe railguns clapping each other. Who knows, right?
Yeah. It's like I'm not.
Less so.
I think there's.
But I would
bigger
actually say
issues,
that the current
but it's
state
like,
of master
once
modes
those issues get
capacitor
sorted out,
isn't as bad as
probably
live.
eyes will be
I
on making
hate
capacitor
the
better.
capacitor
So
system
which
in
is
live.
it
probably
needs to
the reason.
improve, but yeah, I'm not
Master
stressing
modes,
out so much about it.
It's
One
a
thing I
lot
just
more
wanted to mention
bearable.
too, like hopefully this doesn't take long. We could just cover this real quick because it's worth giving these guys a shout out. But the fact there's no quantum interdiction, or how this is going to play out in the PU with non-combatants flying around at nav mode speeds, and then the SCM pilots being in combat speeds unable to engage them. Like when I watched the SCL, I thought that they were kind of under the impression that the non-combatants were going to be at risk because they didn't have shields but were flying at nav speeds. I thought the balance was the opposite way. I think that because non-combatants like cargo haulers are going to be in nav mode majority of their trips, they're not going to be at risk because
Exactly.
all the
Also,
combatants
when
are
we
gonna
get the
be at
like, I
SCM.
brought this up
So I
at
was
the
calling it
start
like
of
a
the
soft
stream.
PvP slider.
One big thing that these people are not grasping as well is that with the new quantum system, we finally get the blind warp system back into the game. And if anybody was around for that, it means that you can warp in any direction to a certain distance. That's what they're doing for the new system. Back then, you could warp infinitely into any direction. You could go to the corners of the fucking solar system if you so wished. Obviously, it's a bit more strict now, where I think it's like 50,000 kilometers or something like that. You can sort of mini warp to, but then you can just keep mini warping, right? When people are in nav mode and then they're instantly able to mini warp to get out of situations before they're mantis, you're only ever going to get caught really at outposts, or if you're like AFK, not watching radar and stuff like that, So I do feel that once all the systems are in, being attacked by players is going to actually be a lot more harder. Or easier, I should say, for folk.
Because
But when you get
anyone
caught,
not
it's going to
interested
be
in
harder.
PvP is at 1200, and anyone interested in PvP is at 300. So that's the big question I'm looking to get answered when this drops to PU is what does
I mean, they spent 10
SCM
years to get
pilot,
space wrinkles and clothes.
combat look
I
like when
feel
it's
like
trying to
people
catch
upset
nav mode
twist
piloting?
style fighting
Yeah.
are those who
And then the
enjoyed
fact
having the
that,
advantage of
we
preference
don't
in the
have, there's not a
tricording.
plan yet.
Dude, I use
that we're
I
getting
aim with
told
my
about,
feet. I
when
use
it comes
pedals.
to
I'm like one of
interdicting
the few
players
people
out of
that
nav.
uses my
So I just
yaw
worry
as my
about
pedals.
the whole ecosystem there, like
So just remember, sorry.
Bounty is going to be able to get into nav, and
Anytime
then
you
that's
die
it,
to
they'll
me in
never be caught.
PvP, you die to
Because
somebody that
even if you
aims with
do,
their
as a
feet.
bounty hunter, chase them in nav, you've got no weapons or options to bring them out of it. I worry about the piracy players. Can they just not catch up to their prey at all?
I mean,
Stuff like that.
I think, are we in a situation where the piracy, I mean, I know Avenger did it, I know Virgil did it, I've done it. It was so great. It was so rewarding. It was so fun for a while there until basically everybody had so much money it didn't feel meaningful anymore, which is a whole nother thing. We might just have to deal with, and it is what it is, a really shitty patch for piracy for a little while. And then we might...
Yeah, I think Mike actually says this the perfect way. I said it earlier on in these fucking nearly 9-hour stream that 323 is one of these patches where people just sort of need to just get on with it. It's gonna suck. Tweaking's gonna be off. Ships ain't gonna feel right. Somebody is gonna be flying around in a car to all that goes 2,000 meters a second. I'm predicting something like that already happening, right? There's gonna be things that get through the loophole. And CIG just need to dial it in. And it's the same thing with QED. I think CIG just need to see what we do in these patches before they decide what they want to do with QED. Obviously, QED is going to stop you from warping. It ain't going to stop you from running. That's going to be down to how people handle these things, you know? And I'm fine with that, personally. I think you just got, like, again, it sucks for the pirate guys. I feel you. But the game is not finished yet. Stop treating it like a finished game. Try and find the best fun you can in the game currently, and we'll see where it goes, right? But don't be wanting CIG to fucking make some mistakes and rush things out for the sake of 6 months, for example.
Get a better one in the future.
We've been here
I mean,
nearly
we've had
12 years. What's an
give
extra
and
couple
takes
of
for
years?
a while now with Star Citizen, where they tune something in one direction too far and then come back too far the other way, and then sometimes find a middle ground. I think we're dealing with that with Master Modes at the moment, and yeah, I think we'll eventually get there. But I am nervous about it, but I think it's going to be an inevitability that the initial 323 patch is not going to be fucking fun.
True, but I find it fun because for God knows how long, we're finally getting rid of Legacy, right? So, CIG are lifting up the bonnet right now. Boots. I can't remember what you Americans call it. Something. Bonnet. Maybe. I don't know. The front of a Jeep, for example. The hood. That's it. Thank you. The hood. So, CIG are lifting it up, and they're taking this shitty Legacy fucking engine out, and they're slapping in the new one. But the slapping the new one just ain't gonna sit right? It takes a wee while to fucking get everything dialed in, hooked up, oiled, all, you know what I mean? That's what people need to understand, is that 323 is you're lifting up the bonnet, the hood, the skirt, the fanny pack, whatever the fuck you want to call it in your country, and they're taking the engine out, chucking it aside because it's done. Dusted, it's a pile of fucking shit. New one's getting slapped in, but it's not connected up. And the next, 6 to 9 months is them connecting it up. That's it. Well, that's what people need to understand. It's not going to be fun. It's the same thing as when we get server meshing in. Server meshing ain't going to be just fucking rosy, everything works. It's going to be a pile of shit. The same as we got the, or when we got the stuff in 3.0 and everything sort of changed, you know? You just got to wait.
From that standpoint. It just won't.
Hopefully, an addiction comes in 3.23.1 or something.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, quite quickly after, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because we don't want it to be a 6-9 months down the line.
They have to break a few engine mounts to
been
get
prone to do, which is one of those things where, I mentioned, do we trust them kind of thing. We have to have faith that if you're doing this framework conversation, every damn patch we better see changes.
But what I would say to CIG, and I've said this, don't know how many times now, I'll say it again. CIG, put up a test server that is only master modes, only engineers, only whatever you want to add into the game, right? No, no legacy systems, no racing, all that jazz. Just basically to test out ships and figure out that stuff, and at least one patch a week to do tweaks, right? It doesn't affect live. It's on a test server. There's no PU on this place. It's just literally a test bed for master modes, and dial the shit in as much as you can. Once a week at a minimum, the patch goes out with some changes, and a descriptive patch that tells you what you've changed. Not, oh, we've lowered the fucking shots on this weapon. Let's know what you've lowered it from. Let's get percentages. Let's get numbers. Let's get proper patch notes that you get in other video games, and let us decide or give feedback on that on Spectrum, videos, podcasts, whatever the fuck. But get that underway. Because if you keep waiting 3 or 4 months to do patches and stuff like that, it's going to take way too long to dial shit in. So get a test server up for people that have no interest in the PU anymore until everything is finished.
Improvements, tests, this experimental mode. Oh, we're trying this. Oh, we're trying that. We're listening.
I would imagine
for me,
so.
That's how I want to end this conversation on my side of it. Is you try whatever the fuck you want, guys, but listen to us. Just listen. Take the feedback in and continue to iterate on it and show us that you care and that you want to keep trying and you're trying to make this the game the best you possibly can, because Avengers been here for 12 years. I've been here for 12 years. Virgil's been here for close to that. I think 8, 9, 10, somewhere in that.
No, he's not. He came in after, or like 3-4, 3-3. He's not been here long. He's new blood.
Range. And we've watched this happen way too often, and I'm done.
Also, you gotta remember the first year Mike was just a hanger. So it's technically 11 years. Under 11 years, actually. The first year was just a hanger.
Done dealing with this bullshit. I'm done with it. Keep iterating patch by patch by patch. You have your dedicated strike teams on these things. Strike this shit and get it right. That's how I'm okay with you getting it wrong for a time, but keep trying to get it right.
But also with this one, Mike, there also has to be a point where people sit back and go, right, we've got to stop flapping the gums, right? And just eventually accept that this is how the game is going to be. It might not be what everyone wants. CIG will try to get to that stage, as they've said, but there is a part where you have to take 2 steps back and just stop complaining about the game. And that's not purely directed at Mike. I'm suggesting it to everyone, that eventually you have to stop complaining and just let them build the game.
That's all.
Because in other games you would just be on the sideline anyway.
They work on one thing and then move to another. Like for me, boys, we better not be moving to control surfaces the moment this shit gets in. We better nail down master modes and then move down to control surfaces. That's my opinion here on this.
Well, you could argue that control surface is part of master modes.
It's part of it, but is we're arguing today that the framework of master modes isn't quite there yet from the space combat, the main part.
Thanks for the follows, guys.
The feeling, the experience, I feel like needs to be nailed down, and then you get the feeling and experience of the nuance of aerodynamic combat
See, the thing with that though, again, I'm just addressing it to Mike, is that if you build the game for space and then you take what you have for space and you put it in atmosphere, it might not work. Which means that if they then change stuff for atmosphere, it fucks up your space stuff. You know what I mean? There is no 2 separate systems. There is no 2 different modes. It's just the way the engines dampen, and control surfaces just means that you can turn the fucking engines off and use your flaps and rudder to move around in. If you keep your engines on, it still does the sort of same stuff. So CIG don't have a different IFCS for the different areas. It's just where it dampens down the feedback on some of the flight characteristics. So if you overtune space, you might massively fuck up atmosphere, and if you fuck up atmosphere and then change atmosphere, you might fuck up space, and we keep going round and around and around. So I would say do the two right together to balance that out.
You know, on a planet's surface or whatever, right? Then I think you can,
Because you don't have many ships that have control surfaces
But
anyway.
I could be wrong here, so feel free to jump in on that.
It's funny.
but-
I mean, they have a great opportunity to make an amazing space shooter and an amazing atmospheric shooter.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just go down to a planet. You want to do atmospheric flight, go down
Yep.
to a planet.
But you need a separate flight model for that.
And,
I mean,
and
there's
hopefully
going to be
we're
tons of
fighting-
content at
yeah.
planets.
Hopefully we're fighting over things and against NPCs and players in space over certain things and certain things on surface, right? So you can get both.
I do think
All right,
we need to
well-
address one thing before we go.
Sure.
Oh, quick. Let's be
Is-
quick.
Be quick, though,
Is
please.
is I feel like I have to say this because I feel it to be true. Is the reality is we're not like we as PvPers, we don't make money for CIG. We cause problems. That's
Yeah.
the argument. That's always been the argument, right? All pirates and griefers, this and that, they just ruin the experience for people, blah, 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 you know. And I just want to point this out that you're testing 400 player servers, you're going to have a lot more interaction with people. The game is always going to have PvP. It is a multiplayer game, right? You know, if CIG wants to make lots of money, which I think every company should seriously consider,
Is he going to say
is
that
take the
PvP
feedback
is
from guys like me,
gonna
and
make
Virgil,
the
and other
most
people in
money?
the
'Cause it
community
won't.
who do have a lot of experience in the multiplayer sector. You know, don't shrug it off and poo-poo it and be like, "Oh, go make your own fucking game or whatever." You know, we're doing this because we love the project. We want the game to be successful, and if you want Star Citizen to make it in the long term, you have to have a solid multiplayer foundation, and that happens by having solid mechanics. Because, like it or not, if you have hundreds of people, and if it really
Yeah, I
does
would
become
disagree
the way they're
with
saying, where they
Avenger
have
on this one,
thousands of people
massively.
playing and this and
because he doesn't know the market then for video games very well. That I want to put this out, and again, this is not just in case Schwang is still lurking in the channel. This is not to shit on the PvPers, the degenerate sweats who love that element of the game. All right, there is over 5 million backers. 1% is 50,000 players. If you combine all the sweaty PvPers together, there's no more than 5,000 of you playing the game right now. That is a percentage that doesn't sell a video game. Just wanting to put it as a marketing point. That's not a number a company cares about. Right? Are the real degenerates? Shut the fuck up. This hard. Again, no company would care about the low flyer and the racers right now, right? You have to remember that it's a very small percentage of the community that gets involved at that level. So give your feedback, give your opinions, your videos, and your negatives and your positives and all these things. But you have to also understand PvP at that level does not still sell Star Citizen right now. And it never will. Unless you manage to pull all the fucking EVE Online numpties and all that jazz across, right? That's what everyone has to understand. We want PvP to be part of the game, but it ain't the selling point of Star Citizen. It will be for some people, but not everyone who backed the game. You have to remember that.
that. Well, guess what you're going to have? You're going to have 1,000-man wars and tons of combat and all kinds of crazy stuff going on. And that's a good thing. But what you don't want is these 1,000-man wars to never happen, to never get people interested in coming over, to never have that, you know, flourish in the game because the gameplay is just not there to get that going. You know, there's a reason why
Serves to sell Mark
games like
or
Albion Online
MK?
don't flourish.
Oh,
very
Mark
well,
II.
and there's a reason
Oh,
why
yeah,
games
yeah.
like
Guys,
EVE
you know
Online have been around
the
for
Mark
20
II is
years
going to be
plus.
fucking sold.
Is you're always going to have a burst of activity when the game
I
first
smell
comes
that
out,
carrot.
but the game that the people that keep your game alive are the core audience that plays time and time and time again, who pay a subscription every month to keep the servers up. That's what is going to keep your game alive for the long term.
But that's
right?
not the
So,
high skill ceiling
on
PvP
one side, make your money
community,
off
sadly.
bringing the skill ceiling up.
Hornet Mark II.
So that everyone can get access to it, because you're going to get more money by getting lots of people involved. But don't forget that what's going to keep them involved, what's going to keep the game alive, is the depth
steady
of the
line.
gameplay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I would
So-
agree with Avenger on this if you're into PvP. But I want to make this another example of the current state of PvP in live, is that if you have your foundation here, you have to go up this way to learn PvP. Then you have to go along this way, up this way, and you're climbing up this very steep staircase that a lot of people won't climb. Now, if you have your base entry PvP, or combat, let's say, whatever, flight, and you have your high skill ceiling up here that all the people want, you have to have a beautiful straight line that carries you to the top. Because when people are doing this, it can be very boring to be like, I got to here, now I'm going on a steady line, now I've got to fucking eat double the amount of protein to fucking get up to this level, or I've got to dwell in my basement for another 4 hours a day to be at this level. You know what I mean? It gets very boring for people that maybe have full jobs, all this kind of shit. So I think it would be better if CIG could design a way where it goes up to that level, but it's in a much more straight line over time. Obviously, I'm not saying like where you do it in 5 fucking months and stuff, but it's a more gentle curve to get up there instead of the craziness that you have in life, where if you don't dedicate, you don't learn the ins and out of the certain mechanics and stuff, you'll never even get past base 1, you know, and that's very, very boring.
Anyway,
Yep, I'm with you on that. All right, well, let's summarize
Exactly,
it up.
Sal,
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll do our parting messages, right, Mike? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, for me, guys, I think it's, you know, like I'm
It is rough.
understanding it's
I want to point this out. The past 4 weeks, I've been playing Master Mode, Arena Commander, Squadron Battle, and I hate Arena Commander. Full stop. Hate it. Don't like it. Didn't buy the game for it. Wish it would burn away and disappear, but it's not. But with Master Modes, I've been having fun in it. And starting to learn, starting to get an understanding of it, starting to up my skill level a lot more than it has been in the past. And before Master Modes, I wouldn't even go into Arena Commander because I would be literally 360 no scope, sent back to fucking kindergarten, and I wouldn't even understand why. So I feel that CIG has done justice for getting people into PvP now. Obviously, you want to add in the skill level, the skill ceiling, whatever you want to call it, but it can't be a fucking staggered thing. It's got to go up nice and smooth. So you understand why you're losing, why you're improving. Why you're losing, why you're improving. Not this, I've got to master a certain system in fucking 30 minutes flat and stuff like that. Especially on 3 to 4 hours week of gaming, right? It can't be full elitist. And not Avenger 1 or Virgil has said to be full elitist, but they have to understand, and other people need to understand, that you can't have it too high. Nobody will play it.
It's a framework. I think it's great that we've now included, you know, all the different backgrounds to play the game from. And now that everybody gets included into PvP now is a really great thing.
Yep. I would agree
I
on
think
that.
we're inevitably going to get there. I think the light fighter guys that are mad that, you know, some stuff has been taken away from us, I think we're going to get it back inevitably. So I do. I just have that confidence in them.
Yeah, I would agree.
Especially after, you know, them admirably saying that they, you know, of their shortcomings on SCL. So, you know, I'm with the team on it, man. I'm positive, toxic positivity. I've got faith in it. I think we're in a better place. I think it's going to play better on the MMO. It's less broken, and it's got room to grow in a really good direction.
Yeah, Virgil's
I'm
very
happy about
based.
it, and I really enjoyed the podcast. Yeah, it was great reading the comments. Great having a conversation with you two. And yeah, we got to 3 hours and 15
But
minutes.
nobody wants to put in
Easily.
the hours. But that's the point, right? People will put more hours in Emerald if it's fun and engaging. If it's you are constantly slaughtered 10 out of 10 times, you'll go and do something else, right? That's the thing that we have with live right now, is that the jump when you enter PvP for the first time, the jump to even understand PvP is so fucking high that most people won't bother with that fucking jump. But if you have a steady incline going up to that level, more people will get into it. And I think Master Modes has the ability to do that, you know? Nobody wants to put in the hours sounds like a winning formula for a sustainable game. Well, again, that's on certain players, right? But it also depends on what's the entry level and what's the in between. is the in-between fun and engaging, where you're not feeling like you're completely being slaughtered for no reason? Or is it just absolute dire, where you don't know what the fuck is going on? Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. If you land 0 shots on your first 10 lives, people will do something else. That's a bad game design, right? If you allow people to come in and land a few shots on high-level players, but they still die, it still makes them feel like they're doing something, that they're achieving something. And then they go from dying in 10 seconds to dying in 15 seconds, dying in 15 seconds to 30 seconds, 30 seconds to 35 seconds. You can start feeling, I'm still dying, I'm still losing, but I'm gaining something. It's not, oh, I'm dead, oh, I'm dead, oh, I'm dead, oh, I'm dead. How did I die? Where is that person? What game am I playing? You know? And that's what live is for a lot of people right now. That they want to get into combat, but it's literally, how the fuck do I do it? And it shouldn't be, no offense to Avenger 1, it shouldn't be go and watch the fucking University of Avenger 1 how to play the video game. It should be where I can get in and have an understanding. And I think CIG have nailed that perfectly well. Where there's the understanding can be brought in, now you have to put the time in if you want to get to a certain level. It's not going to be, I think it's not going to be as dramatic as Avenger pointed out in this 3 hours and God knows how many fucking minutes. I don't think it's going to be as dramatic where people are just going to fucking start 360ing everyone, no scope, stuff like that. I still think pros are going to be pros and shitters are going to be shit, no matter what you get in the game. But the people who can be more open to it and adapt on things and progress through things a little bit easier than it was beforehand, you'll start seeing a lot more PvPers at a higher level. You know? I've seen that university is more elementary. Please shut up. A teacher for 45, power management, speed control, back strafing for everybody. Again, there's a lot of different styles and stuff like that, but you know what I mean? Is that eventually it needs to get to the point where people enjoy the video game that they play, and it's not so much trying to enjoy the Avenger way, or the Virgil way, or the Salty Mike way, or the DarkLaw way, or the Miss Bumblebee fucking way, right? Some people have to make up their own sort of ways. And that's how they learn in video games. But if it is a complete slaughterfest, nobody plays.
It takes me days to get through your videos, though, just to be fair.
It's going to take everyone 3 weeks to get through this one.
9 hours and 17 minutes, Virgil. Thank God I'm not uploading this to fucking YouTube. It'll be on the VOD channel, but this is long.
I know, which is why we like to keep them to 2 hours, but I don't know how we could with this. It's just impossible, right? To get through everything, it's just going to take a while, right? It is what it is. But go ahead, Avenger. What are your final thoughts on all this? And is it all doom and gloom? How people are?
You won't be able to fight Virgil or A1, but 95% of the people you'll meet in the verse. Yeah, that's fine. Again, but that doesn't mean that you take away the skill level fun for those extra levels. You know what I mean? It's like you're going through your Pokemon gyms. I don't know why this popped into my head, but this is where we're going. You're going through your Pokemon gyms, and there's just one Pokemon gym that you can't beat. And that's fine. You can go and do some other things, right? But you got to let that top tier Pokemon gym have some sort of fun, right? It doesn't need to be a big thing.
Putting you in this
I think they'll
box,
have more fun with Org versus Org anyway.
Is the future a little brighter than people think you think it is?
So the live skill ceiling is already fucked. Dude, live is so fucked. If anyone thinks live is good, they've got blinkers on. Live is shit. It's full of broken legacy code, broken legacy dreams, broken fucking hotfixes, band-aids, all that shit. Just rip it out. Let CIG fucking get on with this. It might take us 6 to 9 months to get back to the fun and engaging gameplay that you enjoy, but fuck me. 6 years of dire piss, I'm done, alright? I don't want to play live anymore. I'm bored of it. You will lose people because it's boring. It might be fun for that 0.35% PvP community in Arena Commander, but it's boring for a lot of people that play this fucking game. Let's just get it out. Let's get something new in. Let's make it spicy. Fucking all the fucking juice on top, right? Live is great showing how bad it is. Live is not great. What are you talking about? Live is not great. It's so broken beyond belief.
Like, I admit that you could make the argument, oh, A1 sounds a bit, flustered. I'm an animated guy.
Is good beating the average SE
I've
player
been there.
because that's pretty average?
Am I worried?
Depends on
yeah,
what
absolutely.
sort of level
Am
you're
I
looking at to play the game, I
convinced
suppose.
the game is going to be a total failure.
I
and
don't
this
play
and that?
Star Citizen thinking I'm going to beat the
absolutely
best
not.
of the
I
best
think-
of the best with fucking
I
honors,
think
you know?
genuinely, the guys that are working on
Great
this
at showing
project,
everything
especially
needs
the
work.
guys like
Well,
Yogi
it
and
does
Yogi's
need
team,
work.
If
It
it wasn't
needs
for those
loads
guys,
of
I
work.
wouldn't have a lot of faith in it. But because I know some of those guys and I know that what they're doing is they got their heart in the right spot and they got their brain there too. I'm very
Tell me one thing that works in live. Anybody? What works in live? On every day just fucking works. And don't fucking say fucking pressing I or something like that, right? Died. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, Amro. Yeah, I would say that's fine. If you take your 12 hours, train, put them against PvP, you get slapped 100% of the time, but 12 times 12, there you go, right? The shit buying on the website. There you go. Again, most of the time you can't come up with something that actually works. Great at making me quit and play Pal World. Dude, if that's what you want to play with, don't blame me for wanting to go and play other video games.
optimistic about the future.
Pledge
I
Store
think
always works.
because I'm
Not
so
on an
hard
F5 sale,
on
it
the
doesn't.
current, and again, I'll stress this: the current iteration of master modes. Just because I've been so hard on it, because I play it every day, right? I mean, you expect me to go from Formula One cars to bumper carts. I'm not going to be happy about it, right? But I like to speak my mind. I like to be honest about it. I like to be honest about how I feel about it. And for some people, that's good, bad. I'm not a stoic kind of guy that sits there and has no emotion about stuff. I'm going to be honest about how I feel about stuff.
I'm pretty sure CIG will give that, Salah. I think with their way of getting people in is so much better now, and it's just trying to find that level of where the high skill ceiling is okay to sit at with enough depth, as you put it, right? Because people like Avenger 1 and Virgil, again, this is not to disrespect them, they have to come down a peg. Okay? They can still have the high skill ceiling, it just needs to come down from level 12 to fucking level 9, right? And that's not a bad thing. That just means more people have more interest in getting to that stage. But if you keep it in this very weird 0.35% of players, again, like 5k players, that's not a good sign. Just wanting to point that out. That's not going to give you, like, fucking a long 10 years game, as Avengers been saying, or, longevity and stuff like that. It just, that's a very small percentage. That's a bad percentage, guys. If it was 5% of the player bases, that's a different story. But when you have only 5k players out of 5 million doing this shit, that's bad stats. Bad data. So make it where more people can get in. Bring down the top ceiling a little bit. Just a little bit. Doesn't need to be much. And make a nice straight curve on how to progress to the tippity top of the tower. Do that and Star Citizen wins completely. Good entry. Bring the down a little bit and make a nice straight curve all the way of progression. You'll have a winning game at that point. Keep the root of life. You got a dead game. Because if only 5k players enjoy it, that's not good.
And maybe that can be taken as like, oh, he's being doom and gloom. But the point is, it's going to get better because it has to. The gameplay is gonna be improving because it has to. And guys like me and Virgil and other people in the community, you know, I think we've been put in a box unfairly, and I cannot compete against the Reddit and Spectrum propaganda machine that is much
But don't
larger
try
than
and
a single
compete.
person.
That's
So
your
the next time
downfall
you
right
hear
there.
someone saying, "Oh, those PvPers only want this, that, and the other," do yourself a favor. Go educate yourself. Go watch some of the videos.
No, Avenger One. Just don't care, dude. Don't care about people who are always going to hate on hate and be toxic for no reason. You're never going to get them to play the game. Their gameplay is watching you get fucking pissed off, dude. Just away from it.
At myself and
Do
Virgil
your
put-
own thing. Make your videos. Make your fucking things. Be a little bit more positive, because sometimes it does shrug off as gloom and doom and stuff like that, you know? But let people figure it out for themselves. Don't force opinions on folk, right? Don't do sky falling like, oh, if we don't get this sorted, the game is dead. That's not what people want to hear. That's not how you pull people round onto your side. You got to be way more positive, even if it's fake positivity. You've got to handle things a little bit differently. Not get stressed out by people's comments. Not care about my opinion or fucking Tony Blair's. Tony Blair. I don't even know if Tony Blair is alive. What the fuck? Why did Tony Blair pop into my head? Fuck me. My brain is so scuffed at times. But this is the point that I would address him is don't care. Just let people fucking get on with it.
out, think about it, understand what we're trying to say, and realize that I don't want to like fighter meta any more than the next guy. I want to see.
I literally froze. Sorry.
I want to see all this stuff. I want to see
Mike's
the
camera
multiple
died.
ships in a great spot. I want to take the Polaris out with welcome back. I want to see the Polaris. I want to go out with the Hammerhead and the rest of my guys and actually, in a non-memey way, be like, Kate, we're taking the Hammerhead out today, boys, and actually have it be a meta in a sense that it's something that's worth our time spending in PvP, or Polaris and all these things. You know, I don't want to live in a world where it's like bring a gang of gladiuses and they do everything. I don't.
Yeah, that's so boring. I don't think anyone like I've never thought that even Avenger would have that. I think Avenger comes across in some of his videos where he's like wanting the hyper kite gameplay. And again, as I pointed out in this whole video, that, you know, whenever I watch Avenger 1 or see his videos of PvP, it's always using the cheesiest method. I never see Avenger 1 taking on people in sabers, for example. You know? And that's the kind of content I would prefer. I would like to see somebody of Avengers level school people in a ship and not just always PvP in a high tier scummy meta ship, you know? That's just my take.
I don't want to live in that world either, you know? So if people say that about me, it's not true. You know, do yourself a favor and educate yourself and go play master modes.
Nox, you're getting trolled.
Go play it until
Understand
you can't
that.
stand it, and then play it some more, right?
Yep.
Because that's the only time you're going to really start to realize, is this a game I want to play for the next 10 to 15 years? Because if you want to play Star Citizen,
Blah, blah. Sorry, I just read that. Anyone speak Vandulia? Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
like for the lifespan of the game, that's what I want. I don't want to play Star
I
Citizen.
don't even know
and be
what
done with it.
Vandals sound like.
We've been at it for 12 years already. What's another 12 more?
Avenger, I hate you right now at this point in time. Don't say another 12. Give them 2 years. No 12. I do not want to be. What would I be? I don't want to be 54. And they've still not finished this game. All right? No. No, Avenger 1. Bad. Back in your box. Not allowed. 2 years. All right? I would like to play this game before I start falling apart. Because you give them 12 years, maybe they'll take 20 years. And then I'm going to be shitting myself in the bed. But when I try to play Star Citizen, no, Avenger 1, bad. Take it back. 2 years, maximum.
So go
It's worth
play.
mentioning,
Arthritis.
too,
Yeah, exactly. Mike is already clued up on it. Nobody wants to play this game where they're falling apart. It's bad enough we have to roll our faces across the keyboard sometime.
it's worth mentioning too, like, you know, for the most part, like almost the
2014, it
entire,
was done. It was.
with the length of this podcast, we all agreed, didn't we? Like,
yeah, for the most part,
we all
a
found
very
common ground in almost all of it.
exactly. And I
Again,
had
I
to,
think
like,
most people here
clack
would
my
agree
keyboard a lot in chat
in
where
sort
people
of
are
things.
still doing
I
the
disagree
he's
with
only
some
saying-
things, some takes and stuff like that, but they can always be tweaked around and
or
shit.
Virgil's only saying, or they're only talking about PvP, or they're only talking about these given scenarios. And
It's all over for me. I'm 55. Yeah, but you don't want to do another 12 years, Cable, right? You're 55. You don't want to wait another 12 years for Star Citizen. So bad Avenger 1. Bad. Give them 2 years. 2 years, that's all they've got. All right?
it's like, no, everybody consistently said throughout this podcast, we want
I
everybody
can do
to
another
enjoy
2
Star
years, chat.
Citizen.
I
We
can't
want,
do another 12.
people who enjoy combat to enjoy combat. That's kind of what
I'll be a
this is
white beard
about, right?
by then.
This is what this specific podcast is about.
Actually, I kind of
is
like
how
be
to
a
make
white
combat
beard.
enjoyable.
gray
That's
beard.
not negating
I think
anybody
that would
else
suit a
in
gray
their
beard,
other
to be honest.
situations, right?
It wouldn't be fair for us to comment on racing. Like, we're
Yeah.
not
Oh, no. Please don't.
racing. You know,
Oh, no,
it
it's
wouldn't
at
be
the end. Never
fair
mind.
for us to talk about how hard it is to survive in a logistics ship.
Yeah.
It's not our expertise.
What
Like,
about
it'd be
low flying,
really poor
Virgil?
of us
Eh?
to
What about low
Yeah.
flying?
Yep.
break that
Yeah.
down and pretend
Like,
to be
I-
experts.
We're always
Like, I have
forgotten
my
about
thoughts on it,
chat.
but the truth
We're always
is, like,
forgotten
I'm not a
about-
racer, yeah,
nobody
I'm not a
cares
logistics
about
guy, I
low
don't do that
flying.
stuff. So
Nobody
I'm gonna go to
cares
the people
about the
that do
skill
that
it
stuff and listen
takes.
to them and be
Yep.
like, how do they feel about
Fly
it?
600
Yep.
meters a
So-
second, 2 feet
And
off the
that's
then
the
deck.
way
hopefully
it
that
should
doesn't
be.
break your, like, the whole thing is that everybody needs to address is the combat pilots here are not trying to break your game, and they don't want you to break their game. Everybody wants
But when you say Star Citizen is boring, you have to understand, and again, this is just pointing out what they said earlier on. If you say the game is boring, you have to understand that other people might find it fun. So what you find is fun is not somebody else's fun. What you find is boring is not somebody else's boring. So even though you don't want to change other people's games, everything in Master Mode affects everyone.
everybody to enjoy the game, period.
Yep.
Right? And
The
I think that's the place
semi!
where I think
Oh, look at that
we
beautiful
expressed that very
husky.
clearly. If that didn't come through, you probably didn't make it to this part of the video anyway, but it is what it is, and that's kind of on you. But I thought we made that very clear. And yeah, but I guess this is where we'll end it. I just want to thank you two for coming on. Again, being respectful, speaking to each other. You know, getting animated is whatever. If people are watching this channel, they've seen fucking animated for sure, right? So everyone here should be used to that.
Well, because
So
Virgil's
that shouldn't
got a
have been an
video.
issue. This chair has been punched quite a few times, and I can thank.
Dude, no joke, every time I see clips of Mike punch that chair, it just feels so good. There's nothing better. I really one day, I say this in the nicest way possible, Mike. Not you know, out of hate or anything like that, but one day I really want that chair to hit you back. Where when you punch it, it fucking smacks you in the face. It fucks you, sends them flying. Like in some of those Naked Gun kind of movies. I think it would be the funniest fucking thing to see. Obviously, where he doesn't majorly hurt himself, chat. Alright? But I think it would be the funniest thing where he takes his anger out on the chair and the chair just has enough. And fucking knocks him out for 6. And all you see is his legs swoop up in the air and fly away. It would be hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
thank Zach from the FPS team for that one a lot lately. So we've dealt with that plenty. But in general,
It was a good podcast.
think-
Very good, yeah.
I feel very
Again, my only comments towards Avenger is you've got to keep a level head, not let things aggravate you, not go on somebody's show and be rude to their community, even if it's somebody triggering you. You have to hold a more level head. You have to. Okay? Because then your point goes across way more than it is. This last hour, where he's kept a level head and explained things, the best part, chat. And that's one thing that he has to overcome, those things, is be a little bit more level head. When you're trying to get your point across to people, you don't need to start fucking mouthing off or be arrogant or anything like that. Just try and see it from everyone's point of view if you can.
similar to you guys. I think we have somewhat of a good framework.
But this was really good
and
podcast.
We got to build on
Very
it
good.
a bit and make it better, because I think maybe it's styled.
Still want
one
Avenger
way
One's
too much
jacket.
and not
I like that
another.
leather
And for me,
jacket.
as long as they are willing to make changes and willing to try to get to that point, then we are in the right place.
Yep.
With the right devs.
I would agree.
With the right game, because I don't think anybody here wants
I don't think anyone
wants
here
to
can
play
build the
another
game,
game,
so we need to shut
right?
up. At
We don't
times.
want to
Yep.
go to the next game. We want this to be it. And that's it, right?
Star Atlas is a scam. Yep.
True, right? Like I think that goes from every
Dude,
aspect of the game.
Yeah. Obviously, we're not going to cover that because I'm off on Tuesday and I might be away again on Wednesday, depending on weather, because I might be fucking 1,500, 2,000 fucking meters up in the sky. But yeah, when I get back, I will be covering that because I'm very interested to see how that one goes, especially like what Yogi and stuff answer. You
So
know.
with that, guys, where can
But also, I wouldn't mind seeing a Yogi and Virgil stream on Salty Mike's show. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of cool.
everybody find
Because
you?
Virgil's
Avenger,
been very
Virgil,
level-headed
and
with this one
we
as
got
well.
links in the YouTube already.
And funny.
And if any mods are around, can you please spam some links for these guys?
Yeah, it's Avenger__1 on Twitch, and it's Avenger1 no underscores on YouTube. And
There you
then
go.
There's other links to my socials on those things.
Yep.
Yeah, just VER9JL. That's it. That's me
Yep.
on
The reason I'm never on a podcast anymore, chat, is because I advertise my OnlyFans. It's onlyfans.com.
everything.
You'll find them on
Appreciate
everything.
it, guys.
And just so you know,
Lot
if
of
you
fun.
do search Avenger__1 on YouTube, you will still find him.
Dude, Nox, I said that earlier on. I don't know if you were here, but remember, like, Virgil back in the day, bit of a fucking edgelord, kind of cringy, you know what I mean? Walking around with his giant armor, shoulder pads, and shit like that, you know what I mean? And to be fair, pretty solid fucking takes from everything he said, so yeah, bravo.
Because that's how
Same with Avenger
how
1.
I grab links. and
Apart
stuff
from
as well, is
obviously
able to get
getting a
them
bit
that way.
angry
So
at
there's-
times, but yeah. He's getting old, yeah.
When you're in the algorithm,
He's
you're in
getting
the
laid
algorithm.
now? No, I think, you know what it is, chat? It's because he has a son. His cat. He's had to have responsibilities. He can't just keep drinking Chuck E. Cheese through a straw and fucking going to McDonald's every day. He now goes every second day. He's getting older.
When you've been around long enough, it'll find you. So, yeah, I just want to thank.
He's
you
grown
two
up being a
guys.
dad,
So
yeah.
thank
That's
you
all
so
it is,
much.
chat.
I really appreciate
He's
it. I hope
now-
everybody enjoyed
He's a parent.
the show, and I hope everybody learned a little something, and I hope everybody's calmed down a little bit
Responsibilities.
as well. So thank you so much for watching, everybody.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Good
Like,
stuff.
Subscribe, comment, all that stuff, and
Only
we'll see you
fucking
next week,
9.5
back with
years,
the
9.5
Croncy,
hours of my
I don't know what
life.
we'll talk about. Maybe server meshing or something. So,
How the fuck, chat? How the fuck does 3 hours and 20 minutes turn into 9 hours and 37 seconds? 38 minutes and fucking 5 seconds now. How the fucking Scooby-Doo does it do that? How do these fucking things just keep going on and on and on and on? Shit, boys. That's a deep dive, dude. I'm fucking tired, man. I'm tired listening to people talk. Again, let me fucking get to the point where I post the fucking VOD or the actual video for Salty Mike. Again, we're not doing any fucking VOD or sorry, any like upload to the YouTube channel. It will be on the VOD that nobody watches anyway, so there we go, but fucking hell. Also, again, just wanted to remind people, there are flying boars flying from America to Scotland. Assassinate, take them out. We cannot let the flying boars reach Scotland from America. All right? It's got to stop. They can't keep going. All right. Awesome stuff. But the boars have Sonic, How was the ship drifting? It's designed by the developers of Star Citizen. That's why it's drifting. Actually, to be fair, carriers can power slide. You can check out on YouTube. no joke. There is like a training thing that American, or I think it might be British as well, where the carriers have to learn to fucking like drift it around and stuff. It's crazy shit. Oh, chat. Chat. You know how we don't write? Chat. You know how we don't talk about leaks, but we're going to talk leaks because it's in the patch, so technically it's official? There's Hornet Mark II skins in the patch. Get ready for the credit cards, boys! We're about to get Mark II Hornets. Plan event. Woo! Oh, man. I wonder if we get fucking Legatus Mark IIs, right? Open them wallets up. Yeah, because it's not the PvPers that are paying the fucking bills. It's the goddamn degenerate credit card spenders. I did good on my social grades. Yeah. Goodbye, F8C. I'm not. Well, I can actually. I can. All right, we've got 2, 3, yeah, 4. All right, we got quite good. All right. Yeah, thank you again, guys, for today. Fuck me, that's a long hour. But I think it's good that a lot of people got some good conversations out. Good, like, hashing out. Again, want to say thank you guys for not too much shit talking. That's appreciated. Also, not fighting with each other over opinions. That's good to see. I always like that. I always like when people are not fighting each other. Let's have a look here, though. But I unfortunately have to love you and leave you because it is 11 o'clock at night. And I got doggos to get out into the howl at the full moon. And all that jazz. Right, I know where we're going. But yeah, thank you again to Tom for the raid. Thank you for all the follows today, guys. Obviously, we do have a wee giveaway running. I'm going to make a video about that leak. Virgil. Before we go, by the way, Virgil, just wanted to say how mature you have grown in your ways of being fatherhood, by the way.
is now following.
Very, very, very good with that video, by the way, did. Very level-headed, good. Didn't lose your cool, memed a bit, a little slight. No lisp, I was a little bit disappointed, no lisp involved. I do like it when the lisp comes out. No lisp, yeah. But yeah, very good stuff. Obviously we've been watching it for 9 and a bit hours, and yeah, good stuff, man. Looking forward to seeing where CIG go with it. Obviously, we're not putting a video out or anything like this. It'll just be on the VODS channel eventually. But yeah, fucking Mark II Hornets, boys. Shit, I've not bought a ship in a long time, chat. Oh god, I don't want to bust the credit card out. I want to hold strong, but also a Mark II Hornet. You were bad? No, dude. No. You did a 9 hours react to it. Pausing it, conversations, stuff like that, but yeah. 9 hours react. Bust that card? I'll see. I need to see, man. The boars, yeah. Legatus? No, you don't get one if you're Legatus. You're only, you only get the F8. That Mark II isn't going to buy us. Well, if anybody wants to gift me a Mark II LTI Hornet with all the skins, you know who to call. But yeah, right. Let's send you on. Awesome stuff. Alright, let's get this hooked up. Alright, guys. I'm away. I'll be back maybe on Wednesday. But again, I will be 2,000 meters up in the sky. Might be back. Might not be. Definitely Thursday. Nixie's even come to say hello. You want to come around here and say hello to them? Come here. Yeah. Come on. Come on, you lazy pup. Come and say hello to them. There they are. There we go. There's little Nixie. He's ready for going out, chat. Thank you, Jedi. Appreciate it. Little Nixie. Who's your good wolf? Hey, who's your good wolf? Alright, we're out of here. Gib treats? No, they've had plenty of treats. You can buy them treats off the website if you want. The gift site. Right, we're gonna raid Ark! Exclamation mark raid in chat, please, guys. All that good stuff. And yeah, I will hopefully see you on Wednesday. If not, it will definitely be Thursday. We will be covering the Avenger 1 Tomato podcast with Yogi, which very looking forward to. Again, kind of want to see that from you, Virgil, with a deep dive with you and Yogi. That would actually be really good, dude. Just you and Yogi having a chat. I would definitely like to tune in for something like that. But yeah, guys, appreciate it. Thank you to all the fucking tier 2, tier 3s getting us through the Partner Plus. We're on our way to the second month, nearly complete, chat, and all that good stuff. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And we will see you hopefully Wednesday, Thursday. All that good stuff. Thank you. Making sweet love to each other. Hey, I would watch Virgil make out with Yogi. Thank you, Sal. Sideways, Jedi. Everyone, enjoy Ark stream. And thank you again to Salty Mike, Avenger 1, and Virgil for the podcast that we watched. Peace out, guys. Take care.